Chapter 2151. Refining Gu in exchange for famous mountains southern border. Wui Mountain, Wu clan's headquarters. In a hall, Ku Xian Hong had a faint smile as he greeted politely. Ku Xian Hong pays respects to Wu clan's first supreme elder. Wu Yong sat and smiled. Esteemed envoy, no need to be so polite. Ku Xian Hong spoke openly and straightforwardly. I came here with Fang Yuan Gu. It has already been refined and raised successfully. Please do examine it now. Wu Yong could not help but feel surprised. So quickly? Does Fang Yuan have a method to refine fake immortal Gu? Is he here to scam me? He received it and checked thoroughly. There were no flaws at all. It is a genuine rank 8 immortal Gu. But how can Fang Yuan refine a rank 8 immortal Gu in such a short period of time? Thinking of this, Wu Yong was uncertain again. In his mind, Fang Yuan's main traits were craftiness, viciousness, shamelessness, and scrupulous, and ruthlessness. This number one demon in the world could not be assessed using common sense. Envoy, please hold on. Our Wu Clan Gu Immortal will come and check it. Wu Yong answered. Wu Clan had their own refinement path Gu refinements, but they were not strong. Wu Clan was not specialized in refinement path, they were best at wind path. Not only in southern border, even in the 5 regions, Wu Clan was first rate in wind path. After a few minutes, Wu Yong received information that rank 8 Fang Yuan Gu was the real thing. It could not be fake. Wu Yong had a complex emotion. Immortal Gu were unique. Because rank 8 immortal Gu were too hard to refine, they had an extremely important significance. Ordinary rank 8 Gu immortals did not even have one rank 8 immortal Gu. For example, old ancestor Shui who lost everything that he had worked to accumulate for many years on snowy mountain-blessed land after trying to refine fortune rivaling heaven immortal Gu. Of course, this was because his ambitions clashed with heavenly courts and longevity heaven's benefits. Even though the world has been changing in the last few years, with the movement of earth veins and rampaging of chi tides, a vast amount of immortal materials surfaced, it will likely cause a large increase in rank 8 immortal Gu. But for ordinary rank 8 Gu immortals, especially the lone immortals, they will still face problems getting one rank 8 immortal Gu. To think that my Wu clan has gained a new rank 8 immortal Gu. Wu Yong was happy but also gained increasing wariness regarding Fang Yuan. Even though I know that Fang Yuan had annexed Lanya sect, it is still hard to believe that his refinement path ability has become so incredible. It feels like he had an easy time refining a rank 8 Fang Yuan Gu with no problems encountered at all. On the other hand, Ku Xian Hong added, since you have checked it, which 2 immortal Gu does your clan want to refine next? I can bring them both back next time. Wu Yong became hesitant. Should he pass the 7-faced Prestige Wind Gu to Ku Xian Hong? If he could refine 8-faced Prestige Wind Gu, Wu Yong would gain a huge boost in strength. But precisely so, 7-faced Prestige Wind Gu was extremely important. If he gave it to Fang Yuan and the latter snatched it, what would he do? Come to think of it, there are many options. At this moment, Wu Yong felt that 3 chances were too few. He would want nothing more than to raise all of Wu Clan's immortal Gu to rank 8. To think that you acted so quickly, I am quite spoiled for choice at the moment. I need to think about it carefully. Envoy, why don't you stay here and give me 3 days to consider? Wu Yong asked. Wu Bachong heard this and added, urging Ku Xian Hong. Speaking of which, this is the 3rd time you've come to Wu Clan. Let us host you and bring you around. All right. Ku Xian Hong smiled lightly. I do like Wu Clan style a lot. I'll trouble you with my stay. As for First Supreme Elder's considerations, I understand. In fact, I have been tasked with another mission. I wonder if your clan would like to undergo another transaction with us. What transaction? Wu Yong became alert. He thought of the secluded domain of heaven and earth Hu land. It was akin to a quasi-rank 9 immortal Gu, but Fang Yuan forcefully bought it. Thinking of this, Wu Yong felt a slight heartache again. Ku Xian Hong explained the details while Wu Yong fell into contemplation. Wu Bachong shouted in shock. What? Fang Yuan wants to dig away our Wu clan's famous mountains. In return, he will refine rank 8 immortal Gu for our Wu clan. Precisely. Ku Xian Hong nodded. Wu Bachong snickered. How can that be? Any famous mountain is a large resource point at least. Most of them are giant resource points. A select few are super resource points. They can produce rank 8 immortal materials. Even though you can refine rank 8 immortal Gu, you are still using our immortal Gu as the foundation to raise their rank. You are not giving us additional immortal Gu. Furthermore, immortal Gu are hard to feed. Rank 8 immortal Gu are too. Even if they are refined, they will expend our resources. Yet, famous mountains are able to produce resources continuously. They will almost never dry out. You want to take our famous mountains. You are trying to cripple our foundation. What intentions do you have? What schemes are you up to? Towards the end, Wu Bachong was basically screaming in anger. But Ku Xian Hong was prepared for this. He spoke calmly. Not so. Not so at all. Elder Wu Bachong, you are too pessimistic about this. Think about it carefully. Your clan has just gotten many Gu immortal seeds to undergo immortal ascension recently, but you only gained 6 new immortals, with most of them being external members. Even with more Gu immortals, Wu clan's territory is too big. You cannot defend it. Since that is the case, you might as well sell some territories. In that case, not only would Wu clan have higher ranked immortal Gu, you will even have sufficient manpower. Furthermore, Ku Xian Hong continued, immortal Gu are unique. I am sure Elder Wu Bachong knows how priceless rank 8 immortal Gu are. Immortal materials can be sold and bought, but can immortal Gu be easily bought? They are unique. They can only be traded. Even if Treasure Yellow Heaven is the #1 market in the world, let me ask you, how many immortal Gu have been traded in it over these years? The 5 regions are now one. The 5 regions' chaotic war cannot be avoided. Gu immortal battle strength is the most important thing. You can only consider the rest after having sufficient strength to defend yourself. A rank 8 immortal Gu can cause your clan's strength to rise sharply. Not only can you protect yourself, you can invade others and gain a huge amount of wealth in war. This, Wu Bachong hesitated. Ku Xian Hong looked at Wu Bachong. He cast a secretive glance at Wu Yong without showing any signs, continuing to convince them. Human Smoke Mountain is Chai clan's headquarters. They sold it to us recently. What? There is such a thing. Wu Bachong was stunned. Ku Xian Hong did not elaborate further. He took a step back. If Wu clan does not want this trade, we will not force you. This time, other than bringing back immortal Gu for refinement, I also need to find other clans and undergo this trade with them. Wu Bachong's expression changed mildly. If Wu clan did not deal with Fang Yuan, but the other clans did, their battle strength would surge instead. Even if they give up on resources now and lose future potential, what if they decide to expand through invasion? By then, if Wu clan refuses to work with Fang Yuan, their battle strength would be surpassed by other clans. By then, Wu clan would fall from their throne of the #1 southern border force. They would be bullied by others. Wu Yong tapped on the table with his finger as he fell into deep thought. Fang Yuan is so domineering even when doing business. He gives others no way of rejecting. However, even though Ku Xian Hong is trying to convince us, he is not wrong about it. This trade is sensible, but we need to control the extent of our dealing. At almost the same time, in Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace, Guang and I pays respects to Master. Earth Extremity of the 8 Extremities knelt before Immortal Zombie Giant Sunday. Earth Extremity Guang and I was a female immortal. She cultivated Earth Path and Refinement Path. Her Refinement Path attainment was quite deep. At this moment, she held 4 rank 8 immortal Gu and handed them over respectfully. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun inspected them for some time and felt pleased. Guang and I, you are our Longevity Heaven's Refinement Path expert indeed. Since the Fate War until now, you received my orders and refined 4 rank 8 immortal Gu. You have made a huge contribution. Guang and I quickly answered. It was all thanks to Master's luck path methods. Otherwise, with just my mere talent, we could not have refined so many rank 8 immortal Gu in these few years. But because of that, Longevity Heaven's luck fell greatly. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun interrupted her as he waved his hand. In this world, there are losses where there are gains. To refine these immortal Gu, luck expenditure was a necessary investment. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun took one of these 4 immortal Gu and observed it carefully in front of him. This Gu had a peculiar shape. It was cubic and resembled a wooden box. This was Imitation Gu. It was 8th place on the list of mystical Gu, originating from Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. If one placed this Gu with any immortal Gu in the world together for some time, the Gu cultivator could activate Imitation Gu to turn itself into that immortal Gu. Immortal Gu were unique, but Imitation Gu could bypass this logic to some extent. However, the imitated Gu could not compare to the real one in power. Back then, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable asked Heavenly Court for human Chi Immortal Gu and failed. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable took another path, refining Imitation Gu and turning it into human Chi Immortal Gu. Next, with this human Chi Immortal Gu as the core, he established 88 True Yang building. Other than this Imitation Gu, the other 3 rank 8 Immortal Gu were all Blood Path Immortal Gu. Divine Emperor City. Light flickered. The 10 children of human path came out of the painting world, returning to the real world. We are finally back. It is a pity that we did not manage to take down those 2 new paintings. We were nurtured by Heavenly Court, but the time is up. We needed to leave. What are you worried about? Even though we did not take it down entirely, the situation has been set. There are so many beast tamers in the painting world, even cultivators have appeared. Moreover, with the deep foundation that we created, there is no chance of failure. That's true. After the 10 children of human path conversed for some time, Their sex Gu immortals arrived to bring them back. Qin Ding Ling and the rest concealed their traces, watching the scene unfold before them. These 10 people are the human path immortal seeds of our heavenly court. Regardless of the results from this crazed demon cave expedition, we need to nurture these people, invest fully in them. Qin Ding Ling announced. Yes, madam. The Gu immortal in charge listened to Qin Ding Ling's words and engraved it in his mind. Let's go. Qin Ding Ling turned around and said to Genesis Lotus Will. Genesis Lotus Will nodded. At the next moment, Divine Emperor City moved. The huge city flew up again, heading straight from Central Continent with unparalleled momentum. The target was Crazed Demon Cave. Chapter 2152. Earth Veins Initial Formation inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Several variant human men gathered into a circle. They were busily engaging in an important business. Slowly. Guys, relax a little. Don't be so anxious. Faster. I can't endure it anymore. Bam. A loud sound was heard. A gigantic hill landed on the ground. This hill was not tall. It did not have clear waters of beautiful vegetation. There were mostly dust rocks and iron-cloud stones on the mountain, causing it to look gray in most areas. And most amazingly, this entire hill was completely silent. Even though there were many life forms, when Gu immortals spoke here, no sound could be transmitted unless they used specific methods. This was Silent Hill. It had the same reputation as Western Desert's anti-sound desert, famous in the world. Any sound path killer move used here would be greatly weakened and suppressed. Silent Hill was a famous mountain in southern border, but because it produced little resources, it had not been very useful to anyone. This time, Fang Yuan sent envoys all over the place to negotiate in transactions. Silent Hill was sold to Fang Yuan as a result. These variant human Gu immortals moved in groups. They were in charge of moving Silent Hill back into a specific location of the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. But relocation was just the first step. Next, they had to develop its mountain roots. The one in charge of this was a Rockman Gu immortal. He activated a method as Silent Hill's mountain roots began to grow rapidly, stabbing into the surrounding environment. Deeper, go deeper. The leader instructed as he suddenly sighed. Sigh, why did you stop? Are you finished so quickly? The Rockman Gu immortal said impatiently. Say, leader, can you keep quiet? I want to go deeper too, but I only have rank 7 cultivation level. This is a famous mountain. It is very exhausting to influence and manipulate its mountain roots. But the leader said, that's why I said you need to work harder. Your cultivation level is too low. When will you become a rank 8? The Rockman Gu immortal rolled his eyes. Boss, I was still rank 6 some time ago. I only went to pass the tribulation and reached rank 7 because of our master. I also want to reach rank 8, but that is just too difficult. The other Gu immortals quickly spoke. Leader is right. In our group, you're the only one that can deal with the mountain roots, allowing them to grow thick and long. If you were stronger, we would complete our mission to a greater extent. We would receive better rewards as well. You are in charge of the mountain veins. Your contribution is the highest among us. I heard that you went to sleep recently. I have not slept in 2 months. I have been doing mountain relocation missions the entire time. Master has such grand ambitions and inspirations. He is managing a project to create artificial earth veins. But this plan will eventually be completed. Aren't we grabbing onto this chance when it is available to us? Look at the other groups. The more missions they complete, the fewer we will have for ourselves. The other Gu immortals stared at the Rockman Gu immortal. They had a look of expectation and disappointment. The Rockman Gu immortal was very helpless. Don't you guys know? We Rockmen have no lack of sleep in our lives. Because our bodies are too heavy, it is a huge burden on our soul. We need to sleep to pacify our soul. Then use the liver life formation. I already used it. On Master's contribution board, aren't there soul path methods to raise your soul foundation? But I cultivate earth path. Soul path methods are less effective on me. Instead of using my contribution points on them, I might as well raise my earth path attainment instead. The leader gritted his teeth. Stop arguing. Let's pool our funds and help our little Rockman brother. Let's gather some points and raise his soul foundation. The other Gu immortals agreed together. Right now, the Rockman Gu immortal was their group's weakness. If he got stronger, the entire group would benefit from it. Fang Yuan handed out all sorts of missions. They were created after wisdom path deductions. Their contents were simple, but they had deep meaning. Be it the difficulty of the mission or the content itself, Gu immortals often had to cooperate with others. It was hard to do any mission alone. This gave the Gu immortals of various races a chance to work together intimately. After a long period of cooperation, they naturally developed camaraderie and friendship. Thus, within the entire sovereign immortal aperture, all the different tribes and races were seamlessly fusing together into one big community. Humans, rockmen, feathermen, inkmen, snowmen, and others, they were all working together, contributing blood and sweat for the sake of building their wonderful homeland. Excellent. Silent Hill has been relocated already. All the famous mountains are distributed around the mini 5 regions. The most basic requirement has been met. We can now start developing the Earth Vein. Fang Yuan had been paying huge attention to the famous mountain relocation plan. After seeing the situation over at Silent Hill, he started to take action personally. In order to construct the Earth Vein, he had already created many immortal formations in the important areas of the mini 5 regions. At this moment, Fang Yuan willed as immortal essence was expended. The immortal formations started to activate on their own. The ground of the mini 5 regions was shaking with greater intensity as time passed. The variant humans living in the various areas were lost and confused, while some showed expressions of joy. What is happening? Is there another earthquake? Most of the mortal Gu masters did not understand the situation. Master has started to take action. Oh heavens, he is affecting the entire mini 5 regions in one go. This is truly a huge project. The Gu immortals sensed the situation. They all felt intense joy and also deeper admiration towards Fang Yuan. Rumble. The ground continued to rumble, but the extent was not too severe. There was not much loss from this. An earth vein started to form in a chain due to the effect of the Gu formations in various areas, using the famous mountains as its various nodes. This earth vein crossed through the mini 5 regions. It was present in mini Eastern Sea, mini Central Continent, mini Northern Plains, mini Southern Border, and mini Western Desert. If one looked from above, this earth vein would resemble an irregular geometric shape. The lines were very clear and simple. It barely covered the area of half the mini 5 regions. The earth vein was successfully constructed. The ground returned to normal. The immortal formations of various places came to a halt. They were basically fueled by immortal materials that were almost completely expended. The formations were now incomplete and could not be used again. Fang Yuan started to carefully assess the outcome. He was very patient and thorough. After some time, he nodded in satisfaction. It had gone according to plan. The entire earth vein was created perfectly. No flaws could be observed. Of course, this had to do with the simple design of the artificial earth vein. It was simply too crude. The truth was, the hardest part of the artificial earth vein project was not the creation of the earth vein. The problem was the way to gather enough famous mountains to use as the nodes of the various regions' earth vein. The second hardest thing was the method to create an artificial earth vein. The earth vein is completed in its initial state. It is quite crude now and does not have an immediate impact on the entire sovereign immortal aperture. In fact, it might even cause problems to occur frequently during this initial period. But after some time, when things go back to normal, the sovereign immortal aperture will become more stable than before. Fang Yuan estimated in his mind. He withdrew his attention from the sovereign immortal aperture and used cooking luck pot to inspect his luck again. With one glance, Fang Yuan's eyes shined. Joy was expressed in his gaze. The creation of his artificial earth vein had a huge effect on his luck. His luck was originally a grand pillar of silver light, but it was quite loose like cloud soil. It could scatter with one touch. Now, even though the silver pillar was smaller, it became more condensed. This was quite an assuring development. But the luck of the other Venerables has also grown stronger. Fang Yuan frowned to himself. At the top of the silver light pillar, 3 clouds were looming over it. They represented Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, and Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Star Constellation's cloud was still in control of the first level. It had expanded slightly. Spectral Soul was at the second level, while Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was at the third. But there was an odd scene now. Star Constellation's cloud seemed to be devouring Spectral Soul's cloud. This scene was quite confusing to Fang Yuan. He had many guesses in his mind, but he was not certain about anything. There was also another transformation. At the bottom of the silver light pillar, yellow-brown dust started to spin around it again. This earthy dust moved around the silver light pillar, seemingly stabilizing it. Through luck inspection, Fang Yuan confirmed that the artificial earth vein plan was very useful to himself. He became even more resolved to continue this plan. But after getting an earth vein, I can no longer use myriad beings assimilation transformation. Fang Yuan reminded himself. Myriad beings assimilation transformation killer move was the ultimate method of Beast Calamity Immortal. It contained the highest profundity of transformation path, able to turn down marks of all other paths into transformation path down marks. It could even influence heaven path down marks. Thus all sorts of tribulations could turn into beast calamities. Fang Yuan's main body could not use it anymore. This move that transformed Dao marks had a huge effect on the sovereign immortal aperture's habitat. Fang Yuan had a terrifying number of Dao marks now. Ignoring anything else, just refinement path Dao marks alone amounted to over 6 million. If these 6 million Dao marks suddenly turned into another path's Dao marks, the sovereign immortal aperture would not be able to adapt to the change. By then, a huge issue would occur in the environment. The terrifying tribulation that occurs would have unimaginable consequences. For example, it was like a fish swimming in water, but the water turned into lava. It was easy to guess the outcome of the fish. In the past, when Fang Yuan used myriad beings' assimilation transformation, the sovereign immortal aperture's development was still quite low. There were very few life forms inside. At that time, he also had far fewer Dao marks. If he used myriad beings' assimilation transformation now, there would be too many Dao marks transformed. It could not be done. But if he transformed fewer Dao marks instead, against Venerables, it would not have any purpose in combat. Immortal killer move, heaven and earth travel. At the next moment, Fang Yuan's main body went from eastern sea to southern border. A tall mountain peered into the clouds. Frost energy emanated from it. Its mountain roots were cut already. Fang Yuan was here to retrieve it after the preparations were done. This was Frosty Peak. Back then, Fang Yuan disguised as Wu Yihai and sneaked into Wu clan. He had gotten into conflict with Xia clan over this mountain. Frosty Peak was a famous mountain, of course. It produced ice and snowpath resources. However, the originally white and beautiful Frosty Peak was now littered with holes all over as a result of excessive excavation. Not only was it ugly, the production of resources was also affected. Thus, this Frosty Peak was sold to Fang Yuan by Wu clan. At this moment, there were many Gu immortals surrounding Frosty Peak. Other than the variant human Gu immortals that Fang Yuan dispatched, Wu clan's Gu immortals were here as well. Wu Yong was among them. Fang Yuan, have you been well? Wu Yong took the initiative to greet him, showing a complex expression at the same time. Chapter 2153, Lord Fang Yuan, time to get going. Wu Yong wanted to meet Fang Yuan personally. If the pursuit of Fang Yuan had just ended, Wu Yong would not dare to get close to him at all. Fang Yuan was the #1 demon in the world. Wu Yong would not dare to approach him. There was a threat of getting killed. It was too dangerous. But now was different. Fang Yuan had an entire series of methods for foreign affairs. He engaged in transactions with many major forces without using brute strength. The initial effect might be small, but after so long, super forces like Wu clan, Fang clan, and Chai clan could see that Fang Yuan was someone who could work with principles and rules. After these super forces reassessed Fang Yuan, they decided to work with him. It was not easy to reach this stage. Would a rabbit have the guts to make transactions with a wolf? But this man in front of me achieved this feat. Wu Yong looked at Fang Yuan while feeling complicated internally. Wu Yong was a current generation hero. His talent and aptitude were top-rate even among rank 8 Gu immortals. Seeing Fang Yuan's actions these days, even Wu Yong sighed to himself as he developed feelings of admiration. Having strength but not abusing it or bullying the weak casually. This was not something easy to achieve. On the surface, this seemed like the demeanor of someone with self-control and an understanding that one could not abuse their advantage or they would eventually falter. But the truth was, he was unaffected by greed or ambition. His logic had always suppressed other emotions. In the current world, no, throughout time, throughout the history of mankind, how many people could reach this stage? Fang Yuan could even make these weaker forces undergo transactions with him without worries. Initially, there was only Wu clan, but Wu Yong soon found that almost all super forces were transacting with him. They sold some useless famous mountains in exchange for the chance to refine rank 8 immortal Gu. This was not easy. It showed that Fang Yuan had incredible interpersonal skills. Be it through threatening or temptation, even if he used other methods, the result was that he succeeded. Fang Yuan is truly an incredible person. Even though he started from the demonic path, his mannerism and mindset has never been restrained by shallow ideas like factions. He can be righteous or demonic. He can either help the world or cause chaos in the world. Everything depends on the methods he adopts. Even throughout history, such a demon is truly the most terrifying. Being born in the same generation as this person is also my blessing. Wu Yong was wary of Fang Yuan. He had felt disappointment and rage because of Fang Yuan, but he had also gained morale and inspiration. He even saw the beauty of life because of Fang Yuan. Because from Fang Yuan, he saw himself. It was a testament to his own ideals. He had too many similarities with Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's series of actions during this period allowed Wu Yong to see Fang Yuan's vision. He knew that Fang Yuan was someone who saw 10 steps ahead of each action. Since everyone's opinions and actions have changed because of Fang Yuan, why can't I try to cooperate even more deeply with him? After losing Hu Land, Wu Yong developed this thought. What to do with an enemy you could not beat? The best way was to cooperate with them, to turn from enemies to allies. Cooperating with Fang Yuan had huge potential for gains. It was very helpful to Wu clan. Wu Yong was someone with high restraint, but he also had the honor of the righteous path. Except that the honor of an ambitionist like him was worth less than a piece of paper. As long as the benefits were high enough, Wu Yong could tear this paper into pieces with no second thought. Thus, Wu Yong took the initiative to come and meet with Fang Yuan personally. He wanted to talk and try to see if he could deepen their cooperation. Seeing Wu Yong, Fang Yuan also revealed a faint smile. Wu Yong had once chased after his life, but so what? If you can kill me, that is testament to your strength. This is a world where the strongest survive. If I die because of you, that is because I am weak. It is my own lack of capability. It is my fault. The weak were devoured by the strong. Was this not a natural thing? Thus, in Fang Yuan's heart, he had never felt any pointless hatred or grudge. Wu Yong came here of his own accord. His intention to cooperate was obvious. Then let's cooperate. For Fang Yuan, working with Wu Clan had benefits and gains too. Wu Yong was the leader of the Southern Alliance, while Wu Clan was the #1 superforce in Southern Border. They would become a role model for other forces if they chose to cooperate. Like how Fang Yuan traded with other forces for famous mountains, he had used Wu Clan's transaction records to tempt them. But just when Fang Yuan was about to talk with Wu Yong, a Gu immortal flew over in the sky. This Gu immortal was dressed in a gray hemp garment and conical hat. He had a muscular body and a chin that was wide and thick. It was Lu Weiyin. He had always been calm and composed, but now, he showed an anxious expression. Lu Weiyin saw Fang Yuan and shouted from afar, "Lord Fang Yuan, I finally found you. What's the matter?" Fang Yuan smiled. Lu Weiyin flew towards Fang Yuan, casting a glance at Wu Yong but not greeting him. Wu Yong became quite curious. He had never seen Lu Weiyin in such a frantic state. Lu Weiyin spoke directly in front of Fang Yuan. "Lord Fang Yuan, do you know that yesterday, Divine Emperor City brought Heavenly Court's immortals from Central Continent straight towards Northern Plains' crazed demon cave?" Oh, Fang Yuan's expression moved slightly. Lu Weiyin continued, "Star Constellation Immortal Venerable has likely revived. If she joins up with Heavenly Court, they will be able to work together. Crazed demon cave situation will be very dangerous. There is no time. We need to head there immediately and take control of the situation." What? Wu Yong heard this and felt incredibly shocked. What in the world was going on? Why were Heavenly Court and Crazed Demon Cave involved in something? Wu Yong was very perceptive. He immediately realized that this was an incredibly important fight. Regardless of the result, it would definitely affect the entire Gu immortal world, as well as the 5 regions and 2 heavens. But Fang Yuan was not anxious. He consoled Lu Weiyin. "Your information network is really broad. But don't worry, don't be anxious. I still have matters to settle." Saying this, Fang Yuan used a method to put Frosty Peak into the sovereign immortal aperture. "How can I not be anxious?" Lu Weiyin took off his hat as he stared with wide eyes, urging, "We are going against Heavenly Court and Longevity Heaven. The location is also Limitless Demon Venerables' Crazed Demon Cave, as well as that secluded domain of Heaven and Earth, Primordial Domain. Lord Fang Yuan, we cannot lose our initiative in this fight." What? Heavenly Court, Longevity Heaven, Limitless Demon Venerable, and Primordial Domain? The secluded domain of Heaven and Earth recorded in The Legends of Renzu? Wu Yong had more and more questions in his mind. He felt more anxious as well. He wanted to know everything. Fang Yuan had a solemn expression. "I know that you want to make contributions. I've already promised you. If Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable wants to revive, I will help you. But I have my own judgment towards the situation. If I do not use my time to strengthen myself, how can I go up against the Venerables? There is no need to rush me any further." This, Lu Weiyin pondered without speaking further. Fang Yuan turned to Wu Yong as he smiled again. "Wu Yong, regarding the sale of famous mountains, I think we can expand the scale of transactions. For example, Moon Bowl, Corpse Mountain, Phoenix Peak, or Corpse Emperor Yuding Tian, and others." Wu Yong showed a difficult expression. "These famous mountains have higher value than Frosty Peak. The true value of Phoenix Peak is that phoenixes will gather every year to lay eggs. If you take the mountain, it might not have great value anymore. As for Corpse Emperor Yuding Tian or Corpse Mountain, they are things that Wu Clan needs. Not long ago, we obtained the enslavement path, true inheritance of the Corpse Emperor. We are trying to develop and use it. These 2 mountains are not for sale. As for Moon Bowl, as long as the price is reasonable, we can consider selling it." Wu Yong spoke with a sincere tone, but his mind was wandering elsewhere. He had been anticipating this conversation for a long time. But because of Lu Weiyin's words earlier, Wu Yong's attention was drawn away to the issue instead. Fang Yuan negotiated with Wu Yong for some time. Lu Weiyin was left unattended beside them. Fang Yuan truly needed more famous mountains now. Even though the earlier transactions were helpful, they were mostly useless mountains. But if Wu Clan led the transaction, this huge deal between Fang Yuan and Southern Border superforces could go one step further. After the discussion, Fang Yuan waved his sleeves. "All right, I'll see you both another time." Lu Weiyin stretched out his hand. Lord Fang Yuan. Before leaving, Fang Yuan cast a cold glance at him. I have other matters to attend to. Lu Weiyin could not speak any of the words that he had bottled up inside. At the next moment, heaven and earth travel was activated. Fang Yuan vanished on the spot. He really had things to do. This time, he went to Rotten Mud Mountain and took the mountain. Sigh. Lu Weiyin sighed deeply to himself. Wu Yong smiled. We have not met for some time. Why don't we? Lu Weiyin waved his hand. Wu Yong, I have matters to attend to. When I am free, I will definitely visit Wui Mountain. Saying so, Lu Weiyin left. He did not have the mood to explain things to Wu Yong. Wu Yong also had a bunch of bottled-up questions. He felt horrible internally. He immediately turned his gaze towards the variant human Gu immortals that were present. His smile did not change. He asked these people, but what did these variant human Gu immortals know? The leader replied calmly, without Master's permission, how can us subordinates speak out of line? Please do not blame us, Lord Wu Yong. We need to continue moving the mountains. Wu Yong was helpless as he watched these people leave. Even though he spoke to Fang Yuan and achieved his original goal, Wu Yong could not be happy. He sensed acutely that he was starting to get left behind by Fang Yuan and others. He had no idea what was going on in Crazed Demon Cave, for example. No wonder Fang Yuan is trying to work with the major forces. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable revived? One can only imagine the pressure he is facing. Maybe I should use this to haggle for more conditions with Fang Yuan. After understanding Fang Yuan's difficulties, Wu Yong started to develop some thoughts. Wait. His eyes burst with bright light. Lu Weiyin could have transmitted those words to Fang Yuan. Why did he speak in front of me purposely? It is likely that I can gain more information by asking him. He rejected me earlier to try to raise his status and get a higher price. Wu Yong smiled bitterly internally. He knew that if he contacted Lu Weiyin now, he would be extorted by the latter. But if he did not ask for information, how could he know if there was a chance to benefit from this situation? Chapter 2154. Looting Everything Immemorial White Heaven. Intense winds blew. Fang Yuan's hair fluttered in the wind as a result. After preparation, he activated his killer move. A rank 8 Earth Path Grotto Heaven was devoured by the sovereign immortal aperture under Fang Yuan's method. Like what he did earlier, Fang Yuan did not annex this Grotto Heaven wholly. He chose to split it into different portions and place them into the sovereign immortal aperture's various areas. Of course, because this was a Rockman Earth Path Grotto Heaven, most of it landed in the Mini 5 regions. Only a small portion ended up in the Mini 9 heavens. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture, as profound light faded, a mountain range appeared in Mini Central Continent out of nowhere. It's here, our tribe's myriad ravine mountain range. Sure, Sanbai was incredibly excited. Yes, this is our former sacred mountain, but now that it is inside the sovereign immortal aperture, it has become quite ordinary. Sure, Guabai had a complex expression. He felt dejected but also happy. These few Rockman Gu immortals gathered together for this moment. They were the Gu immortals of this former Grotto Heaven, but they were sent into Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture in advance. During this period of time, their cultivation levels rose rapidly. They also gained many immortal Gu. They were simply on a whole new level than before. Let's go in. The Rockman Gu immortals flew into Myriad Ravine mountain range. Greetings to Supreme Ancestor. The ancestors have finally returned. Myriad Ravine mountain range still had a large number of Rockman Gu masters. After seeing the Rockman Gu immortals, they cheered loudly. Indeed, this is our new home. We have a bright future living here. After the Rockman Gu immortals gave them a speech, they started to take action. They had missions to do. This Myriad Ravine mountain range was a famous mountain too. It was going to be one of the cores of an earth vein. Fang Yuan spent several hours annexing this Earth Path Grotto Heaven. During the process, certain changes developed in various places across the sovereign immortal aperture. In Star Collection City, Combat Beast King held the fort as he observed the commotions in the sovereign immortal aperture along with other Gu immortals. During this period of time, Master annexed several Grotto Heavens and caused the Dao marks to rise in number. It can be expected that the various areas of the sovereign immortal aperture will have increasing commotion over time, with rising intensity. Isn't this good? The more incidents there are, the more missions we have to do. Sigh, when will our tribe's Grotto Heaven be annexed by Master? The Gu immortals talked among themselves, feeling expectant towards their future prospects. Their mindsets had already changed drastically. In the past, they were against Fang Yuan annexing their Grotto Heavens, but now the situation was different. They looked forward to it. It was as if they could not gain their master's acknowledgement if their Grotto Heaven had not been annexed. Many Gu immortals who had their immortal apertures annexed felt that they were a true part of the sovereign immortal aperture. They felt superior to the Gu immortals of the two heavens. Lord Fang Yuan, Lord Fang Yuan, Lu Weiyin shouted. He flew over from afar. Fang Yuan turned around and smiled. It has been tough on you. You came all the way here to immemorial White Heaven. Lu Weiyin smiled bitterly. He said in an urgent tone, Lord Fang Yuan, you must know why I came here. Let's set off now. Do you know that yesterday, a rank 8 immortal Gu house flew from immemorial Black Heaven to Crazed Demon Cave? Fang Yuan nodded. Many people saw that. The immortal Gu house should be the one that giant sun immortal venerable left behind. Luck suppression heavenly palace, right? Indeed. Lu Weiyin nodded continuously, staring at Fang Yuan. Right now? Longevity Heaven and Heavenly Court have moved. If we still do not start taking action, we are going to lose this prime opportunity. Fang Yuan nodded. Fine, let's go. Really? Lu Weiyin heard the answer he wanted, but he could not believe it. These last days, he had used information path methods to urge Fang Yuan to go, but he kept on refusing it. To think that Fang Yuan was actually going to move now. Can I confirm when Lord Fang Yuan will go? Lu Weiyin was still in disbelief. Fang Yuan smiled. How about now? Lu Weiyin was overjoyed. Lord Fang Yuan is truly resolute. That is the best answer. Let's go. Let's go. The truth was, Fang Yuan had already decided to go to Crazed Demon Cave now. He had already used up all of the dream realms. His attainment levels rose accordingly. Quasi-Supreme Grandmaster, Refinement Path, Time Path, Enslavement Path, Great Grandmaster, Theft Path, Transformation Path, Rule Path, Chi Path, Fire Path, Wisdom Path, Water Path, Earth Path, Poison Path, Grandmaster, Blood Path, Strength Path, Star Path, Dark Path, Formation Path, Soul Path, Sword Path, Human Path, Wood Path, Food Path, Phantom Path, Luck Path, Ice and Snow Path, Master, Dream Path, Space Path, Metal Path, Wind Path, Cloud Path, Lightning Path, Information Path, Light Path, Sound Path. As for the remaining paths like Bone Path, they were not at master level yet, but he still had some progress. Heaven Path was the same. Even though he did not reach Spectral Soul's level, Fang Yuan's attainment levels were already top rate in the current world. Be it breadth or depth, he could be considered the #1 person in the world. After all, Spectral Soul lost his attainment levels after leaving behind the Dream Realms, while Star Constellation and Giant Sun would not retain their Supreme Grandmaster attainment levels even if they revived now. Of course, he still had insufficiencies. For example, Painting Path, Weapon Path, and others, they were completely blank. These paths were just too rare. Painting Path was intentionally concealed by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable, while Weapon Path was crudely created by Heavenly Court's Gu Immortal Che Wei recently. With the rise of attainment level, Fang Yuan could annex more Grotto Heavens. The Sovereign Immortal Aperture reached its limit once again. If there was some time to digest the new gains, the Sovereign Immortal Aperture would become more stable. But there was neither time nor opportunity. Through luck inspection, Fang Yuan found that the situation had worsened again. Even though there was still leeway, it had clearly gotten quite severe. With a resolute decision, Fang Yuan immediately went to Northern Plains with Lu Weiyin. Ever since that pursuit battle over Fang Yuan ended, he had already used all his time to the limit, recuperating and raising his strength as much as he could. Now, it was time to face the Venerables head-on. Years had passed. Fang Yuan returned to Crazed Demon Cave again. Initially, when he first came here, he only had rank 7 cultivation level and was restricted by an alliance agreement. Now, he looked down towards Crazed Demon Cave, ready to engage in battle with Venerables. The first layer of Crazed Demon Cave was a huge land of yellow soil. This was a huge cave. It was almost circular at the entrance, spanning hundreds of kilometers. It looked extremely grand. Inside the cave, there was a lush rainforest, filled with the colors yellow and green. Desolate beasts formed into groups. Vines and trees tangled together. Growling could be heard everywhere. It was a primitive sight. We will go down from there, Lu Weiyin said. No rush. Fang Yuan raised his hand. These immortal materials are useful to me. He opened his immortal aperture's entrance. Many variant human Gu immortals were let out. These Gu immortals were talking among themselves. They went down in groups, causing chaos in the entire first layer. Quick, there is a desolate plant here. Dig it up, bring it back. Oh, there's a group of desolate beast monkeys here. Let's work together. Squeak, squeak. The monkey group cried out together. These rocks are immortal materials. Bring them back. Bring them all back. These are all contribution points. The Gu immortals worked enthusiastically. They were like a group of bandits that entered a mortal village. Even though the first layer of Crazed Demon Cave had wild beasts and plants, Fang Yuan's subordinates were superior in numbers. There were also many rank 8 Gu immortals among them that possessed rank 8 immortal Gu and rank 8 killer moves. The first layer of Crazed Demon Cave was completely looted. Lu Weiyin watched with a dazed expression. In just this short period of time, how did Fang Yuan's subordinates become so strong? Didn't their strength rise too absurdly? I have too many people under me. Our resource expenditure is very high, especially when I made the artificial earth vein recently. This is really embarrassing. Fang Yuan smiled. Lu Weiyin quickly waved his hand. Of course not. I feel admiration towards you instead. In the current world, only Lord Fang Yuan is capable of making use of these chaotic immortal materials. Because Crazed Demon Cave had demonic sounds at set intervals, Dao marks would become chaotic and all the immortal materials would be useless. Living beings would rampage and lose their senses. Even rank 8 Gu immortals became lunatics in such an environment. A while later, the first layer that was filled with vitality became a barren land. The variant human Gu immortals were still not satisfied, as they brought the vast amount of resources back into the sovereign immortal aperture. Fang Yuan and Lu Weiyin went into the second layer after that. Crazed Demon Cave's second layer was an incredibly hot land of burning rocks. A large amount of rocks were piled up together, big and small. The large ones were like huge elephants, the small ones were like pebbles. These Gu materials also had chaotic Dao marks, but they were mostly made of Fire Path and Earth Path Dao marks. Take them all. Fang Yuan ordered. The variant human Gu immortals moved again. They swept the area like a locust swarm, emptying the entire second layer. After that, Fang Yuan and Lu Weiyin went into the third layer. The third layer was covered in dense fog. It had a vast number of fogworms and cloud bamboos. These life forms were also senseless and chaotic. They were all taken down or chopped down and collected by the variant human Gu immortals. There was even a fog city here, a ghost city of dead people. The Gu immortals who died in Crazed Demon Cave gathered together with vengeance and created this fog city. When Fang Yuan came here before, he avoided it as he had rank 7 cultivation level. If he entered it, he would definitely die. There was no way to escape. But it was different now. Fog City. Mine. Take it away. After looting everything in his path, Fang Yuan arrived at the 7th layer of Crazed Demon Cave. He spent much less time compared to his previous expedition. Back then, Fang Yuan was led by not immortal. They kept taking detours. The deeper they went, the more turns they had to make. Sometimes, the straight distance seemed to be short, but they had to make a long detour. With their strength back then, detours actually saved them more time than taking a straight path. But now, Fang Yuan moved unhindered. No matter what obstacles he met along the way, he placed them all into the sovereign immortal aperture. The 7th layer of Crazed Demon Cave was filled with bright colors. The rocks, grass, soil, and trees were all shining in bright lights. Every piece of soil or rock here was a quasi-rank 9 immortal material. But the Dao marks were chaotic. They could not be used at all. Of course, that was the case for most Gu immortals in the world. Chapter 2155. Paradise Earth's Sacred Tomb. Fang Yuan was the exception, of course. As demonic sounds rang, Fang Yuan had already prepared himself. Back then, he was able to deal with the demonic sounds. Now, it was simply too easy. Under the demonic sounds' influence, Dao marks of the same path in the 7th layer gathered together and formed large areas of beautiful rainbow lights. They were no longer as scattered and random as before. Such an incredible sight. Lu Weiyin sighed in amazement. At the next moment, he saw Fang Yuan taking out Immortal Gu House Thieves' Den Steel Dao Killer move activated. Large numbers of Dao marks were stolen, forming into corresponding rank 9 immortal materials within Thieves' Denver. These rank 9 immortal materials were very pure. They only had one path's Dao marks. They had immense value. Lu Weiyin watched. He became tongue-tied. He estimated that in just over 10 breaths of time, Fang Yuan obtained at least 3 rank 9 immortal materials. Rank 9 immortal materials. Wasn't he obtaining them simply too easily? Fang Yuan and Lu Weiyin moved together. Everywhere they went, large areas of Dao marks vanished. The beautiful sight turned into something that resembled cheese gnawed by rats. Everywhere Fang Yuan went, there were large pieces of black and white spots. Lu Weiyin watched. His eyes turned slightly red. Fang Yuan's gains were too huge. The benefits were large enough for him to feel envy internally. Such wealth, he's earned a fortune. This is the first time I've seen anyone gain a vast number of rank 9 immortal materials so easily. Lu Weiyin shouted internally to himself. He could no longer guess how many rank 9 immortal materials Fang Yuan had obtained. The only thing he was knew, his gains were huge, enormous, unthinkable. Continuing to move forward, they finally arrived at the entrance of the 8th layer. Fang Yuan's expression was slightly pale. The burden of using Thieves' Den and the killer move Steel Dao along the way was not small, especially in terms of immortal essence expenditure. Lu Weiyin became slightly worried. Lord Fang Yuan, do pay attention to your immortal essence storage. No need to worry. Fang Yuan smiled mildly. I have rank 8 Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus. Lu Weiyin heard this and his expression froze before replying. Impressive, impressive, as befitting of Lord Fang Yuan. At the entrance, Fang Yuan saw 3 paths ahead again. One path was filled with golden light. Lux surged around it. It was the luck path left behind by Giant Sun, Immortal Venerable. One path was dark and horrifying. Killing intent filled it. It was the soul path left behind by Spectral Soul when he entered the 8th layer. One path was humble and plain, giving a virtuous aura. It was Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's path. Because Lu Weiyin had methods prepared beforehand, he could enter Paradise Earth's path. But Fang Yuan waved his hand. Thieves' Den activated. The 3 paths were completely devoured. They disappeared. A large number of rank 9 immortal materials were produced as a result. Lu Weiyin moved his lips, but he did not manage to say anything. He followed Fang Yuan into the 8th layer wordlessly. Nothingness. This was a boundless void that resembled a huge ocean with no shore in sight. Fang Yuan and Lu Weiyin who entered were like 2 bugs in the ocean, extremely minuscule and insignificant. Fang Yuan had once come here. He had a deep impression of the place. In this boundless void, countless worlds were created and destroyed, deriving brand new heaven path Dao marks. He had once tried to enter the 9th layer, but he did not succeed. This void was evidently the profundity of Phantom Path, but Fang Yuan did not have Phantom Path attainment back then. He could not deduce the location of the 9th layer's entrance. This time, he came prepared. His Phantom Path attainment level had reached Grandmaster. Immediately, Fang Yuan used his Phantom Path method. At the next moment, Fang Yuan raised his brows. The void here is different from the one I experienced last time. But Fang Yuan could not point out the exact difference. Even though he made huge progress in Phantom Path, he was still very far from understanding or breaking Limitless Demon Venerable's 8th layer arrangements. Please follow me. Lu Weiyin activated a certain killer move and found his direction, leading the way. Fang Yuan followed after Lu Weiyin. Along the way, he saw worlds created and destroyed. It was truly an extraordinary sight. But different from before, these worlds were moving along the void. No matter which world it was, they went in the same direction. Fang Yuan's deductions finally had some results. He was evidently moved. I understand now. This void is contracting. At the final moment, all of the worlds and heaven path Dao marks will be squeezed together. They will be completely fused into one. Is this Limitless Demon Venerable's plan? Lu Weiyin shook his head. I only know the location of Yellow Earth Great World. We need to hurry and head there. The 2 immortals flew for a few more hours before finally seeing their destination. This is... Lu Weiyin expressed shock on his face, because he did not just see Yellow Earth Great World. He also saw the worlds that Reckless Savage and Genesis Lotus left behind. Fang Yuan squinted. The 3 great worlds are fusing into one. Not just that. There are also many small worlds following beside them. These worlds were motionless within the void. Each world was like a bubble. The 3 great worlds were the largest bubbles, being green, yellow, and red respectively. The 3 worlds were joined together at the center. The periphery was filled with smaller bubbles that were linked to the surface of the 3 great world bubbles. Oh no, Lord, please look. Lu Weiyin pointed at the yellow bubble and said anxiously. Fang Yuan turned his gaze and saw that Yellow Earth Great World was currently attacked by the joint efforts of the other 2 great worlds. Even though the view outside the bubble was quite vague, Fang Yuan and Lu Weiyin could still sense the intensity of the battle inside. Especially when the connecting area of the 3 worlds was filled with corpses, it was the most intense area of the battle. Lord, with my method, Yellow Earth Great World will not resist us. Let's go and reinforce them. Lu Weiyin charged in like a falling meteor. Fang Yuan followed after him. His body was also shrouded in a yellow light. It was this yellow light that allowed them to easily pass through the bubble and enter Yellow Earth Great World. Looking at the Great World, the thing that attracted Fang Yuan's gaze the most was that huge mound at the center. This mound resembled a mountain. The mountain itself was quite flat. It looked man-made. But Fang Yuan could see the true essence of the mountain at first glance. This is Tomb Earth of the 10 Earths? This is such a huge tomb. This unprecedented tomb had a tombstone on it. The tombstone had 6 words written on it. Tomb of Paradise, Earth Immortal Venerable. Seemingly sensing Lu Weiyin and Fang Yuan, the tomb suddenly emitted a grand pillar of light. It rose up into the skies, resembling a pillar that held up heaven itself. The entire battlefield froze. Everyone's eyes were attracted to it. The sacred tomb is shining. Heaven and earth can bear testament to it. Our sage has arrived. After a few breaths of time, a huge roar erupted in Yellow Earth Great World. It was like a huge tsunami. The people of Yellow Earth Great World became energized and surged with morale. They started to counterattack. Green Lotus Great World. This was the Tao field of Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. Look at it. Forests and vegetation were abundant. It was filled with greenery and vitality, giving off an unfathomable aura. In this densely green world, there was a black and white mountain. At the peak of the mountain, there were rows of chairs that extended downwards. The top two chairs were unoccupied, while Qin Dingling sat at the fourth seat. Fang Yuan and Lu Weiyin arrived after all. After receiving the information, Qin Dingling snorted coldly. During the pursuit battle against Fang Yuan, Lu Weiyin took the initiative to help Fang Yuan. Not only did he help to kill Spectral Soul, he even helped Fang Yuan escape. Lu Weiyin was Southern Border's Paradise Earth inheritor. After that, Paradise Earth's intention to cooperate with Fang Yuan became obvious. The Paradise Earth sacred tomb at the center of Yellow Earth Great World was also openly seen to everyone. The Gu immortals of the three worlds knew of it. Thus, there was nothing strange about Lu Weiyin and Fang Yuan showing up here. Qin Dingling gritted her teeth as she said, "Currently, we need to split up into two groups. One group will advance and attack Yellow Earth Great World. The other will aid Demon Judgment Board in suppressing and resisting Savage Wilderness Great World, as well as restraining Longevity Heaven. As for the other Gu immortals, you can go conquer the small worlds in groups." Originally, our side was cooperating with Longevity Heaven to devour Yellow Earth Great World. But now that Fang Yuan and Lu Weiyin showed up, Yellow Earth Great World is no longer meat on the chopping block. We can suffer losses if we are careless. Saying so, Qin Dingling stood up and bowed to the Gu immortal on the third seat. "Lady Ming Hao, please allow this subordinate to use Divine Emperor City and personally lead the group invading Yellow Earth Great World to resist Fang Yuan." Qin Dingling was originally the leader of Heavenly Court, but here, she was only fourth place. She had to obey the three fairies at the top. Currently, the first and second fairies were not around. Only the third fairy Ming Hao was here to control the situation. This fairy Ming Hao had the appearance of a 3 to 4-year-old girl. She was cute and delicate. Her large eyes shined with sparkling starlight specks. She blinked her large and shiny eyes. She pondered before replying with a childish voice. "I've heard of Fang Yuan, but do you need to deal with him personally? Let them go instead." Saying so, her tiny arm waved as a Gu worm flew out. This information path Gu worm flew to the middle of the mountain and landed in front of two Gu immortals. These were neither human nor variant human Gu immortals. One was an old tree with a thin and dry trunk. It had countless branches of different length but had no leaves on them. It had thin and long roots that numbered to 100. The tree's name was Mu Cha Lang. The other was a long bamboo that was green like jade. Its name was Qing Hao Zi. Qing Hao Zi floated in the air, casually and peacefully sleeping. Mu Cha Lang was lying on the mountain rock that seemed like a chair, its branches wrapped around a small rock like a person resting his legs on a stool. It was very relaxed. After seeing the information path Gu worm, Mu Cha Lang stood up immediately. It extended its branches to nudge Qing Hao Zi. "Stop sleeping. Stop sleeping. The sage has sent an order." Qing Hao Zi waved back and forth because of the nudge, but it did not land on the ground. After getting awakened, it straightened its body and remained in the air. "To think that we are going to move out so quickly." Next, the two immortals left the mountain, leading their troops to the front lines. Chapter 2156, Heaven Extremity Guy May Savage Wilderness Great World. A grand and ancient dark gold palace floated in the sky. It was Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace. Within the palace, Bing Sai Chuan sat on a cushion with one information path Immortal Gu on the tiny table in front of him. Several Gu immortals were standing towards his left and right. Bing Sai Chuan stared at the information path Immortal Gu. He frowned slightly. Fang Yuan and Lu Weiyin came together. It created a huge uncertainty in the battle of the three great worlds. What should Longevity Heaven, which occupied Savage Wilderness Great World, do? Should they retreat first, or send more people to probe Fang Yuan's strength? Bing Sai Chuan could not decide immediately. He thought for a while, and cast his gaze towards the first person on his left. A fatty was sitting there. The fatty was lying down on the table, fast asleep. There was even saliva flowing out of his mouth, onto his sleeves and the table below. Bam bam bam. Bing Sai Chuan knocked on the table with his knuckles several times. The fatty was woken up by this noise. He opened his sleepy eyes and asked in a daze, "What happened?" Bing Sai Chuan withheld his anger. "Guy Mei, you are the Heaven Extremity. You cultivate wisdom path. The newest information is here. I want you to deduce what our following actions should be." Saying this, the information path Immortal Gu flew and landed on the fatty's head. The fatty did not use his hand to touch it. He looked into the Immortal Gu directly. His pupils shrank immediately. "What? That demon Fang Yuan is here." The fatty shrugged. "See, weren't my previous deductions correct?" Bing Sai Chuan knocked on the table again. "I want you to deduce what action our side should take for this situation. Originally, Yellow Earth Great World was weak. With our control over Savage Wilderness Great World and Heavenly Court's control over Green Lotus Great World, we could invade Yellow Earth Great World and strengthen ourselves before deciding the victor between us. But now that Lu Weiyin and Fang Yuan appeared in Yellow Earth Great World, if we attack it by force, they might counterattack and expend our strength instead. Bing Sichuan was not afraid of Fang Yuan's counterattack. He was worried about the impact on the overall situation instead. After all, the current situation was more complex than before. The three worlds were resisting each other. If any two forces went ahead and fought too intensely, the third force would benefit. Then let me deduce it. The fatty Gu immortal, Heaven Extremity Guy waved his loose sleeves and stretched out 5 fat fingers. He pretended to make a deduction. Oh, I deduced it. Let's follow our original plan. Guy said. Bing Sichuan watched with a dumbfounded expression. Can you use your immortal Gu to activate a killer move and make a proper deduction? Guy blinked innocently. What? How did you know I was pretending? You actually found out. You are so smart. You must be the wisdom path cultivator instead, right? Veins bulged on Bing Sichuan's forehead. Do you think you are Southern Borders Wu Yong? You have no methods to conceal your aura. Hurry up and make a deduction. Guy waved his wide sleeves again, exposing his 5 fat fingers. He was about to make a deduction when he suddenly sighed. Sigh. Forget it. The killer move is too tiring to activate. Why don't we just ask our Lord Ancestor instead? Bing Sichuan was livid with anger. He shouted. Absolutely not. Our Lord is working with Earth Extremity, Black Extremity, and Space Extremity to deduce Limitless Demon Venerables plot. How can we disturb him? Currently, Heavenly Court already has the initiative. They obtained Book Mountain. We are relying on our Lord to have any hope of catching up to Heavenly Court. Heaven Extremity, can't you see the big picture? Guy pouted unhappily. Stop calling me Heaven Extremity all the time. I didn't even want to be Heaven Extremity. You guys forced it on me. Yellow Extremity Jiaohua, who was sitting beside Guy, tried to convince him. Brother Guy, just help out and make the deductions. This is not just about the strength of Yellow Earth Great World. It also concerns Fang Yuan's possible actions. This demon Fang Yuan has no regard for his identity as a human. I am more worried that he might relocate the local Gu immortals of Yellow Earth Great World and the ones he captures from our forces into the sovereign immortal aperture. Look at what he did in the 5 regions. He recruited the variant humans to become his subordinates and almost rejected nobody. In my opinion, it is likely he would do this. In that case, it might foil our Lord's plans. Jiao He spoke, trying his best to convince Guy but he still shook his head, smiling instead. Actually, you guys don't have to be so worried. Isn't Heavenly Court just as worried as us? Let's see what Heavenly Court is doing now, wouldn't that do? They are guarded by star constellation Immortal Venerable. She is the #1 wisdom path expert in history. She is definitely better than me at deductions. Jiao He's expression froze. Even so, if Heavenly Court deduces first, they will gain the initiative. If we join them in their plan, we will fall behind them. Regardless, I am not going to work. Guy rolled his eyes as he went back to sleep on the table. Jiaohua and Bing Sichuan stared at him angrily, but he completely ignored them. Charge with me. Force back all of these enemies. Charge. Thousands of Gu masters engaged in battle on the ground. The front lines looked disorderly. Blood flowed everywhere. The sky was the battlefield for Gu immortals as they fought. More than 10 Gu immortals engaged in a chaotic battle at once. On the ground, Yellow Earth Great World's Gu Master Army launched a powerful counterattack, while in the sky, Yellow Earth Great World's Gu Immortals were suppressed. Yellow Earth Great World Sage had already descended. The Gu Masters were spirited and motivated, but in the battle between Gu Immortals, morale alone could not make up for their difference in strength. After all, Yellow Earth Great World had fewer Gu Immortals than Green Lotus Great World. This could not be helped. The 3 Great Worlds were made one after another. Savage Wilderness Great World had the longest history, but it had a lot of internal conflict over the years. Green Lotus Great World was second, while Yellow Earth Great World was the most recent. After all, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable was the most recent Venerable. Yellow Earth Great World had very few Gu Immortals to begin with. It was even attacked by the joint force of 2 other worlds. They had fewer and fewer Gu Immortals gradually. The situation was dire. Our sages have arrived. There is still hope. I will defend Yellow Earth Great World. I will defend my homeland. The Gu Immortals of Yellow Earth Great World shouted together, raising their morale. Green Lotus Side laughed coldly. Even if your sages arrive, they cannot stop us from killing you guys. You have sages, but so do we. The result of this battle will not change. We don't want to do this too, but we have orders from our sage. We need to kill all of you and devour all the worlds to prevent the apocalypse from happening. The Green Lotus Gu Immortals continued to attack. Yellow Earth's Gu Immortals were specialized in defense. Even though the situation was dangerous, they were barely able to hold the line, struggling at the brink of defeat. Right at this time, from the huge tunnel connecting Yellow Earth Great World and Green Lotus Great World, two armies appeared. They were led by the Gu immortals Qing Haozi and Mu Chalang. Immortal killer move, spring upon withered tree. Mu Chalang shouted as green leaves appeared all over its entire tree body. The new leaves flew out and landed on the Green Lotus Gu immortals. The Green Lotus Gu immortals were not severely injured to begin with. Their large injuries became small, while their small injuries healed completely. The condition of the Green Lotus Gu immortals improved immediately. Immortal killer move, Green Life Taker. Qing Haozi flew with extreme speed, creating a green trail in the sky, piercing the body of a Yellow Earth Gu immortal. The Yellow Earth Great Worlds Gu immortal was a black bear. It grabbed its empty chest. After gasping, it fell to the ground. The Yellow Earth Gu immortals were anguished. After dealing the fatal blow, Qing Haozi looked at these Gu immortals arrogant and said, "The sacred mountain gave orders. You will all die." Mu Chalang laughed loudly. "So what if your sage is here? The eventual victor will only be our Green Lotus Great World." At the same time, in another battlefield, Savage Wilderness Great World's main forces were fighting against another group of Yellow Earth Great World inhabitants. Die, die, die. A six-legged black tiger that was as large as a mountain charged around in the sky. It managed to grab a Yellow Earth Great World Gu immortal. "I finally caught you." The six-legged black tiger laughed and exerted force with both claws. Swoosh! With a soft sound, the giant-like Yellow Earth Gu immortal was torn into two by the six-legged black tiger, dying on the spot. Ha! The six-legged black tiger laughed loudly. The giant's blood spurted all over its face. The tiger licked and showed a maniacal and bloodthirsty expression. Little Rock Monarch was killed by He Lu Biao. "Let's retreat. We are not these people's match." "Indeed, our sage has already arrived. Let's return and ask him to take charge of us." The Gu Master armies were still fighting on the ground, but in the sky, Yellow Earth Great Worlds Gu immortals had lost their fighting spirit. They wanted to retreat. Suddenly, there was an eagle cry as white light flashed in the sky. Everyone turned to look. They saw a snow-winged eagle pecking a Yellow Earth Gu immortal and devouring him whole. Shueli Du. He ate another person. The Yellow Earth Gu immortals were furious and shocked. Snow-winged eagle Shueli Du said in a shrill voice, "Escape? Don't even think of running." The morale of the Yellow Earth Gu immortals collapsed at once. At Paradise Earth's sacred tomb, King Kula greets both sages. Big Rock Monarch greets both sages. "We implore you, please save our Yellow Earth Great World." A group of Gu immortals knelt on the ground. They were either beasts or plants. Some even had peculiar forms. Some seemed like they had been formed from casually molded clay. Some were like children's doodles. There were no pure humans. These Yellow Earth Gu immortals were all injured. Some had severe injuries, on the brink of death. But because of the commotion that Fang Yuan and Lu Weiyin caused when they arrived, these sick and injured Gu immortals came over. Fang Yuan took a glance at them, seeing a familiar person. This was a giant gray fish. It resembled a goldfish but had the size of a whale. When Fang Yuan first entered the 8th layer, he met with this fish and forcefully enslaved it. It was named Little Flower. Right now, as Little Flower saw Fang Yuan, it was very excited and wanted to say something. But in this situation, it chose to control its emotions as the timing was inappropriate. Fang Yuan nodded, saying, "I wanted to see the ones behind Green Lotus Dao Field as well." "Lord Fang Yuan, you cannot attack rashly." Lu Weiyin suddenly transmitted. Fang Yuan looked at Lu Weiyin with a peculiar gaze, seemingly saying, "Didn't you invite me here because of my battle strength?" Chapter 2157. Rushing forward together, Lu Weiyin secretly transmitted as he explained in detail. "Lord Fang Yuan, you may not know this. Because of your high battle strength, it will trigger a retaliative method from Limitless Demon Venerable. After our obvious arrival, why did Heavenly Court send more troops to provoke us? It was to probe our strength and try to lure you into attacking, which would be the best outcome for them. What are the details about this?" Fang Yuan asked. Lu Weiyin smiled bitterly. "I'm not sure about the exact situation, but I know that Limitless Demon Venerable exerted huge effort to create Crazed Demon Cave back then. It was to make derivations regarding the Heavenly Tao, to find the true path of eternal life. At this point in time, the arrangement is finally about to reveal the result and bear fruit. The current 8th layer void is contracting and shrinking now. All the various worlds are lured to the center, fusing into or annexing each other, until only one great world is left in the end. And this great world might be the result of Limitless Demon Venerable's derivation. It might contain the answer to eternal life. If we attack abruptly and cause a huge commotion in battle, we may disrupt the eventual derivation of Crazed Demon Cave. Limitless Demon Venerable's method will immediately activate to deal with us. That will incur an unfavorable loss to our side. Heavenly Court and Longevity Heaven will be happy to see that happen. If we end up suffering mutual losses with Limitless Demon Venerables method, we will be less threatening to them, while Limitless Demon Venerables method will also be exposed. They will be able to discern information about it. Fang Yuan pondered. In that case, we can only make a move when the final great world is formed? Then why would Heavenly Court and Longevity Heaven come here early to take charge of their respective great worlds? Lu Wei-yin explained patiently. More precisely, only people with battle strength like yours cannot make a move. I am still able to take action here. If our side can control Yellow Earth Great World and emerge victorious, we will have the upper hand in the final battle. When the final great world is created, the amount of control we have over it will determine our gains. Thus, we need to invade more worlds and devour them to expand our territory. After his transmission, Fang Yuan finally understood the situation. Currently, he could not take action. Once he took action and caused a big commotion, he would disrupt Crazed Demon Cave's final derivation. It would trigger the retaliative method of Limitless Demon Venerable. Of course, Fang Yuan could suppress his strength to take action, but there was no need to. Suppressing his strength would mean that Fang Yuan was about as strong as other Gu immortals. He might be slightly superior, but that would not have an impact on the overall situation. In fact, after making many moves, Heavenly Court and Longevity Heaven would gain information about his methods. He would even waste his luck in advance. Thus, Lu Wei-yin invited Fang Yuan over mainly to deal with the final eventual battle. Once the final world was formed, Fang Yuan, Star Constellation, and Longevity Heaven might have equal battle strength. They would fight it out for the final fruit in Crazed Demon Cave. At that time, they would fight for real. Before that, Lu Wei-yin could still make a move. He was pseudo-venerable battle strength only in terms of defense, to try to make Yellow Earth Great World the victor of this war. This would have significant impact on the final battle. If Lu Wei-yin could succeed, Fang Yuan would gain the initiative later. Even if Yellow Earth Great World cannot win in this battle, we cannot let the other two worlds gain too much of a lead. As long as we defend the sacred tomb, during the final battle, Lord Paradise Earth will be able to revive successfully. By then, our battle strength will reign above the other two forces. Lu Wei-yin explained his meticulously crafted plan to Fang Yuan. The conclusion was to defend now and counterattack later. Defending their base initially while stirring conflict in secret, to make Savage Wilderness Great World and Green Lotus Great World fight each other and expend their strength, to make sure the three forces were eventually matched in the end. At the later stage, after Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable revives, he would gain Fang Yuan's support and use their superior battle strength to gain victory over the others. This was a logical arrangement to bide for time. It suited Lu Wei-yin's nature. But this was not Fang Yuan's style. Fang Yuan looked at the kneeling Yellow Earth Gu immortals before turning to Lu Wei-yin, smiling. Taking hits passively is not how I do things. Since we cannot use our top battle strength easily, it means that Heavenly Court is taking advantage of the fact that we lack subordinates. In that case, Fang Yuan smiled as he looked towards Green Lotus Dao Field. Everyone, come outside. Saying so, he opened his immortal aperture's entrance. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A large number of Gu immortals flew out. We pay respects to Master. Dozens of Gu immortals greeted at once. Their voices were thunderously loud. All of the Gu immortals had evident excitement on their faces. The details are listed on the mission board. Go. Fang Yuan waved his hand casually. Swoosh swoosh. These Gu immortals immediately split into two groups, charging towards the two battlefields. The kneeling Yellow Earth Gu immortals were dumbfounded. How did so many Gu immortals appear at once? These people seem to be calling that handsome sage master. We are saved. Yellow Earth Great World is saved. After the Yellow Earth Gu immortal reacted, they all relaxed, and some even wept in joy. Not just them. Even Lu Wei-yin was shocked. He had seen Fang Yuan dispatching variant human Gu immortals all over southern border to collect mountains. He also knew that Fang Yuan led the variant human alliance. His force was not small. But after seeing the main force that Fang Yuan sent out, Lu Wei-yin was filled with shock. So many Gu immortals, they number to over 50. And from their aura, there are 18 rank 8 Gu immortals. The rest are all rank 7 Gu immortals. How can there be so many rank 8 Gu immortals? The rank 7 Gu immortals also have surging auras. They are close to the realm of rank 8 already. No, there is no way Fang Yuan has 0 rank 6 Gu immortals. This means that these Gu immortals are not his entire force. That's right, Fang Yuan's clone Wu Shuai has not showed up either. As Lu Wei-yin analyzed, the disbelief in his heart intensified. He also felt worried. Did Fang Yuan spend all of his recent time nurturing these subordinates? According to his personality, he should not be this unwise. Also, even though these Gu immortals are high in number and have high cultivation level, who knows how high their actual battle strength is? The ones that Lu Wei-yin was confident in were Xiao He Jian and Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. Front lines. Go and die. Qing Haozi killed another yellow Earth Gu Immortal. But its injuries were not light either. It had to temporarily stop its movement and go to Mu Cha-Lang. After Mu Cha-Lang's healing killer move was used, Qing Haozi recovered greatly. This is all thanks to you, my old friend. Qing Haozi was overjoyed. Mu Cha-Lang said in admiration. This is all I am skilled at. I feel admiration towards your ability to kill so many people. But don't be too rash and forget your defense. The final struggle of these yellow Earth Gu Immortals will not be simple to heal if you get hit. Don't worry. Qing Haozi raised its bamboo tail. I will try to kill 4 people. Hey, you guys should calm down. Leave some for me to kill. Qing Haozi called out loudly as it entered the battlefield again. Right at this time, a group of Gu Immortals flew over from the sky. They were led by rank 8 Snowman Gu Immortal, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. He shouted, "We are the subordinates of Yellow Earth Sage, Gu Fang Yuan. We are here to help and kill the Green Lotus Gu Immortals." The Gu Immortals were stunned. The Yellow Earth Gu Immortals who were in deep peril saw hope. They became overjoyed. The Green Lotus Gu Immortals started to feel their hearts pounding wildly. It could not be helped. Together with Mu Cha-Lang and Qing Haozi, they only had 8 people. But there were over 20 Gu Immortal reinforcements. Among them, there were 9 rank 8 Gu Immortals. On Green Lotus side, only Mu Cha-Lang, Qing Haozi, and Old Forest Moss had rank 8 cultivation level. Weren't their reinforcements simply too large? Mu Cha-Lang gritted its teeth, shouting, "Don't be scared by numbers. Who knows what their actual battle strength is?" The Green Lotus Gu Immortals regained their morale upon hearing this. That's right, cultivation level was just part of the battle strength. Only by fighting could their true strength be seen. If they did not even dare to fight and retreated immediately, how would they face the sages on the sacred mountain? The Green Lotus Gu Immortals disregarded the Yellow Earth Gu Immortals. They faced Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's group instead. Immortal Killer Move, Snow Avalanche. Immortal Killer Move, Crashing Rock Slide. Immortal Killer Move, Great Earth Collapse. Immortal Killer Move, Refine Life. Immortal Killer Move, Multi-Layered 5 Poisons. Bam 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 bam. The Yellow Earth Gu Immortals who were disregarded opened their mouths in shock as they watched. The moment they fought, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's group erupted with their full strength. All sorts of killer moves were sent out like fireworks. The commotion was huge, resounding in heaven and earth. Green Lotus Group also unleashed killer moves, but the quantity was lower. Their strength was also largely inferior. Only after just 1 round, the Green Lotus Gu Immortals faced a terrible loss. "Retreat, quickly retreat." Old Forest Moss shouted. "How can this be? The other side has so many rank 8 Immortal Gu." Qing Haozi shouted. He had become a rank 8 Gu Immortal long ago, but he had never obtained a rank 8 Immortal Gu. In this life, he had not even seen 3 rank 8 Immortal Gu. But Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch was quite unsatisfied. He scolded, "Don't launch a barrage like this. It is very wasteful, understand?" The moves conflicted with each other. Half of it was wasted. Only 30% landed on the enemies. Find your individual targets and don't let them escape. Even though the first round had huge commotion, a lot of the move's strength was wasted. The outside world was not the sovereign immortal aperture after all. Thus, the Green Lotus Gu Immortals managed to survive. But the first round of combat gave them huge gains too. The Green Lotus Gu Immortals were completely scared and lost their morale. They wanted to retreat now. But Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's group had advantage in number. They dispersed and encircled the enemies. Battle resumed. The Green Lotus Gu Immortals were soon beaten up harshly. They were battered and bruised. These Gu Immortals have an absurdly perfect set of Immortal Gu. Qing Haozi shouted. "We can only focus on one aspect, but all of them have superb healing methods." Mu Cha-Lang said bitterly. "They have too many killer moves. They are all incredible methods." Other Gu Immortals shouted. Fang Yuan's refinement path attainment was #1 in the world. Heavenly Court and Longevity Heaven could only look at him in admiration. After obtaining a vast number of immortal materials from the various grotto heavens, compared to other forces, Fang Yuan had the highest number of Immortal Gu in the world. Chapter 2158, Too Brutal. Immortal Gu were unique. Immortal Gu were the most fundamental. After Sovereign Immortal Aperture's Gu Immortals obtained Immortal Gu, they were also able to easily exchange for corresponding killer moves. Even though they lost some Dao marks, these gains were simply too immense, completely negating the flaw of fewer Dao marks. A moment later, the Green Lotus Gu Immortals ran with all their strength. Only 3 rank 8s escaped. The rest were all killed by Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's group. Without a battlefield killer move, we cannot kill Gu Immortals efficiently. Bing Yuan sighed. Cannot kill efficiently? The Yellow Earth Gu Immortals looked at the 5 corpses on the ground, their hearts beating wildly. Too timid, too timid. Shizong sighed in pity. They actually ran away. They are a disgrace to all rank 8s. The Yellow Earth Gu immortals looked at each other and transmitted secretly. Even if I have rank 8 cultivation level, I would have ran away in this situation too. How can we face our master with just these results? Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch gritted his teeth, making a decision. Chase. We will pursue and kill them. The Yellow Earth Gu immortal were shocked. They quickly urged. Everyone, don't be too rash. There are still a number of Green Lotus rank 8 Gu immortals. They did not join the battle. Indeed, we barely managed to win this fight. We should go on the defense instead. Green Lotus Great World has many immortal Gu houses with terrifying strength. Many Gu immortals were killed on the spot because of their rampage. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch was completely unmoved. He looked at the Yellow Earth Gu immortals indifferently. We are the subordinates of Sage Gu Fang Yuan. We only obey his orders. You can all stay and clean up the battlefield. Be it the Immortal Gu or Immortal Apertures of these fallen Gu immortals, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarchs group did not take any. That was Fang Yuan's order. The Gu immortals and Immortal Gu that belonged here were part of Limitless Demon Venerables derivation results. Killing these Gu immortals would promote the fusion of the great worlds. At the same time, in another battlefield, Xiao Hejian and the rest arrived before He Lu Biao and Shueli Du. So many reinforcements. Wonderful, we're saved. There were only 2 Yellow Earth Gu immortals left. Be careful, these 2 are powerful rank 8 experts from Savage Wilderness Great World. They are very strong. They are specialized in noisy. Xiao Hejian took charge as the leader. He shouted and interrupted the advice of the Yellow Earth Gu immortals. This Miniman Gu immortal's eyes seemed to be glowing red. He pointed at the mountain like 6-legged black tiger and shouted, "This guy belongs to me. I will fight anyone who contests with me." Roar. He Lu Biao was triggered. Tiny little bug. You are going to die. I will kill you. No Gu immortal had ever treated me with such an attitude. He Lu Biao charged in a frenzy towards Xiao Hejian. The Yellow Earth Gu immortals were deeply scared and shocked. Numbers do not determine everything. Shueli Du also smiled coldly, charging into the Gu immortal group. Bam 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 bam. An array of fireworks erupted. It was a beautiful sight. Bam. With a loud sound, He Lu Biao crashed onto the ground, creating a huge and deep crater. It stared with wide eyes, struggling to get up. Boom. Xiao Hejian flew like a meteor, charging down. Behind him were 5 to 6 rank 8 Gu immortals. They also attacked. Bam 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 bam. The ground shook intensely. Dust clouds rose, almost covering the rays of the sun. With an intense wind that swept by, the dust clouds were dispersed. The crater was even deeper now. He Lu Biao was lying at the bottom of the crater, holding on to its last breath. Its 6 tiger claws were twitching. I told you guys not to interfere. Xiao Hejian shouted. On what basis? Whoever kills it gets the contribution points. The other Gu immortals shouted in retaliation. Xiao Hejian rolled his eyes. We all attacked. So who killed him? Who can be sure of it? Easy, we can split up the contribution points. Whoever gets the largest part of the corpse will get the most points. Nobody knew who was the one who suggested this. But at the very next moment, the rank 8 Gu immortals flew down into the pit, splitting up the corpse of He Lu Biao. The leg is mine. Humph, I only got a tail. Give me back the butt. Head, this tiger head, ha, it is mine. The rank 8 Gu immortals shouted loudly. Some were happy while others were dejected. Those who did not get enough body parts directed their gaze towards Snow-Wing Eagle Shueli Du, but Shueli Du had been killed already. It died even earlier than He Lu Biao. The corpse was also completely split up between the Gu immortals. The Yellow Earth Gu immortals watched in a daze. Too brutal. Too brutal. Weren't these Gu immortals the subordinates of the sage? Why were they so brutal? Not only did they kill the Gu immortal, they even dissected the corpse. And they were so happy when dissecting the corpse? Too brutal. Too vicious. Yellow Earth Great World was created by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. His ideal was to live in harmony and peace, emphasizing on unity and love. Even though Yellow Earth Great World had its own internal conflicts, the main trend had always been the same. The action of Fang Yuan's subordinates was completely the opposite of Yellow Earth Great World. This was a huge contrast to the expectations of these Yellow Earth Gu immortals. There are some Gu immortals left. The rank 8 Gu immortals' eyes flashed. But those rank 7 Gu immortals quickly shouted. Before coming here, we already decided that the rank 7s belong to us. You rank 8s already took the bulk of the gains. Shouldn't you leave some to us? The rank 8 Gu immortals pouted. Then hurry up, don't waste time. Otherwise, we will help you out and take a portion of the contribution points. Wishful thinking. The rank 7 Gu immortals quickly exerted effort and killed all of the Savage Wilderness Great World Gu immortals in a moment's time. Ha ha, these Gu immortals are so stupid, none of them ran away. Indeed, I was afraid that we lacked a battlefield killer move and could not stop them from escaping. The Gu immortals started to discuss heatedly. The two Yellow Earth Gu immortals looked at each other. They had peculiar expressions. The Gu immortals of Savage Wilderness Great World were combat maniacs. Their ferocity was always the thing that made Yellow Earth Great World and Green Lotus Great World's Gu immortals wary. Savage Wilderness Great World's Gu immortals would rather fight to the death than retreat. They were courageous maniacs who did not care about their own lives when they were in combat. But in the perspective of the sage's subordinates, they were stupid. How much did you snatch? I only got this much. Hell, only? You earned a lot. Hee, it was all thanks to Master who handed out such a lucrative mission. The Gu immortals collated their gains as they tossed away the corpses in their hands. Fang Yuan had given specific instructions, be it immortal aperture, body, or immortal Gu, they were all to be thrown away. These subordinates did not dare to defy him. Seeing the scattered corpses, the two Yellow Earth Gu immortals' eyelids twitched. If you were going to throw them away, why snatch them with such intensity earlier? Was it just for fun? What sort of monsters were these Gu immortals? The two Yellow Earth Gu immortals who had just mustered up courage to express their gratitude instantly lost all motivation to do so. They breathed in deeply and wanted to speak, but suddenly, Xiao Hejian's group's expression changed. Master sent orders. We need to gather with the other group and attack Green Lotus Great World. Go, let's go. Don't let Ice Crystal Immortal Monarchs group gain the initiative. Swoosh swoosh. The Gu immortals left rapidly in a hurry, leaving the two Yellow Earth Gu immortals who stayed behind with a dazed expression on their faces. They looked at the Gu master battlefield that was still fighting. Yellow Earth Gu masters were already moving forward and pursuing the enemies. They felt completely lost for words. For some reason, they started to feel pity for the Green Lotus Great World's Gu immortals. Fang Yuan watched from afar, capturing the scenes of the two battlefields with his eyes. After those Gu immortal corpses landed on the ground, they were quickly absorbed into the world. Immortal apertures disintegrated rapidly. The Gu worms inside faced the same end. There was no winds of assimilation produced. No traces were left at all. Fang Yuan was not feeling calm internally. This is the profundity of refinement path. Except that Limitless Demon Venerable is not refining immortal Gu. He is refining the entire world. If I want to become venerable on the path of refinement, this is an aspect that I lack as well. In his later years, Limitless Demon Venerable wanted to break free from fate and obtain the way to attain eternal life, but he could not find an answer from Heavenly Court of that time. Thus, he created Crazed Demon Cave. He decided to use his own method and derive the method of eternal life. After all, Fate Gu was still around back then, completely intact. The unified great world that was formed in the end might be the result of his plan. It might contain the method of eternal life. And now, the fighting and slaughter of these Gu cultivators became the fuel and sacrifice for this derivation. After understanding this, Fang Yuan would not take the corpses of these Gu immortals or their immortal Gu. This huge battle between worlds was definitely going to have countless dead Gu cultivators, be it mortal or immortal. As for how many could survive in the end, would there be thousands or just one person? Nobody knew. But so what if that was the case? Be it Fang Yuan, Lu Wei-yin, Heavenly Court, and Longevity Heaven, they did not care about that answer. They had their own objectives. The Gu immortals born here obeyed the orders of their sages. They fought and killed, using their lives and wits to resist the others. They were necessary sacrifices that were determined from the start. Fang Yuan casted his gaze towards Green Lotus Great World. He saw that his army had gathered and invaded Green Lotus Great World. If an outsider Gu immortal died here, what would happen? Fang Yuan had a calm gaze as he watched with anticipation. These Gu immortals were just his pawns after all. When it was time to sacrifice them, Fang Yuan would not be stingy to do so. But I should prevent unnecessary deaths if possible. Thinking so, Fang Yuan said to Lu Wei-yin, Friend Lu, I would like you to go and help out my subordinates. If the situation turns dangerous, your life is the highest priority. You can ignore the rest if necessary. Lu Wei-yin nodded, and he flew away. Fang Yuan's subordinates were so ferocious. Lu Wei-yin was quite pleased and surprised. At the same time, he agreed with Fang Yuan's plan. They were already behind to begin with, having such a large force. They had to work hard and catch up to the rest to make up for their difference. Savage Wilderness Great World. Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace. Bing Sichuan looked at the information path Immortal Gu on the table with a grim expression. To think that Fang Yuan's force is so powerful. He Lu Biao and Shueli Du are powerful rank 8 experts in Savage Wilderness Great World. They actually died so easily. But now, Fang Yuan's two groups have gathered to attack Green Lotus Dao Field. Saying so, Bing Sichuan let out a breath of turbid air, feeling emotions of joy and gladness. He was glad that he did not send reinforcements, because Heavenly Court sent more troops against Fang Yuan. he sent his army to find trouble with them. Chapter 2159. Fairy Ming Hao. That's why I said we should continue with our previous plan. My deduction was not wrong. Heaven Extremity Guy may drank wine and ate snacks while saying shamelessly. Bing Sichuan could not be bothered to retort him. He looked at the rest. Fang Yuan has such a huge force. It is very unexpected. If he attacks us, we will land in a passive spot. Even though Savage Wilderness Great World has the most Gu immortals, most of them have their own intentions. They do not obey orders. If we could unify and rule them, we would have been the #1 world long ago, suppressing Heavenly Court. Heaven Extremity rolled his eyes. Don't you know the reason? That Yellow Earth Great World was the arrangement of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable to begin with. Green Lotus Great World is also created by Heavenly Court's Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. Meanwhile, Savage Wilderness Great World was made by Reckless Savage Demon Venerable, but our Lord obtained it. Without a proper relationship, how can we convince them? Bing Sichuan could not help but tap on the table. Forget about the reason. Let's try to deal with the current problem. Do you guys have any good ideas to recruit those Savage Gu immortals? Green Lotus Great World. Once in a while, an information path Gu worm flew over. Qin Ding Ling was frowning deeper. Fang Yuan's subordinates are so ferocious. In just half a day, not only did they defeat our main troops, they even invaded and broke 3 of our defense lines. We've already lost close to 20 Gu immortals. The defeated rank 8 Gu immortals have suffered huge injuries. They came to the mountain to seek an audience with the sage. Oh, the third seat Fairy Ming Hao showed an expression of curiosity. As expected of Fang Yuan, I guess. To think that he is skilled at nurturing subordinates too. After pausing for a moment, Fairy Ming Hao asked in a childlike voice. This means to say that Longevity Heaven also sent more troops out. Yes. Qin Dingling nodded. After sensing that Fang Yuan gathered his groups to attack us, Longevity Heaven immediately sent more people to stall Lady Yushio's group. This might be the scene that Fang Yuan wants to see. Fairy Ming Hao laughed heartily. Since they want to attack us, let them come. Withdraw our defense lines. Let them come and attack us. Yes. Qin Dingling immediately ordered and reorganized the troops without a hint of questioning. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xiao Hejian moved unhindered. They charged all the way until the center of Green Lotus Great World, below the sacred mountain. Looking at the mountain, they saw that it had a peculiar appearance. The entire mountain was black and white. All of the mountain rocks looked like they were drawn with black lines and filled with patches of white paper. All of the life forms on the mountain were also altered. They were all white paper people that were drawn with black lines. A tiny white paper person flew down from the mountain. After leaving the area of the sacred mountain, she turned back into flesh and blood, looking like a cute and innocent young girl. Xiao Hejian and Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch looked at each other, feeling that the situation was not simple. The latter half of their trip was unhindered. That made them uneasy already. And after reaching the enemy's headquarters, they only sent 1 rank 8 Gu immortal. This was Heavenly Court. No matter how weak they became, they had those rank 8 Gu immortals who escaped earlier at least, right? Why did they send a little girl? Even though Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xiao Hejian had surging momentum, they were already feeling uneasy internally. This army was mainly made up of people from the 2 heavens Grotto Heavens. They had spent most of their lives hiding in the Grotto Heaven, living a life of trepidation and fear, afraid that the 5 regions humans would discover them. If Fang Yuan did not have such demonic might that suppressed them, and also with the huge increase in their strength and confidence during these few fights, they would not dare to attack with such intensity in their previous state. What do we do now? Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xiao Hejian transmitted their thoughts, sending out 1 person to test the enemy's strength. This Gu immortal was Ku Xian Hong. He cultivated Poison Path and was the strongest expert of the Mushroom Man Gu immortals. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xiao Hejian did not choose their own members. They chose him instead. After all, the Mushroom Men were the last group that joined Fang Yuan. They did not join the current major factions. Thus, as the seniors, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xiao Hejian worked together to target them. And truthfully, many people were jealous of Ku Xian Hong recently. He had the most envoy missions. He was almost the sole beneficiary of these missions that could gain huge rewards by just talking. Many Gu immortals were jealous. Ku Xian Hong took in a deep breath, stepping forward and facing Fairy Ming Hao. Brilliance shined in his eyes. He had soaring fighting spirit. On one hand, after many envoy missions, he gained a lot of animosity from the rest. He needed to prove himself through combat. On the other hand, he wanted to use this chance to make a huge contribution. To make sure the Mushroom Man tribe was the #1 faction in Fang Yuan's subordinate force, he would be able to protect his tribesmen in the future. Our Mushroom Man tribe joined Master the latest. We are naturally ostracized by the senior members. Even though we want to establish a good relationship with Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xiao Hejian, it seems that Master does not want to see that. Why did Master give me envoy missions time and again? He might not have planned this from the start, but as time went on, his intentions became increasingly deep. Master has a total of 2 factions under him. They are the variant humans and the humans. There are fewer humans, forget about them now. There are far more variant humans instead, led by Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xiao Hejian. These 2 groups are getting larger and more influential. As time passes, they will definitely clash over benefits. Because of their large influence, Master will not be able to control them easily. Thus, from the start, Master did not want us Mushroom Men to join them. The reason why Master gave me envoy missions time and again is to help our Mushroom Man tribe gain power and sow discord between the variant human forces. Ku Xi and Hong sighed internally. The longer he joined Fang Yuan, the more he felt Fang Yuan's unfathomably deep schemes, as well as his experienced political skills and methods. Ku Xi and Hong had already expected Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xiao Hejian to ostracize him in such situations. He calmed his mind and collected all his scattered thoughts. He gathered his spirits and looked at the young girl, cupping his fists. I am Ku Xi and Hong. I would like to exchange pointers with you. The young girl smiled. I am Fairy Ming Hao, Ku Xi and Hong. I know about you. Is your poison path method used like this? Saying so, Ming Hao moved her tiny arm as poisonous fluid flew out. Each lump of yellowish-brown poisonous fluid flew into the air and turned into a goose. Soon, an army of poisonous geese danced around in the sky, changing their formation constantly. Ku Xi and Hong was shook internally. This is my uniquely created method. Why can she use it? Is she also a poison path Gu immortal? But why can she use my unique method? Ku Xi and Hong stabilized his mind. Fairy Ming Hao, that is an amazing method. But this move has a variation move. Watch. Saying so, Ku Xi and Hong used the same poison path killer move. After the geese were formed, they cried out as poison seeped out wherever their voices reached. Ming Hao's eyes shined. She moved her poisonous geese to fight them as she observed carefully. After a few breaths of time, she smiled and laughed. So, that's how it is. Look, is this how the move works? Saying so, she activated Ku Xi and Hong's variation move and caused her own geese group to cry out as well. What? This time, not only was Ku Xi and Hong shocked, even the other subordinates were shook. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xiao Hejian thought to themselves, this immortal is very strange. She can mimic other people's killer moves. But she only has rank 8 cultivation level. Our army is huge. How can we falter to one person? The 2 of them had similar thoughts. They immediately ordered and led the other immortals to get around Ming Hao and attack the sacred mountain behind her. Fairy Ming Hao sighed. Oh, you guys, can't you play along? Why are you in such a rush? Saying so, her aura surged as she resonated with the sacred mountain behind her. Next, the sacred mountain made of black lines and white paper shot out profound lights that had countless killer moves flying out of them. Fang Yuan's subordinates were busy resisting the attacks. Bam bam bam. After an intense clash of killer moves, Fang Yuan's subordinates' attacks were all dealt with. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xiao Hejian showed expressions of shock. What killer move is this? It can actually mimic all of the killer moves that we used earlier. This mountain is not normal. It is not just a famous mountain. It is a secluded domain of heaven and earth. Is this the legendary book mountain recorded in The Legends of Renzu? Fairy Ming Hao chuckled. This killer move was casually created by me. It uses Humility Gu as the core. It is called Humble Reciprocation. This move can use the information recorded on Book Mountain to deduce and unleash the killer moves that you use. Every killer move that you use is a present for me. Thank you very much. Is that really Book Mountain? Humble Reciprocation? That is clearly a human path killer move. Fang Yuan's subordinates were shook internally. They attacked again. But Fairy Ming Hao unleashed Humble Reciprocation killer move again, dealing with all of their offenses. Fang Yuan had many subordinates, but they were all stopped by one person. Master often told me that a lack of reciprocation is a lack of proper manners. After receiving so many gifts, I should return the favor. Take these. Fairy Ming Hao raised the intensity of her attacks. The attacks came in waves. They were hard to block. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xiao Hejian had to use their full strength to defend and retreat. At the crucial moment, a muddy yellowish light shot out and blocked most of the attacks, helping Fang Yuan's subordinates stabilize their footing. It was Lu Wei-yin who had helped. Fairy Ming Hao casted her gaze and smiled. You are the current generation Paradise Earth's inheritor? You finally showed yourself. Lu Wei-yin frowned deeply, bowing at Fairy Ming Hao. Greetings to Fairy Ming Hao. I wonder what is your relationship with star constellation Immortal Venerable? Fairy Ming Hao blinked cheekily. Make a guess. Saying so, she stretched out her tiny finger and pointed at Lu Wei-yin. Boom. A 5-pointed starlight speck shot out with intense speed. Once it was activated, it arrived before Lu Weiyin. Lu Weiyin's expression did not change. He did not dodge either. The starlight speck arrived before him and got blocked by a yellowish light wall, turning into nothingness. Lu Weiyin sensed something from this as he raised his brows, saying with peculiarity, "Carefree, wisdom heart." Chapter 2160 Book Mountain. You are quite perceptive. Fairy Ming Hao smiled. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Around her, starlight specks continued to shoot out towards Lu Weiyin. Lu Weiyin flew up against the attack and started to engage in battle. Initially, he was able to fight evenly with Fairy Ming Hao, but soon, he started to get suppressed. Fairy Ming Hao only used the flying stars to attack her enemy. Initially, she shot out the flying stars one by one, but soon, they started to shoot out in groups of 3, 5, or even 10 at once. The power of her flying stars did not increase, but Lu Weiyin faced increased pressure when they landed on him. These flying stars are very profound. This seems to be an endless consecutive move. I am going to face greater and greater pressure as time passes. Lu Weiyin had a grim expression as he felt fatigue in defending himself. Both sides only fought for some time. Lu Weiyin had to retreat as he fought. Fairy Ming Hao had the complete advantage. Each time she waved her hand, a large cloud of fragmented starlight specks flew out. Each time the stars shot out, their quantity rose. They were already over 100 in number. Starlight shined as the stars moved in the air. The sound of air getting pierced was unceasing. It was a dazzling sight. This Ming Hao cultivates wisdom path and star path. She definitely has pseudo-venerable battle strength. I should retreat for now. Lu Weiyin had intentions of retreating. Fang Yuan also gave out orders to retreat at the appropriate time. Ice Crystal, Immortal Monarch, and the rest let out a sigh of relief as they quickly backed out. Fairy Ming Hao smiled. You all came here to seek death. Why don't you stay here for good? Fairy Ming Hao attacked the immortals. Don't even think about it. Lu Weiyin blocked her. Fairy Ming Hao chuckled. A mysterious light flashed in her eyes, shooting towards Lu Weiyin's forehead. Lu Weiyin felt an indescribable change in his mind. He only had the capacity to store up half of his original thoughts. At the same time, when his thoughts moved, they became much faster, but each time, they would stop preemptively. It seemed like all of his remaining thoughts became rash. They collided impatiently, trying to deduce the results more quickly. Lu Weiyin fell into a predicament immediately. When using killer moves, he needed to mobilize thoughts. The more killer moves he used, or the more complex they were, the more thoughts he would need to use. But now that he had only half his thoughts left, he could not think as easily as before. More importantly, even when these thoughts collided, they would resolve in advance. He could not get the most useful result that he wanted. This was quite fatal. Once Lu Weiyin's thoughts end preemptively when he activates a killer move, towards the end, when he prepares his killer move, it would end up in failure. With the killer move activation failing, Lu Weiyin would suffer a heavy backlash himself. Such an incredible wisdom path method. Lu Weiyin was helpless. He could only defend himself. He could not care about the rest. Fairy Ming Hao grasped the absolute advantage. She immediately ordered the rank 8 Gu immortals of the Sacred Mountain to move out and chase after Fang Yuan's subordinates and kill them. Ice Crystal, Immortal Monarch, and Xiao Hejian retreated with huge losses. Along the way, they lost 9 Gu immortals, among which 3 were rank 8 Gu immortals. The immortal apertures of these Gu immortals landed on the ground and got absorbed by Green Lotus Great World. Their immortal Gu were also quickly dissolved. When the Gu immortals died, their obsession was left behind, but Fang Yuan did not see the birth of any land spirit or heavenly spirit. After Fang Yuan's subordinates returned to Yellow Earth Great World, Fairy Ming Hao judged the situation and stopped her advances. Lu Weiyin led the immortals to meet Fang Yuan. Ice Crystal, Immortal Monarch, and Xiao Hejian quickly knelt down and sought for forgiveness. But Fang Yuan consoled them amicably. This loss is not your fault. I could tell clearly that this Fairy Ming Hao had outstanding strength. She possesses pseudo-venerable battle strength. To think that this place could nurture an expert of such a level. Ice Crystal, Immortal Monarch, and the rest were relieved. They started to calm down. While retreating, they were all worried that Fang Yuan would be enraged and kill them all to vent his anger. After that, Fang Yuan sent out these Gu immortals to be stationed at all the various defense lines of Yellow Earth Great World. The emphasis of their defense was on the boundary and connection points of Yellow Earth Great World and the 2 other Great Worlds, Green Lotus Great World and Savage Wilderness Great World. I am ashamed to think that Heavenly Court actually has such a female immortal. She possesses an incredible combat system. I am not her match. Lu Weiyin said with an expression of guilt. Fang Yuan also consoled him. Fang Yuan knew that Lu Weiyin had already used his full strength at this point. After all, in the previous fight, he had worked with Lu Weiyin to fight against Spectral Soul and Heavenly Court. It was a near-death situation. During that time, Lu Weiyin had no way of concealing his strength if he wanted to live. When fighting against Fairy Ming Hao, Lu Weiyin had already used all of the methods that Fang Yuan knew he had. Yet, he was still not the enemy's match. Since this is war, there will be sacrifices. Maybe in the future, you and I might lose our lives too. This is the world of the Gu immortals. We do not need to harp on it. Fang Yuan was quite satisfied with this result. The conclusion was that Fang Yuan's losses were smaller than Heavenly Court and Longevity Heaven. This was considered a victory. Furthermore, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xiao Hejian even forced someone like Fairy Ming Hao to take action. Fang Yuan gained useful information about her. Fang Yuan nurtured Gu immortals for the purpose of sacrificing them to begin with. If these cannon fodder could display their value, it would not be his loss. The biggest pity is that Lord Fang Yuan lost many immortal Gu. Lu Weiyin added. But now, Northern Plains Paradise Earth true inheritance is right before us. Lord might have something to gain from it. Lu Weiyin was referring to Paradise Earth's sacred tomb. Even without his explanation, when Fang Yuan sent him on this mission, he had already done his investigations. The tomb of Paradise Earth contains extraordinary profundity. I have not gotten any useful leads yet. Fang Yuan said frankly before asking, "Do you know anything?" Lu Weiyin smiled bitterly. "I am ashamed. I know nothing about it." Fang Yuan nodded and said, "The Wisdom Path Killer move that hit you earlier was the key that resulted in your loss. What do you think about it?" This Wisdom Path Killer move was too powerful. Since it was exposed already, Fang Yuan wanted to create a counter for it. Lu Weiyin thought about it and said with uncertainty, "It seems that the core immortal Gu of that move is Pride Gu." Fang Yuan nodded again. "That is what I deduced as well." Lu Weiyin took in a deep breath of cold air. Fairy Ming Hao is not a simple person. She possesses the Carefree Wisdom Heart physique. She also has Humility Gu and Pride Gu. This reminds me of the description within the Legends of Renzu. According to what I know, there is no such person in the history of Heavenly Court, and she seems to have a deep connection with star constellation Immortal Venerable. The Legends of Renzu, Chapter 5, Section 35 states, Renzu in great strength true martial went through great hurdles and finally arrived before Qian Kuan Crystal Wall. Qian Kuan Crystal Wall was straight and stood upright in the void. It was like a huge mirror that reflected everything that happened in the world. Renzu in great strength true martial went inside Qian Kuan Crystal Wall. Numerous flowers, birds, fish and insects converged into a colorful dazzling shadow that filled great strength true marshal's vision. The sound of the waves, thunder, and birds singing in his ears rippled together. There was a fresh, sweet, exciting, spicy taste dancing on his tongue. At times, he felt like he was walking on a steep mountain path. At other times he felt like he was swimming in the waves. And at other times he felt as if he was falling from a great height. "Father, father, where are you?" Great strength true marshal shouted. But Renzu could not hear great strength true marshal. He could not see great strength true marshal. The color of white filled his vision. It was boundless and vast. "Oh son, where are you?" Renzu sprinted, wanting to find great strength true marshal. Renzu ran and ran and ran. After a long time, he saw a black dot at the furthest point within his vision. Initially, he felt happy and thought it was great strength true marshal. But when he approached the black dot, he found that it was actually a huge mountain. This mountain was very special. The mountain rocks and vegetation were made of white paper. The streams and waterfalls were made of black ink. This was Book Mountain. At the foot of Book Mountain, there was a village with many inkmen living in it. Renzu went into the village, causing a huge commotion to arise. "This is really a rare sight." The inkmen spoke. When ordinary life forms enter Qian Kuan Crystal Wall, they would get lost after a few steps. They cannot resist the allure of the material world or the countless temptations within it. They can never reach here. "You are the first person to arrive here." Renzu was confused. "Why so?" The Inkman elder replied. "O human, you are only left with a skeleton. You cannot see, hear, taste, smell, or touch. It allowed you to roam Qian Kuan Crystal Wall freely without losing your life." Qian Kuan Crystal Wall existed when the world was first created. It reflected everyone and everything. It contained all the secrets of the world's past and present. Once a person enters it, they would face the barrage of endless information. After some time, they would die from information overload. After Renzu heard this, he felt very worried about great strength true marshal. He asked the Inkman elder about the way to survive. The elder thus brought Renzu to ascend the mountain. On Book Mountain, there was a largest ink waterfall, and below it was a deep pool. The Inkmen called this pool Literature Spring. The ink waterfall continued to flow as it landed on the literature spring. Water splashed about. These black color splashes flew in the air as the water droplets formed into ink texts. If a person wants to continue living in Qian Kuan Crystal Wall, the ink text will be your best helper. The reason why we Inkmen can live here is also because of the ink text. The Inkman elder told Rinzhu about this big secret. Rinzhu received the Inkman's advice. He collected a lot of ink texts and left the mountain. Every time he walked for some distance, he would leave behind some ink texts as reference points. In this vast world of whiteness, the pitch-black ink text became very conspicuous. Even though ink texts faded over time, using them, Rinzhu no longer walked on unnecessary trails. He eventually found Great Strength True Martial. Great Strength True Martial received Rinzhu's ink texts. Every step he walked, he would leave behind some ink texts. The ink texts recorded the information that barraged Great Strength True Martial, turning them all into pieces of literary work. These literary pieces turned into pieces of tiles that were layered below Great Strength True Martial's feet. Great Strength True Martial was finally free. His eyes were not blurry. His ears were not buzzing. He could no longer smell the mix of countless fragrances as well. Stepping on these tiles, he followed Rinzhu back to the Inkman village. Rinzhu asked the Inkman elder again, "Oh elder, how can I find Wisdom Gu inside Qian Kuan Crystal Wall?" Chapter 2161. Carefree Wisdom Heart, the Inkman elder told Rinzhu. Even though Wisdom Gu often stays within Qian Kuan Crystal Wall, it is hidden very deeply. To find it, you will need to venture deep into the crystal wall. It will not be possible with just ink texts and the tiles that are formed below your feet. These tiles only record all sorts of information on the superficial level. With the endless barrage of other information, the limited ink texts within the tiles will change in content. They will disappear quickly and cannot last for long. The Inkman elder said again, "O human, you need to turn all the information into knowledge. Only with knowledge can you explain information clearly. You will be able to write them down in words, allowing you to create a real path instead of just tiles made of texts." Rinzhu was troubled. How can I turn them into knowledge? The Inkman elder laughed. There are many bookworms on Book Mountain. They record the knowledge that our Inkman seniors have left behind. O human, you can go look at them. It is not difficult to gather the knowledge yourself either. Firstly, you need Memory Gu to store all of this information inside your mind. Next, before the Inkman finished his words, Cognition Gu appeared, saying to Rinzhu, "After that, I can help you to refine knowledge." The Inkman elder nodded with a smile. Indeed, cognition can produce knowledge. Rinzhu, then I will thank you all in advance. The Inkman elder shook his head. No need to stand on ceremony. Cognition Gu, don't say that, human. We have always been good friends, and this situation benefits myself as well. If cognition did not take in new information, it would quickly get outdated. Only by receiving new information and thinking about it could cognition create useful new thoughts that were healthy and vibrant, innovative and lively. Rinzhu gathered many bookworms on Book Mountain. He obtained a lot of new information. Next, with Cognition Gu's help, he created many new knowledge from the vast amount of information. He used ink texts to write down his knowledge, scattering them on the ground, and creating a black path made of ink texts. Rinzhu and Great Strength True Martial walked on this path. They walked for a long time, far longer than any of their previous trips. Oh no, I don't have enough knowledge left. Rinzhu walked to the end of the path, feeling very dejected and upset. He had gathered many ink texts, but the knowledge in his mind was insufficient already. Rinzhu and Great Strength True Martial's first attempt failed. They had to return to Book Mountain. Great Strength True Martial continued to collect ink texts while Rinzhu gathered all the bookworms. With Cognition Gu's help, he refined even more knowledge from them. With more and more knowledge, Rinzhu found that his mind was getting filled up. I have too much knowledge now. Rinzhu was very satisfied. He said confidently, "Let's go. I am sure we can reach the deepest part of Qian Kuan Crystal Wall this time." However, they still failed in their second attempt. Why did this happen? My mind was already filled with knowledge. Rinzhu said dejected. This is all the knowledge I can hold. No. O human, look closely again. Self Gu suddenly spoke to remind him. Rinzhu inspected his mind. He found a Gu hiding inside it. Rinzhu realized at once. So you are occupying my mind, preventing me from getting more knowledge. What Gu are you? The Gu answered. I am Pride Gu. Rinzhu said anxiously. Can you hurry and get out? You are occupying such a huge area. I want to fill the place with knowledge instead. But no matter how anxious Rinzhu was, or how he urged, Pride Gu refused to leave. When Rinzhu was out of ideas, Great Strength True Martial spoke. Oh father, don't be anxious. Don't forget that I still have Humility Gu. I will give it to you. Great Strength True Martial took out Humility Gu and gave it to Rinzhu. Pride Gu was chased away by Humility Gu. It had to fly out of Rinzhu's mind and land on Great Strength True Martial instead. Strong Gu was very happy. The strong have their own pride. After Ren Zhu chased Pride Gu away from his mind, he returned to Book Mountain to continue gaining knowledge. After Ren Zhu gained Humility Gu, he realized that the more knowledge he had, the more he found that he was lacking knowledge, and the more he wanted to fill his mind with even more knowledge. Ren Zhu's mind was quickly filled. Self Gu urged him, "Oh human, stop now. Your mind is already full of knowledge." But Ren Zhu replied, "But I think that it is insufficient. I am certain that I still do not know a lot of things. I need to continue gaining knowledge." Ren Zhu continued to refine his knowledge. His mind was getting bloated, it was hurting, and could not hold any more information. But Humility Gu made him feel like he was still lacking in knowledge. Suddenly, there was a loud boom. Eventually, Ren Zhu's mind could not take it anymore. It exploded from an overload of knowledge. The knowledge scattered on the ground as a little girl stood up from within. "Father, father." The little girl hugged Ren Zhu's leg happily. "My name is Carefree Wisdom Heart. I am your daughter." Northern Plains. Sincerity Grassland. Chun Cheng was dressed in green. His arms were crossed behind his back as he stood arrogantly upright. He stared at the foreign female immortal before him as he shouted, "Who are you? Why did you request to meet me here?" The female immortal standing before him wore a half-mask covered her nose, mouth, and cheeks, only revealing the upper half of her face, which showed her strong contours, sharp and long brows, bright eyes, and a heroic aura. She wore a dark gold armor that covered her whole body, bringing a heavy feeling of suppression on any that looked at it. She was definitely not an ordinary person. "You can address me as Fairy Black Moon," this female immortal said. "Fairy Black Moon?" Chun Cheng raised his brows. "Where are you from?" Now that the 5 regions were merged, Gu immortals no longer had region-specific auras. That was why Chun Cheng asked the question. Fairy Black Moon smiled lightly. "My identity and origin are not important. Chun Cheng, you are called the Sincerity Immortal. You cultivate rule path. Back then, you had an agreement with your friend. The loser in the battle would recognize the winner as their owner and assist them. Do you remember this?" Chun Cheng's pupils shrank as he frowned. "I was young and arrogant then. I did not know what that truly meant. That was why the agreement was made. I was still a mere Gu master back then. Who are you exactly? You know such an obscure secret." Fairy Black Moon smiled coldly. "I'm only asking you. Chun Cheng, is this agreement still effective?" Saying so, she took out a token. Chun Cheng received it as his expression changed again. "This token is real. Where did you get it? What relationship do you have with my friend?" Fairy Black Moon said again. "I said these are not important." Chun Cheng took a deep breath. He said with a solemn expression, "I understand now. You want us to have a fight. If you win, you will make me your servant. Since you took the initiative to find me, I am sure you are confident in your own strength. But I need to remind you, even though I am a lone cultivator, after roaming Northern Plains for so many years, I have gathered many trump cards. If you win this battle, I will acknowledge you as my master. But if you lose, I will be your master." Fairy Black Moon laughed heartily. "Everyone calls you the Sincerity Immortal, someone who keeps his words and promises. After meeting you, it seems that this is true after all. Let's fight." Chun Cheng was furious. "Regardless of who you are, today, I will see what you are capable of." At the next moment, thunder rumbled as the battle of 2 immortals ensued. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture, He Chunqiu was taking charge of 4 elements square regret. Blood refinement pool. Splash, splash, splash. The water of time moved erratically, creating the mesmerizing sound of waves. A rank 8 immortal Gu was quickly forming, landing in He Chunqiu's hands. Good. All of the destroyed rank 8 immortal Gu have been refined successfully. He Chunqiu nodded, feeling satisfied about the progress. 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool had the ability of regret pool. Any immortal Gu that it refined would have an insignia left behind. When the immortal Gu is destroyed, for elements square regret blood refinement pool would use the power of the tributary of the river of time together with the insignia to refine the immortal Gu again. The success rate would be higher than refining a new rank 8 immortal Gu normally. When Fairy Ming Hao forced Fang Yuan's subordinates to retreat earlier, Lu Weiyin expressed his pity over the destroyed immortal Gu. But he did not know that Fang Yuan's refinement path methods were unimaginably powerful. In just a few days, he refined all 3 rank 8 immortal Gu that were destroyed in that battle. But Fang Yuan was still not satisfied with his current refinement path attainment. Several days had passed since Ming Hao defeated Lu Weiyin and the rest. These days, the 3 worlds were quiet and safe. Battle had stopped. There was temporary peace. Since it was not time for the actual fight yet, Fang Yuan used this time to comprehend the profundity of the place. He had already investigated Paradise Earth's tomb. There were countless Tao marks distributed in it. The structure was complex and profound. The scale was immense. He could not unravel it in a short time. Fang Yuan spent most of his energy on the countless big and small worlds here, trying to comprehend the refinement path profundity that they contained. Sage, Savage Wilderness, Great World's envoy seeks your audience. At this time, a Yellow Earth Gu immortal reported respectfully. It's Bing Sichuan. Lu Wei-yin came over as well, bringing accurate information with him. Fang Yuan smiled lightly. It is about time they came here. Earlier, the loss of Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xiao Jian was actually part of Fang Yuan's scheme. Even though Heavenly Court lost to him before, Fang Yuan had never underestimated their foundation. Heavenly Court placed a huge focus on Crazed Demon Cave. They even brought Divine Emperor City over. How could Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xiao Jian defeat Heavenly Court? With the current situation, even though Longevity Heaven, Heavenly Court, and Fang Yuan had one of the three great worlds each, Heavenly Court was still the dominant party. The three sides were contesting, but there was still the strongest and weakest side among them. Together with Bing Sichuan taking the initiative to cooperate with Fang Yuan during the Fate War, after Lu Wei-yin and the rest returned in defeat, Fang Yuan waited patiently for Bing Sichuan's envoy to come. It was just that Bing Sichuan, one of the four Desolation Immortals, actually came here personally. It showed Longevity Heaven's sincerity right away. Friend Fang Yuan, have you been well? Bing Sichuan smiled. But Fang Yuan's expression was cold. I am working together with Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable to help him revive. Bing Sichuan, it is really unwise that your Longevity Heaven wants to cooperate with us. After all, when the time is ripe and Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable revives, our strength will rise sharply. We can even suppress Heavenly Court. This, Bing Sichuan's expression froze immediately. Chapter 2162. Cooperating once again. The purpose of Bing Sichuan's visit was obvious. He wanted to work with Fang Yuan and resist Heavenly Court. Fang Yuan did not want to waste time. He directly stated the obstruction towards their cooperation instead. Paradise Earth's tomb was huge as a mountain. Longevity Heaven and Heavenly Court knew about it long ago. The reason why they attacked Yellow Earth Great World earlier was also because of this. Bing Sichuan was a rank 8 expert renowned in history after all. He laughed. The stiffness on his face vanished at once. Fang Yuan, do you know where this Book Mountain originates from? Fang Yuan had a thought. Book Mountain is not originally an arrangement of Heavenly Court. Bing Sichuan nodded. Indeed, that is so. Book Mountain was originally in the 9th layer of Crazed Demon Cave, but because of Heavenly Court's immense foundation and wisdom path, they comprehended a portion of the profundity and took out Book Mountain from the 9th layer in advance. Oh, Fang Yuan did not acknowledge nor reject the answer. But Lu Wei-yin's expression changed. This was something that the Gu immortals of Yellow Earth Great World did not know of. After all, it happened deep within Green Lotus Great World. Heavenly Court has such a method? They have already started comprehending the 9th layer and even managed to bring out Book Mountain? Did Limitless Demon Venerables' retaliative method not activate? Bing Sichuan sighed deeply. If it worked, we would not have come here so urgently to seek an alliance. Fang Yuan replied in a solemn tone. Did you see Star Constellation Immortal Venerable? Bing Sichuan shook his head. Not even once. Fang Yuan asked again. Then what is the relationship between Fairy Ming Hao and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable? Bing Sichuan replied honestly. Since the arrangement of Limitless Demon Venerable exists, until the right opportunity arises, we will not use our full strength. Thus, we did not force Star Constellation Immortal Venerable to show herself. But Heavenly Court had 3 female immortals that appeared. They all possessed pseudo-venerable battle strength. Fairy Ming Hao is one of them. These 3 female immortals are Ming Hao, Yu Xiao, and Feng Yu respectively. They cultivate Wisdom Path with Star Path secondarily. Your side has already seen Fairy Ming Hao's strength. Fairy Yu Xiao is stronger than her. Days ago when we fought, our side had to send reinforcements to stall them and form a stalemate. As for Fairy Feng Yu, she seems to be even stronger, but she has never taken action. She has been secluded in Crazed Demon Cave to comprehend the 9th layer profundity. Book Mountain is the fruit of her labor. Lu Wei-yin could not help but sigh. Heavenly Court is the #1 force in the world after all. Their foundation is unfathomably deep. After Duke Long died, they lacked pseudo-venerable battle strength, but to think that 3 of them were hidden in Crazed Demon Cave. This shows the importance Heavenly Court is placing on Crazed Demon Cave. Bing Sichuan added, other than these 3 pseudo-venerables, there are also rank 8 elites like Qin Dingling. In addition, regarding the forces they have out in the open, there are Divine Emperor City, Demon Judgment Board, and Heaven Overseeing Tower. With Heavenly Court's foundation, it will not be strange for them to bring out more immortal Gu houses. Lu Wei-yin gritted his teeth. Heavenly Court even transferred a portion of the immortal graveyard into Crazed Demon Cave. This immortal graveyard was created here by using the tomb earth they collected. At the crucial moment, the immortal graveyard's slumbering experts in history would awaken. they have terrifying strength too. Precisely so. Bing Sichuan concluded. Fang Yuan and Lu Weiyin, both our sides need to cooperate. Otherwise, how can we force Star Constellation Immortal Venerable to show up? How can we defeat 3 pseudo-Venerables? How can we ensure the revival of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable? Bing Sichuan's intention was obvious. Heavenly Court's advantage was too great. If they were not stopped in time, even before Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable revives, Heavenly Court would have won already. Thus, there was a need for them to work together. Lu Weiyin looked at Fang Yuan, who nodded slightly, agreeing to this cooperation. Longevity Heaven seemed to have no fear regarding Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's revival. They were very confident in themselves. Their trump cards were definitely not few. But currently, with Heavenly Court in the lead, they had to do something to slow them down. Savage Wilderness Great World and Yellow Earth Great World stopped fighting between themselves. They sent out troops to attack Green Lotus Great World together. Even though there was cooperation with Longevity Heaven, the extent was quite limited. Fang Yuan suggested that they should exchange true inheritances. He wanted to use venerable true inheritances of equal value to exchange for Longevity Heaven's luck path true inheritance of Giant Sunday Bing Sai. Chuan rejected him with a polite tone, but his attitude was firm. Fang Yuan also suggested that they should exchange immortal materials. He wanted rank 9 luck path immortal materials, but Bing Sai Chuan rejected him as well. Fang Yuan's force had already inflated to this level. When he sent out his subordinates earlier, even Bing Sai Chuan was completely stunned from their collective strength. Bing Sai Chuan and the rest had a strong opinion against Spectral Soul and Red Lotus. To help Fang Yuan destroy Fate Gu, they had truly given him too much help. In just these few days, Fang Yuan's force had already grown to this terrifying level. And what about his own strength? How much had he grown until now? In this situation, how could Longevity Heaven make a transaction with Fang Yuan? Wouldn't that be helping his growth? Due to the cooperation of Fang Yuan and Longevity Heaven, the situation changed greatly. But Heavenly Court seemed to have predicted this. Even though the two sides attacked with their full strength, they were still defending themselves firmly. At times, when the defensive lines were about to break, Fairy Ming Hao and Yu Xiu would take action personally, either maintaining Heavenly Court's position by forcing enemy Gu Immortals to retreat, or using the battle opportunity to invade Savage Wilderness Great World and Yellow Earth Great World instead, causing huge destruction and countless deaths. Fang Yuan also saw Fairy Yu Xiu's strength for the first time. Fairy Yu Xiu had an exceptional combat system. Her attacking methods were very special. They relied on the difference between the two sides' attainment level. The bigger the difference, the stronger the attacks. Ever since the first time they reached the base of Book Mountain, Fang Yuan's subordinates made no such advancement again. Like this, the three sides fought with each other. The situation was in a deadlock. Days went by one. A large number of Gu cultivators died. Their sacrifice made the three worlds grow larger with an increasing number of stable down marks. The more Gu cultivators died in this place, the more the boundaries of the three great worlds faded, and the larger the area which the worlds were connected to became. On this day, at the peak of Book Mountain, Fairy Yu Xiu gathered the Heavenly Court Immortals. She spoke. Right now, Fang Yuan and Longevity Heaven have cooperated. This is giving us huge pressure. Our Immortal Graveyard has a backup hidden force, but Fang Yuan's Wu Shui clone has not shown up yet. Longevity Heaven is also hiding their strength. Since the situation is now in a deadlock with all three sides wary of each other, the small worlds around the three great worlds will be the key to our victory. These small worlds might be weak, but they still have Gu Immortals. If we can get them to join us, we will gain an advantage in the fight between the three forces. During this time, Fang Yuan and Longevity Heaven cooperated, managing to suppress Heavenly Court. Heavenly Court was losing more and more members. Zhou Xiong Xian sighed. These small worlds are easy to defend but hard to attack. Even though we tried many times and are able to win by force, very few Gu Immortals decided to join us sincerely. Prince Feng Xian added. These Gu Immortal inhabitants lack sufficient intelligence. They are very stubborn as well. Most of them bear animosity towards the three great worlds. They think that fusing their world into the great worlds would cause the destruction of their homeland. They hold a firm attitude. Thus, Fairy Yu Xiu smiled. I will hold a lesson at the peak of Book Mountain to teach the countless masses. Any Gu cultivator, mortal or immortal, can join this session. How will you do that? Wan Zihong asked. Fairy Yu Xiu explained the details. Heavenly Court's immortals had changes of expressions. Lady Yu Xiu has such an incredible method. We are truly in admiration. In that case, we will not have to worry about these Gu cultivators not joining us sincerely. These lowly Gu cultivators actually have such a great fortune to be able to get a Dao lesson from Lady Yu Xiu. This is too good for them. Haha. They are all just cannon fodder. They will be sacrificed in the end. There is no harm in doing this. Heavenly Court's Gu immortals discussed among themselves. The atmosphere slowly became relaxed. Divine Emperor City. Qi Howling Painting World. A group of beggars stood around Fang Dichong, facing a huge elephant. The huge elephant was pure white in color. Its forelegs stomped on the ground. It was unmoving like a sturdy mountain. The beggars were in a stalemate for a long time. Their morale was falling. They started to feel like they could not resist this huge elephant. Fang Dichong was frowning deeply. This Qi monster is made from righteous Qi. The longer we fight it, the more disadvantageous it is for us. Qi monsters had all sorts of shapes and sizes. They were not fixed. They could be made from all kinds of Qi, having varying temperament and strength. For example, Qi monsters made of domination Qi would be domineering. Qi monsters made from death Qi would love to be in places filled with many deaths. Qi monsters made of life Qi would have strong recovery abilities, while Qi monsters made from luck Qi would be hard to kill. Once they were killed, the benefits to the Gu cultivator would not be small. Even though Fang Dichong was Fang Yuan's clone and shared his attainment level, he had lost his body and soul. With just his will left, he resided within the human path beggar Gu. Thus, he could not resist this white elephant made of righteous Qi. But thankfully, the righteous Qi white elephant was not rampaging. It did not make a move in the end, only staring at the beggars. I have arrived. Xinshang finally fought his way to them. After finishing off his earlier opponent quickly, he came to help out Fang Dichong. He fought against a group of blood Qi monsters earlier. He was bathed in blood. Fang Dichong immediately sighed in relief as he made the beggars fall back and let Xinshang in. Xinshang fought against the white elephant using human path methods. This rank 8 Gu immortal was indeed the human path quasi-supreme grandmaster chosen by Paradise Earth immortal Venerable. He quickly gained the upper hand. But right when he was about to finish off the elephant, the ground started to shake. Rumble. About 10,000 bull-shaped Qi monsters stampeded together while creating huge dust clouds behind them. Xinshang and Fang Dichong's expressions changed. The righteous Qi elephant screeched in fear as it escaped in panic. Xinshang did not bother with it. He grabbed Fang Dichong and quickly ran in another direction. The stampede of countless bulls was like a tsunami that swept heaven and earth. It could not be stopped. Xinshang and Fang Dichong managed to escape with their lives. They watched as the bulls charged away. These Qi monsters are made of charging bull Qi, but isn't the size of the group too big? Who can block it? Xinshang sighed. Fang Dichong replied. The bulls are running towards the closest camp. Who knows how many will die, but that camp is going to end up in ruins. Xinshang nodded. Indeed, once the camp is destroyed, we can only retreat to another camp further back. Our exploration will get tougher. Chapter 2163. Endless learning. The two of them had deduced something earlier. Thus they worked together and explored deeper in a Qi howling painting world in order to find and communicate with Heavenly Court's enemy at the depths of the painting. The enemy of an enemy was a friend. But even after Xinshang and Fang Dichong did their best, they could not reach the deepest part of the painting. Qi howling painting world was too huge. Fang Dichong's strength was at a limit. Even though Xinshang had rank 8 cultivation level, it was severely restricted in here. The difference between mortal and immortal was not evident. The only good thing was that Xinshang's illness was greatly alleviated here. Ever since he entered the painting world, he had not relapsed again. According to Xinshang's estimations, the dense human path environment here was helping him. Sigh, the 10 children of human path have left. Without their help, how can we get through this painting and meet the one suppressed at the deepest part of the painting? Fang Dichong sighed. Xinshang was about to speak when his expression changed suddenly. He shouted, "This is..." Next, Fang Dichong also sensed the aura of a rank 8 immortal Gu rapidly spreading towards him. The two no longer cared about Qi howling painting world. They quickly returned to the central area of the original painting world. The two of them saw a rank 8 immortal Gu at the same time. It was floated in the air, shining with radiance. Divine Emperor City is truly deep. It actually contains this legendary immortal Gu. If I am not wrong, this should be the learning Gu recorded in the Legends of Renzu. The two conversed, seeing the shock on each other's expressions. Learning Gu is a human path immortal Gu. This is likely the highest ranked human path immortal Gu in the current world. Fang Dichong sighed. I get it now. Xinshang's eyes suddenly shined with bright light. Why did beast tamers and Qi cultivators appear earlier? It was the result of this learning Gu's effect. Of course, this should not be the only Gu used. It is likely a killer move. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable had such grand ambitions. His arrangements were truly deep. Fang Dichong frowned. But why did this learning Gu activate on its own now? Did something happen in the outside world? Xinshang was troubled. He did not know about the situation outside. But he quickly reacted. This is a prime opportunity. Learning Gu must be one of the cores of Divine Emperor City. regardless of what is going on outside that caused this core to be used alone. At this point, Divine Emperor City's intact structure has a crack in it. We can find this weakness and make use of it. Good idea. Fang Dichang's pupils expanded as he looked at Shun Shang excitedly. Let us work together and explore the secret of Divine Emperor City. At the same time, Crazed Demon Cave, 8th layer, Green Lotus Dao Field, above Book Mountain. Fairy Yuxiu sat at the peak of Book Mountain. Within her immortal aperture, Divine Emperor City's learning Gu spread out its radiance, cooperating with Fairy Yuxiu's other immortal Gu to form a human path killer move. Endless learning. At the middle and bottom of Book Mountain, there were countless Gu cultivators. The killer move's radiance was light blue in color. It spread down and covered all of these Gu cultivators. Their bodies shook intensely. The immortals' expressions changed. They were filled with deep shock. An indescribable profundity of the great Tao flowed into the depths of their hearts like a gentle river. The attainment levels of these immortals started to rise. There is actually such an incredible killer move in this world. If I am not experiencing this personally, I will not be able to imagine it. This is the teaching of the sage. The sage is merciful and benevolent. Many Gu immortals were so touched, they shed tears on the spot. Others knelt down on the ground, kowtowing to Fairy Yuxiu at the peak of the mountain. These were all non-standard Gu immortals, but they were receiving the most traditional Gu cultivation method now. They were all clear about how hard it was to raise attainment levels. This was truly an unprecedented fortuitous encounter for them. In this world, there are indeed other methods to raise attainment level other than dream realms. Human path. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable had already made his arrangements to this degree. It is definitely not wrong for Heavenly Court to develop human path. Qin Dingling was very excited internally. Heavenly Court's members, with her at the lead, sat down together and closed their eyes to comprehend calmly. Fairy Yuxiu opened her eyes slightly, looking down below her with a glance. Sweat had gathered on her forehead. All the thoughts in her mind were used to sustain this move. Endless learning was a human path method of strategical value. Its benefit for any superforce was huge beyond imagination. Its greatest advantage was that it did not expend the user's true meaning. It created true meaning in the mind of the targets instead. Rule Path and Wisdom Path Gu immortals were more adept at extracting their own true meaning compared to other paths. When other Gu cultivators take the true meaning, their attainment levels of the corresponding path would rise sharply. But the Gu cultivator who extracted their true meaning would experience a fall in attainment level. The losses could not be regained. This was why true meaning was so rare in the world. Endless learning was a killer move that made use of Fairy Yuxiu's attainment level, the secluded domain of Heaven and Earth Book Mountain, as well as learning Gu. This move could create new true meaning in the mind of the targets. Once the true meaning was created, it would be instantly absorbed by the Gu cultivator and cause their relevant attainment level to rise. This was the greatest advantage of the killer move Endless Learning. It did not consume anyone's attainment level. But at the same time, this advantage was also its weakness, because the true meaning created by the killer move had limitations. The limitations were the Gu cultivator themselves. The Gu cultivator's aptitude, talent, comprehension, and personal experiences were conditions that restricted their production of true meaning. Attainment level profundity of the same level would vary across the different people who were comprehending them. If one reached their limit and could not comprehend the profundity, they would start to develop illusions. As expected, not long after, Gu cultivators on Book Mountain started to see illusions. Some of them saw surging golden lotuses, some saw azure rain, some saw surging bloody water, some saw bone forests, or rainbow-colored phoenixes that growled loudly. I can't persevere anymore. A moment later, someone spat out blood and fainted. More and more people followed. But some Gu cultivators were still enduring. With this, the talent, personal experiences, and comprehension of the Gu cultivators were also clearly distinguished. But by the time, those among Qin Dingling's group started to waver as sweat appeared on their foreheads, about 90% of Green Lotus Dao Field's native Gu immortals had already fallen. Even if these natives become Gu immortals, they are still inferior to humans, who have the highest natural talent and intelligence. Fairy Yuxiu nodded to herself. After some observation, she had already gained a clear understanding of the strengths and weaknesses of the Gu immortals from Green Lotus Dao Field. When Qin Dingling and the rest started to waver, the other Gu cultivators on the mountain had already fainted. Bai Cong Shui fainted. Zhou Xiong Xian also fainted, followed by Jun Xinguang. Eventually, only 3 Heavenly Court members were left. They were Qin Dingling, Che Wei, and Gu Yufangzheng. Brother? Gu Yufangzheng's eyes were filled with blood. He grunted before fainting. Thereafter, Qin Dingling smiled bitterly as she lost consciousness as well. Che Wei lasted until the end. Fairy Yuxiu nodded to herself. As expected of the creator of Weapon Path. I actually misjudged. Fairy Yushio's expression suddenly changed as she shifted her gaze from Che Wei to a meteor at the bottom of the mountain. This meteor was large as an elephant. It was also a Gu immortal. Earlier, it had fallen into a state of semi-unconsciousness. Even Fairy Yushio did not expect that a certain strength would gather within the rock. At this point, the mystical strength reached its limit. There was a qualitative change occurring. Rumble. With a thunderous sound, the meteor shattered as golden light shined in all directions. From the piercing and blinding light, a rock monkey flew out. The rock monkey landed on the ground and scratched its ears, shouting, "Brilliant, truly brilliant." Plop. At the other end, Che Wei could no longer endure it. He fainted on the spot. Fairy Yushio's expression became even more peculiar. This rock monkey is born from heaven and earth. It is extraordinary. It even has incredible talent surpassing Che Wei. With such potential, it will definitely reach great heights in the future. Amazing, amazing. What a pity, what a pity. Fairy Yushio sighed continuously. She was referring to Limitless Demon Venerable when she said, amazing. Limitless Demon Venerable created Crazed Demon Cave. The derivation of New Heaven Path Dao marks went on for over 1,000,000 years. The results were huge. This rock monkey was the proof of it. This rock monkey's potential and comprehension ability even surpassed Heavenly Court's members. It defeated Che Wei. If this rock monkey was nurtured well and grew successfully, it might create its own path in the future. But this rock monkey was destined to have a pitiful ending. It could not live for long. It was meant to be Limitless Demon Venerable's sacrifice. Even Heavenly Court could not let it off, because it was not a pure human. This was also why Fairy Yushio said, what a pity. The rock monkey lasted for a few more minutes before falling on the ground, unconscious. Fairy Yushio stopped using the killer move. She started to rest. Even though she did not consume her attainment level, the price of using this move was quite high. Be they thoughts, immortal essence, or her own lifespan, they were expended. Not long after, the Gu immortals started to wake up. They started to cheer, unable to control themselves. Their attainment levels had all risen. The problems that they faced normally with killer moves or incomplete immortal Gu recipes were all resolvable now. Many Gu immortals even had new ideas regarding the modification of their current killer moves. Thank you, Sage, for imparting the Tao to us. Sage has unsurpassed virtue for imparting the Tao to us. The Gu immortals knelt on the ground of their own will. Fairy Yushio smiled, her voice spreading throughout Book Mountain, before spreading to the entire Green Lotus world. 3 days later, I will hold another session to impart the Tao on Book Mountain again. The immortals were stunned. At the next moment, a thunderous cheer resounded. 3 days later, not only on Book Mountain itself, even a large number of Gu masters gathered near the base of Book Mountain. Gu masters could only surround Book Mountain but not ascend it. On the mountain base and the sides, many new Gu immortals showed up. These Gu immortals came from various small worlds. Hearing that a sage was imparting the Tao on Book Mountain, they came of their own accord to benefit from it. Fairy Yushio used endless learning again. As illusions started to show up, everyone saw different sights. I can see many flowers. So many pig heads are flying in the sky. Fairy, don't run. You can't escape from me. That rascal is dead meat. I'm telling you, even a Gu immortal cannot save him. The man of my dreams is an unparalleled hero who will come and marry me while riding on a rainbow cloud, even though I am also a man. Chapter 2164. Ant poison appears again. All sorts of illusions appeared. Soon, the Gu masters outside of the mountain quickly fell unconscious one by one. Next, the ones on the mountain, those Gu immortals who had attended the previous session, also fainted in succession. During the first session, they had already reached their limits. After just 3 days, the growth of their foundation was very limited. Even Heavenly Court's members were no exception. After them were the various mutant Gu immortals of the small worlds. They had deep foundations, and this was their first time attending the Tao lesson. Fairy Yushio expressed her surprise again. Among these mutant Gu immortals, she found another genius this time. It was a lump of deep green-colored tornado. It persevered until the end. The aptitude and comprehension ability it displayed was equally matched with the rock monkey. When this tornado Gu immortal fell unconscious, Fairy Yushio also stopped using her killer move. By the time they awakened, she announced again. 3 days later, the next session will be held. For the third Tao lesson, even more Gu immortals came. Not only the mutants of the various small worlds, even Savage Wilderness Great Worlds and Yellow Earth Great Worlds Gu immortals came. Eventually, the one who lasted until the end was a lizard Gu immortal. This immortal came from Savage Wilderness Great World. Its aptitude was on par with the rock monkey and tornado. They were extraordinarily talented. Fairy Yushio conducted 3 Tao lessons in total. The influence was not just kept in the 3 great worlds, it even spread to the remaining small worlds. Not only the small worlds at the boundaries of the three great worlds, but even many other small worlds that were currently being drawn to the central area. Fairy Yushio achieved her goal. The effect was evident. Their impression on the various Gu immortals of Green Lotus Grand World improved greatly. Many Gu immortals chose to join them. Yushio chose 3 leaders from among them. They were the Rock Monkey Butian Kong, the Tornado Immortal Nya Quang Feng, and finally, the Lizard Gu Immortal from Savage Wilderness Great World, Duan Hu. But a large number of Gu Immortals still chose to watch on the fence. These Gu Immortals mostly came from small worlds. Their worlds were still moving now. They had not landed near the 3 great worlds yet. Since this change occurred in the void, the unification of the worlds cannot be avoided. We need to find a good allegiance. Indeed, we are all rulers of our small world. We can influence where we end up in to a certain extent. Green Lotus Great World Sage gave a Tao lesson. I wonder if the other 2 world sages will do the same? Unavoidably, these Gu immortals started to hold expectations. A capable person will often choose to find a capable leader. Even though they were native Gu immortals that were not human, they had ample intelligence and were quite astute. From Fairy Yushio's Tao lessons, they sensed that she was trying to recruit them. The 3 great worlds were in heated conflict. The amount of losses was huge and severe. It was the stage for them to shine on. They even started to spread the word. If the other 2 great worlds do not give such a benefit, we will join Green Lotus Great World. The 3 great worlds have existed for so long. Green Lotus Great World Sage imparted wisdom on everyone. They are truly magnanimous and benevolent. I am sure that the other 2 world sages are the same. We will join whichever world gives the greatest benefits. These Gu immortals wanted to gain the most benefits for themselves. As for which world they would end up joining, they can decide that after getting the benefits. The situation changed abruptly. Lu Weiyin quickly went to Fang Yuan for a discussion. Lu Weiyin sighed. Currently, Heavenly Court has the initiative again. After cooperating with Longevity Heaven, we managed to destabilize Heavenly Court's advantage over us, but with Fairy Yushio's Tao lessons, all our efforts ended up in vain. But thankfully, the situation is salvageable. How should we go on to recruit those Gu immortals who are still on the fence? Fang Yuan was silent. These mutant Gu immortals who were still roaming around were top-tier cannon fodder. Heavenly Court's recruitment of them was a great move. Fairy Yushio's method also expanded Fang Yuan's horizons. Learning Gu, endless learning. Other than the Dream Realm, this was the first time Fang Yuan saw a killer move capable of directly raising attainment levels. In the 500 years of his previous life, he had no recollection of such a killer move. From what he gathered, and from Lu Weiyin's information, there was no warning or hint that such a killer move existed. This meant that the killer move was likely a new creation of Heavenly Court. Heavenly Court had deep foundation and countless elites who progressed and developed with time. Lu Weiyin looked at Fang Yuan as he said, "This killer move is extraordinary. It can raise the power of an entire force. Attainment level is very hard to raise. Even I am slightly moved by Heavenly Court's offer. There is also something more worrying. Within the legends of Rinzhu, there are records that Rinzhu and the other 2 went into primordial domain using true meaning. Heavenly Court possesses the killer move endless learning. This means that they have a method of creating true meaning that is unique in this world. This method might allow them to enter primordial domain earlier than others. Or even like Book Mountain, they might be able to obtain primordial domain from the 9th layer." Fang Yuan nodded slightly. Lu Weiyin was very astute. All of his words made sense. Primordial domain was the key factor in the conflict of the 3 parties. Even if a Venerable revives successfully, to become a true Tao Lord again, they need to rely on primordial domain. One could say that whoever obtains primordial domain first would gain the greatest advantage. They would become the eventual winner of this fight. Fang Yuan pondered. Endless learning is truly incredible and useful, but we also have a strategic level killer move ourselves. I have already used it. Lu Weiyin's expression turned to joy as he guessed. That lingering poisonous ant plague killer move? Fang Yuan nodded while adding, "I used this move in Eastern Sea before. Let's see how Heavenly Court deals with it. Other than that, we need to keep an eye on Longevity Heaven. I am quite curious about their following actions." Lu Weiyin thought about it and added, "Lord, since you have already used lingering poisonous ant plague, we should take the initiative to attack and exert pressure. When Heavenly Court is busy dealing with it, they will not have the time or energy to resist this move." Fang Yuan had already shut his eyes. "You can go handle this matter. I want to deduce the Paradise Earth true inheritance here." Lu Weiyin immediately took his leave. His best idea was to communicate with Longevity Heaven and attack in unison. After getting Lu Weiyin's invitation, Longevity Heaven did not hesitate. They cooperated smoothly. The truth was, their pressure was higher. Many Gu immortals defected from Savage Wilderness Great World to Green Lotus Great World. even more than Yellow Earth Great World. The most famous among them was Duan Hu. This rank 8 expert was very famous in Savage Wilderness Great World. With him taking the lead to join Heavenly Court, the influence on Longevity Heaven was dire. Days later, Longevity Heaven and Fang Yuan sent out their troops again to attack Green Lotus Great World. In the sky, Gu Immortals fought intensely. Kill. Golden Fur Immortal Monarch held 2 large hammers on both hands as he attacked aggressively. He was covered in thick golden fur. He had many Immortal Gu and killer moves, allowing his defense to be tight. He had no worries about charging forward. The formation of Heavenly Court's Mutant Gu. Immortals were disrupted many times because of him. Don't be too arrogant. A childlike Woodpath Gu Immortal with grass growing on his head gritted his teeth as he blocked Golden Fur Immortal Monarch. Golden Fur Immortal Monarch's advancement was halted. He fought against this immortal. After dozens of rounds, there was no clear victor. Humph. I am Grasshead Child. I was born with an Immortal Gu. I am blessed with great fortune. You have Immortal Gu, but my Immortal Gu are also not fewer than yours. This Woodpath Gu Immortal shouted with a confident disposition. Suddenly, his expression became distorted as his body started twisting around. So itchy. Suddenly, Grasshead Child could not endure the intense feeling. Wave of ants crawled out of his body, piercing his grass skin. What is going on? What are these things? Grasshead Child was shocked. He quickly retreated. Ha ha ha, where are you going? Golden Fur Immortal Monarch saw the chance and chased relentlessly. Grasshead Child was hit by the killer move Lingering Poisonous Ant Plague. He was greatly distracted and lost his momentum. After several rounds, he was smashed into pulp by Golden Fur Immortal Monarch's hammer, dying on the spot. Similar scenes were occurring to the other mutant Gu Immortals. With the activation of Lingering Poisonous Ant Plague, the situation was immediately changed. Originally, Heavenly Court had many mutant Gu Immortals. They were able to enter a deadlock with Fang Yuan's subordinates who were better equipped. But now that their immortal apertures were getting attacked, they lost all their morale. They had no will to fight. Run! Why are there ants on my body as well? Don't kill me. I surrender. The formation collapsed entirely. Fang Yuan's subordinates chased after them and obtained great results. This is the outcome for siding with Green Lotus Great World. All the Gu Immortals who sided with them faced the judgment of Lingering Poisonous Ant Plague. Kill all the captives. Our master has given orders. We will not accept them. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and the rest cheered loudly, resounding in the entire battlefield. They worked with another group from Longevity Heaven, making great advances and forcing Heavenly Court's mutant Gu Immortals to run in fear, unable to retaliate. The defeated mutant Gu Immortals found that they could not resolve Lingering Poisonous Ant Plague killer move. They had to rush to Book Mountain and kneel towards the peak, requesting for the sage's help. At the peak of Book Mountain, Qin Dingling frowned. Fang Yuan used that move after all. If we cannot resolve it, our great advantage is going to be lost entirely. Many of the mutant Gu Immortals were still watching in anticipation. If Green Lotus Great World was too weak, even if the benefits were huge, they would not join them. After all, great benefits were pointless unless one had sufficient lifespan to enjoy them. At this moment, Fairy Yuxiu defended Book Mountain, while Fairy Ming went to the front lines, preventing Longevity Heaven's troops from causing any more trouble. Fairy Yuxiu was also quite troubled. You have already given us the information of this Lingering Poisonous Ant Plague killer move. This is quite an impressive move. It contains Poison Path, Enslavement Path, Refinement Path, Wood Path, Food Path, and even Heaven Path Profundity. It contains Heaven Path Profundity? Qin Dingling was deeply shocked. No wonder Eastern Sea's Righteous Qi Alliance can only alleviate the effects of this move, but not remove it completely. Chapter 2165. Operation of Heaven and Earth Peak of Book Mountain. Regarding Fang Yuan's Lingering Poisonous Ant Plague, Fairy Yuxiu explained. Thankfully, this move had already been used in Eastern Sea before. You also made Zue Xianwing infiltrate Righteous Qi Alliance and obtained first-hand information about it. Thus, I am prepared against it. But the current Lingering Poisonous Ant Plague has been modified by Fang Yuan. My original method isn't going to be suitable. I need to modify it as well. Qin Dingling heard this as her expression eased up slightly. That will be good. Fairy Yuxiu smiled. I only need 3 days to succeed. During this period, Heavenly Court can spread the news regarding Lingering Poisonous Ant Plague to everyone. Qin Dingling acknowledged and left. Not long after, the mutant Gu Immortals learned of the situation. They became very angry. Yellow Earth Great World Sage is truly too vicious. I've heard that Yellow Earth Great World's Gu Immortals are united and harmonious. To think that their sage is such a vicious person, this is really a huge disappointment to everyone. In comparison, Green Lotus Great World Sage is really magnanimous. They have the disposition of a sage. Even Savage Wilderness Great World Sage pales in comparison. The observing Gu immortals were very disappointed. They waited for so long, but neither Longevity Heaven nor Fang Yuan gave the response that they wanted. They gained nothing from waiting. Yellow Earth Great World and Savage Wilderness Great World directly sent their troops and started the war. These mutant Gu immortals were very disappointed, but they also started to get angrier. The sages of these two great worlds are acting like this. Are they not afraid that we will join Green Lotus Great World? Humph. The sages of these two worlds are too high and mighty. Forget it. I will join Green Lotus Great World instead. All of the observing mutant Gu immortals chose to join Heavenly Court. Heavenly Court's wisdom path method is quite formidable. The emotions of these mutant Gu immortals were influenced. According to what I know, many Gu immortals made the decision to join Heavenly Court in a spurt of anger. Lu Weiyin sighed as he explained to Fang Yuan. Heavenly Court first spread information of Fang Yuan's vicious method before helping the mutant Gu immortals resolve their lingering poisonous ant plague without asking for compensation. Finally, they even used a method to influence the emotions of these mutant Gu immortals. After this series of actions, not only did they alleviate lingering poisonous ant plague's terrifying effect, they even retaliated and caused Fang Yuan and Longevity Heaven's position to be worse than before. Currently, Heavenly Court has recruited many mutant Gu immortals. Their advantage in numbers is increasingly evident. Should we recall our troops at the front lines? Lu Weiyin asked. Fang Yuan smiled as he waved his hand. Heavenly Court is formidable. According to my deduction, this mysterious wisdom path killer move contains Heaven Path Profundity too. It is similar to Heaven's will and has the ability to influence the thoughts and emotions of living beings. Lingering poisonous ant plague has been troubling the Righteous Qi Alliance, but Heavenly Court managed to resolve this move so easily. In fact, I even modified this move once again. However, Longevity Heaven is taking action now. Let's watch and see before making a decision. Gu Tuan was one of the mutant Gu immortals who joined Heavenly Court. After making the agreement with Heavenly Court, she traveled through the void and returned to her small world. Using several days, she set up an immortal formation. This immortal formation was Heavenly Court's reinforcement. After activating it, it could influence the travel route of the small world, allowing it to land on the boundary of Green Lotus Great World. Green Lotus Great World Sage is truly unfathomable. This immortal formation is amazing and has huge power, but the expended immortal essence is so little. Gu Tuan praised internally as she activated the immortal formation. The immortal formation burst out with profound light, spreading from the inside to the outside of the small world. The small world had always been moving towards the center of the void, but under the effect of the immortal formation, it started to change its trajectory slightly. After several breaths of time, Gu Tuan's expression turned to shock. What is going on? I activated the immortal formation, but the small world is uncontrollable. It is forcefully moving towards another direction. Is the immortal formation ineffective? Gu Tuan quickly checked and was shocked to find out. It was not that the immortal formation was useless, but a profound force had been influencing her small world from long ago. Compared to this vast force, the immortal formation had no strength to counter it. Gu Tuan could only watch as her homeland flew and landed on the boundary of Savage Wilderness Great World. This was not a unique situation. Many small worlds were influenced and landed on Savage Wilderness Great World, while others were still on their way. Gu Tuan and the other mutant Gu immortals were stunned. They joined Green Lotus Great World, but their own small worlds ended up in Savage Wilderness Great World. They would definitely be absorbed by Savage Wilderness Great World and fuse into it. This is the method of Savage Wilderness Great World Sage. Unbelievable. That sage already took action long ago. He is actually able to attract all the small worlds. Only those small worlds at the periphery were spared. What do we do? Many Gu immortals were starting to feel regret. Had they known this, they would not have joined Green Lotus Great World so quickly. Peak of Book Mountain. This is Giant Sun's Heaven and Earth Luck method. Qin Dingling sighed. Fate is fixed while luck is a variable. Longevity Heaven disregarded the cost and brought luck suppression Heavenly Palace here. They have already started to influence the heaven and earth luck of the 8th layer of Crazed Demon Cave. Thus, these small worlds were all drawn to them. It is a venerable method after all. Fairy Yushio sighed. Even though they could understand Longevity Heaven's method, they had no way of resolving it. Not only because Longevity Heaven was superior to Heavenly Court in terms of luck path methods, but because this method was used by Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace. To resolve it, they had to destroy the palace. And Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace had been hiding deep within Savage Wilderness Great World. Now that pseudo-venerables could not use their full strength, who could reach it and destroy it? Heavenly Court had no answer. They could only sit and wait. This way, Heavenly Court gathered most of the mutant Gu immortals. They had advantage in numbers. Longevity Heaven obtained most of the small worlds. Savage Wilderness Great World was growing and expanding rapidly. Only Fang Yuan's side was the weakest. During this period, not only did they not recruit many mutant Gu immortals, they also failed to get many small worlds. Heavenly Court started to instruct the mutant Gu immortals to retaliate. The front lines that went deep into Green Lotus Great Worlds started to be pushed away outwards again. Gu masters gathered into armies, fighting and killing all over the battlefield. Immortals fought in the air. It was an intense battle. Rock Monkey Butian Kong roamed unhindered. With a sudden roar, it vanished on the spot. This move again. Bing's eyelids were twitching. He quickly looked around him. Where will he show up? But Butian Kong did not attack Bingzhua. It teleported behind Shizong instead. Take my fist, Butian Kong shouted. Shizong quickly defended himself, but his defensive killer move was quickly broken through. Butian Kong's fist pierced Shizong's chest, protruding out of his back. Butian Kong snickered. Its body shook as a killer move was activated. Shizong exploded and shattered into pieces that flew everywhere. Shizong and Bingzhua were rank 8 Gu immortals, while Butian Kong also had rank 8 cultivation level. To think that he managed to kill Shizong while going up against 2 opponents. No matter what formation this is, I will send it flying. At the other end, Niequang Feng, who was inside the rotting smell vicious cloud formation, shouted. The 6 Eggman Gu immortals from Rotten Egg Grotto Heaven formed into the ancient battle formation Rotting Smell Vicious Cloud as they trapped Niequang Feng for some time. At this point, they were unable to hold on anymore as the latter broke out from within. The 6 Eggman Gu immortals spat out blood in response. They were either dead or injured. And on another battlefield, Duan who fought against Lu Tonglan. Lu Tonglan was the desolate extremity of the 8 extremities, but she actually fell into a disadvantage. Duan whose attacks were powerful and wild. Its body was tough like a mountain. When colliding, it felt like one was colliding with the world itself. Lu Tonglan's Blue Phoenix Totem Killer move was almost destroyed in the fight. These 3 immortals were born with immense, innate luck. They are the luck children of Crazed Demon Cave's 8th layer. Originally, Yellow Earth Great World should have produced such an expert too. It is a pity. Fang Yuan understood the reason behind these 3 immortals' existence. He casted his gaze at Paradise Earth's tomb. Using Luck Inspection Killer move, he saw that this Paradise Earth's tomb had immense luck that resembled a yellow soil mountain. It was unmoving and incredibly dense. These days, with their losses at the front lines, many of Fang Yuan's subordinates also died. But Fang Yuan remained calm as ice. These fatalities were just numbers to him. The longer this dragged on, the more advantageous it was for him. Fang Yuan had already comprehended a lot of the profundities regarding Paradise Earth's tomb. In the past, he did not have the ability to create his own tomb Earth, but now, he could create a huge graveyard in the sovereign immortal aperture to act as a node of the Earth vein. Most of Fang Yuan's time and energy were spent comprehending the refinement path profundity here. Ordinary Gu immortals refined immortal Gu, while Limitless Demon Venerable refined the worlds of heaven and earth. This gap in refinement path was now quickly filled up by Fang Yuan. He was even gaining huge results from it. At the same time, Fang Yuan gained a deeper and clearer understanding of Limitless Demon Venerable's arrangements. It is time, Fang Yuan muttered lightly. He gazed afar with his deep abyss-like eyes. Crack! A shocking flash of lightning landed on the battlefield. The immortals on the battlefield were shocked. In an instant, lightning bolts crashed down like a forest. The immortals had to stop and retreat immediately. Thereafter, tribulations of various intensity rained down like a torrent, occurring to all 3 great worlds and their boundaries. At the peak of Book Mountain, Qin Dingling was shocked. What is going on? After making some deductions, Fairy Yuxiu explained confidently. This is Limitless Demon Venerable's method. So it turns out that when the fusion of worlds reach a certain stage, tribulations will befall. At the same time, Fang Yuan's gaze focused on these tribulations that were extremely far away. Waves of comprehension emerged in the depth of his mind. All tribulations are superb methods in refining heaven and earth. Gu immortals manage their immortal aperture. Under normal circumstances, their main source of Dao marks come from tribulations. When Gu immortals successfully pass a tribulation, they would gain a large number of Dao marks. These Dao marks will modify the immortal aperture and cause the environment to change. This is the refinement of heaven and earth. By expanding this logic, all tribulations were refinement path methods. Fang Yuan smiled lightly. At this point, the refinement path profundity regarding the refinement of the world and heaven and earth had already been comprehended by him to a large extent. Earlier, my luck gave me an indication. Now is the time to use that move. Fang Yuan started to activate Heaven's Envy Immortal Gu. Chapter 2166. Heaven envies heroic geniuses. The sky was in chaos. Gu immortals fought intensely everywhere. Wild winds blew, wind blades shot all over the place. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch paused for a moment. His body was surrounded by wind blades from all directions. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's square face was covered in frost. He snorted coldly. He shot out immense crystal frost chi that destroyed all the wind blades. But at the next moment, Guang suddenly arrived right before him. Guang was a green tornado to begin with. It condensed into a ball and burst out with a terrifying suction force. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch wanted to dodge, but it was too late. He was trapped by the tornado, unable to escape for the moment. Oh no! Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's expression changed. It was too late to use Extreme Ice Crystal Light Immortal Suppression Coffin now. Normally speaking, the stronger the killer move, the longer the time needed to use it. When fighting against Guang, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch could not find the time or opportunity to use this move. At the crucial moment, this move could no longer be used. During a deadlock, using this move would expose weaknesses for the enemy to exploit. Even if he used it, with the enemy on guard, the effect would not be decisive either. This is my signature killer move, Wine Suction Life Twister. I spent 30 years to painstakingly create it, before spending 100 years to modify it. Nobody has ever survived against this move. You will be no exception. Guang laughed wildly. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's expression was grim. It was too late to dodge now. He could only activate his defensive killer moves desperately. Ah! Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch cried out in pain. First, his arms were absorbed into Guang's body. Even though they were covered in thick ice crystals, they only lasted for a few moments before disintegrating. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's arms were directly shredded into particles. Next was Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's body. I am finished. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch felt despair at this moment, but suddenly, a bolt of black lightning shot down. Guang was directly hit and suffered a huge blow. Its suction force stopped for a moment. The speed of Guang's wind ball tornado fell greatly. Within the green wind, there was a large area of black ink-like color that got corrupted. Damn it! Tribulations appeared again. Guang gritted its teeth. Since several days ago, tribulations started to occur at all corners of the various great worlds. Especially places with more Gu immortals, they would encounter more tribulations. Now that there were many Gu immortals fighting intensely on the battlefield, it was not strange to have many tribulations occurring here. Guang's attention was drawn to Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch again. Die! Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch tried his best to break free, but he could not get away from Guang's suction force. He was pulled into Guang's body inch by inch. I am finished. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch felt despair at this moment once again, but suddenly, a bolt of black lightning shot down. Crack! The black lightning bolt landed on Guang. Guang froze again. The black color in the green wind tornado became denser. This tribulation is so strong, it can actually cause such injuries to me. Guang sighed, growling at Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. But you cannot escape. Your life is mine. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch was sucked into the tornado again. It seems that my life is really going to end here. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch sighed again, but at this moment, a bolt of black lightning shot down on Guang. Guang's movements froze. The tornado twisted and almost seemed like it would explode. What happened? What is going on with this tribulation? Why did it hit me 3 times in a row? I am so close to Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, yet it did not even hit him once. Is his luck that good? I don't believe it. I'll suck him in with me. Crack! Black lightning shot down, landing on Guang. Guang refused to believe its luck. I'll do it again. Crack! I do not believe it. I'll draw him in. Crack, crack, crack. Guang could not take it anymore. As black lightning bolts continued to shoot down, they landed on his head without any deviation. Guang's body almost collapsed. It could not draw an Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch anymore. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch took the chance to retreat, quickly getting away from Guang. I actually survived? What in the world is going on? Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch was lucky to survive. He was filled with disbelief and surprise. Far away, black lightning continued to land on Guang. No matter where Guang went, black lightning seemed to target it specifically. No, not only black lightning. Soon, tribulations like blood dragons and gray spirits also went to approach Guang. Guang was going crazy. At this moment, it felt like the entire world was going against it. Of course, tribulations also landed on other Gu immortals, but Guang experienced the most animosity from these tribulations. While Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch healed himself, he observed and found another person who faced the same situation as Niequang Feng. It was rock monkey Bu Tiankong. This unlucky monkey was currently fighting against several rank 8 Gu immortals like Solid Rock Warrior. Countless bats and white flying cranes attacked him, disrupting the rock monkey's attacks and causing it to lose momentum. Even though Solid Rock Warrior and the rest were also affected by the tribulations, they were less targeted and found an opportunity to retaliate fiercely. The rock monkey was very troubled. In this situation, it could only turn from offensive to defensive. Peak of Book Mountain. What is going on? Qin Dingling stood up. Her expression had changed. Book Mountain was an information path secluded domain of heaven and earth. Because of Heavenly Court's method, it had been collecting the information of the two battlefields. Thus, even though Qin Dingling stayed at the headquarters, she quickly observed many of the changes in the battlefields. Currently, Heavenly Court's troops had already moved into Savage Wilderness Great World and Yellow Earth Great World. The tribulations in Savage Wilderness Great World were quite low regardless of strength or quantity. Green Lotus Great World had an ordinary number of tribulations. But Yellow Earth Great World was clearly abnormal. Not only were they more severe, they even targeted Niequang Feng and Bu Tiankong. What is going on here? Qin Dingling was uncertain and shocked. Fairy Yuxiu had started her deduction long ago. After getting the result, she said, "Amazing move. This should be Fang Yuan's work. This mysterious killer move can actually amplify calamities and tribulations of heaven and earth, prioritizing the targets that have the most outstanding aptitude and talent." Niequang Feng and Bu Tiankong represent the small worlds and Green Lotus Great World respectively. They are two of those who have the greatest innate luck among all the inhabitants of Crazed Demon Cave's 8th layer. Thus, they were targeted specifically. Saying this, Fairy Yuxiu's expression suddenly changed. This killer move's range is increasing rapidly. It has already arrived here. Oh no. Qin Dingling's expression changed yet again as she raised her head to look up. Above Book Mountain, tribulation clouds rumbled, covering the entire sky with endless thick layers of over 10,000 li of space. The tribulations are still intensifying. What is going on? Qin Dingling gritted her teeth. Even someone like her felt a terrifying might from the tribulation clouds above her. Fairy Yuxiu's expression was grim. This tribulation is targeting Fairy Fengya. She possesses talent Gu. She has been in close cultivation to deduce Limitless Demon Venerables arrangement to the best of her abilities. When Wisdom Path Gu immortals made deductions, they were also exposing themselves. Thus, heaven and earth detected Fairy Fengya's existence. It started to create a tribulation to exterminate her. Fang Yuan's mysterious killer move actually makes use of Limitless Demon Venerables arrangement to attack our heavenly court. He is really vicious. Qin Dingling said in anger. Lady Yuxiu, please allow me to bring Divine Emperor City to the front lines and find trouble with Fang Yuan so that he cannot use this move casually. No, that is exactly what Fang Yuan wants to see. Fairy Yuxiu shook her head and said with a firm attitude, the key now is to protect Fairy Fengya. We will gather our formation and resist the tribulation. We will give Fairy Fengya the most optimal environment to make deductions. At almost the same time, in Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun also sensed Fang Yuan's method. He praised in amazement. This method contains heaven path profundity. It is truly out of my expectations that Fang Yuan seems to be cultivating heaven path. I wonder what the name of this move is. Desolate Extremity Jiaohua said in displeasure. Fang Yuan has already allied with us. Yet he is using this move on our Savage Wilderness Great World as well, causing our subordinates to face its effects too. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun smiled lightly. When we made the alliance agreement, he had already considered this. Thus he used the loophole and is not breaking our alliance. After all, this move is mainly targeting the Gu Immortal Duan Hu. But our Gu Immortals are being weakened by the tribulation. That is the truth. Jiaohua said. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun nodded, his gaze turning deeper. He is forcing me to take action. Ha ha ha. Very interesting. Then I shall make my move to deal with this method. Master. All the Gu Immortals in the hall shouted in concern. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun waved his hand. Don't worry. The Fate War has ended for a long time already. My strength has been recovering steadily. Moreover, I am taking action now not just to deal with Fang Yuan's killer move, but also to participate in the operations of the worlds. I want to observe Limitless Demon Venerables arrangements more deeply. At the next moment, Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace shot out with a beam of light soaring to the sky. It was grand and powerful, shining in golden radiance. Very good. Longevity Heaven took action already. Fang Yuan soon sensed the commotion at Savage Wilderness Great World. He looked over there, his gaze crossing a huge distance as he analyzed Savage Wilderness Great World. Longevity Heaven had a trump card indeed. At this moment, Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace activated and surged with Luck Path aura. This effect mixed into the operations of the worlds, combining with Limitless Demon Venerables arrangements to hasten the fusion of the small worlds. No, there is also the method of all living beings' luck in use. Longevity Heaven's subordinate mutant Gu immortals are being taken care of. They are facing less pressure from the tribulations now. Fang Yuan observed for some time and gained great insights. At his current level, he could already gain comprehension of other paths using his own as a foundation. Right now, by just observing a move from a mortal zombie giant son, Fang Yuan could deduce a lot of the profundity of all living beings' luck and heaven and earth luck. The move that Fang Yuan activated was called Heaven Envies Heroic Geniuses. It used Heaven's Envy Immortal Gu as the core and targeted those people with outstanding talents. Originally, Fang Yuan wanted to use this move on Venerables, but now, it was unleashed at a superb timing. It complemented Limitless Demon Venerables arrangements and used his power to allow this move to spread out across the various great worlds, amplifying its strength. Chapter 2167 Wooden Statue Lord Wu Guang. It rained not long ago. The sky of northern plains was pale white. It looked extremely clear. A Gu immortal lowered his altitude. He was only tens of feet above the ground, flying rapidly as he scanned the area below him, seeming trying to find something. This Gu immortal was bare-chested. His body was well-proportioned, and his muscles were bulging. He has an ordinary face, a sharp nose, and pursed lips, giving the impression of a man with perseverance. He looked at the ground with lush growing grass. A field of green filled his vision. But observing closely, he found that the ground below the grass were cracked and shattered. There was something going on here. Because the Northern Plains Gu immortal had sensed something amiss here, he came to investigate. Now, he had already inspected the range of 100 li. Suddenly, a green shadow flashed in the crack of the ground. Found you. The Northern Plains Gu immortal's eyes shined. He flew down rapidly with a gray shadow around him. He was filled with determination, like an eagle hunting its prey. Rumble. The Northern Plains Gu immortal directly crashed into the ground, causing a huge explosion. Rocks flew, while grass swayed in the air from the shockwave. The Gu immortal hit the target with one attack. At the next moment, his pupils contracted. The ground cracked open, revealing a huge body below the topsoil. It resembled a huge yellow dragon. But looking closely, it was not a dragon but a huge trunk of a ginseng. The ginseng trunk was yellow in color, covered in wrinkles, and gave people a feeling of great strength. Even though it was attacked, the ginseng trunk exploded with terrifying power, as if a giant dragon was turning over its body. Boom! Boom! The surrounding ground was cracked again, grass and soil splattered. The Northern Plains Gu immortal was sent flying by this action. He flew up into the sky and saw the entirety of the ginseng. In the surrounding 100 li of area, yellowish ginseng roots were protruding out of the soil. It looked like a forest had appeared. Several hundred roots that resembled yellow dragons attacked the Northern Plains Gu immortal in a frenzy. The Gu immortal took a deep breath. Gray shadows appeared around his body. Under the cover of the gray shadows, his figure became blurred like a shadow. He alternated between intangible and solid. As the ginseng roots landed on his body, they passed through like he was an illusion. There was no effect. The Northern Plains Gu immortal was like the moon in the lake. No matter how the water rippled, he was completely unaffected. The Gu immortal thus regained his footing and started to prepare his offensive method. As the killer move was unleashed, greenish-gray wooden spikes with the size of ancient trees stabbed into the ginseng roots, pinning them to the ground. The Gu immortal continued to use this move as the surrounding ginseng roots fell in number. What a good thing. The Northern Plains Gu immortal was called Wu Guang. He was a rank 7 wood path Gu immortal, titled Wooden Statue Lord. He observed the ginseng roots for some time, his gaze becoming increasingly heated. This yellowish ginseng was a mysterious product. Even the wood path cultivator Wu Guang did not know much about it. But this was quite a common situation. After the 5 regions merged, earth veins rumbled and chi tides surged. A vast quantity of cultivation resources appeared one by one, among which were many strange and mysterious things. This ancient desolate plant was one of them. It was found by Wooden Statue Lord Wu Guang by chance. This gigantic ginseng had extraordinary value. If Wu Guang could successfully obtain it, it would be a profitable source of revenue in the long run. But it was not easy to subdue a wild, ancient, desolate plant, compared to those desolate plants who were cultivated from saplings. Subduing an ancient, desolate plant required enslavement path methods. This was not Wu Guang's expertise. But he was not asking for much now. He wanted to kill the giant ginseng and get a huge quantity of immortal materials. Problems would arise if this dragged on. He was currently in the territory of the Huang Jin bloodline tribes. If they found him, the lone immortal Wu Guang would not reap any gains. Immortal killer move, decaying wooden death. After the roots surrounding Wu Guang thinned to a certain extent, Wu Guang pushed with both palms. A loud explosion could be heard. A gray light pillar shot through the sky, landing on the trunk of the ginseng. On the ginseng trunk, a huge hole was formed. It got instantly pierced by the light pillar. The roots that were still attacking Wu Guang seemed to have lost all their strength. They fell to the ground like feeble insects, no longer having their strength like before. It is over. Wu Guang smiled lightly, but suddenly, his expression changed. Rumble. At the next moment, the ground shook intensely like heaven and earth was flipping around. 1,000 ginseng roots appeared at once. They were tall and mighty, each being over 100 feet in height. Roots filled the entire place as their shadow cast down on Wu Guang's body. Wu Guang was greatly shocked to realize that the ginseng trunk he perceived earlier was merely a larger branch of the entire plant. This ancient desolate plant likely has tens of thousands of years of history. It is very close to rank 8. It is at the peak of an ancient desolate plant. Wu Guang was deeply shook. Countless roots slammed down. Wu Guang quickly dodged them. But right at this moment, the wild immortal Gu living in a certain part of the ginseng burst out with power, causing Wu Guang's speed to fall rapidly. Wu Guang was hit by many roots at the same time. At the crucial moment, the gray shadows appeared again. 1,000 ginseng roots rampaged like huge whips, cracking the air as they moved, creating huge shock waves. Wu Guang's body shook intensely. His immortal essence expenditure was very high. Oh no! Wu Guang could sense the aura of death. At this rate, his immortal essence storage was going to be emptied. Even though he relied on a defensive method and managed to stay alive, this defensive killer move had a huge flaw. Once activated, the Gu immortal could not move. They had to stay at the same spot. Wu Guang fell into danger again. The situation changed too quickly. At the next moment, he was at the brink of life and death. Wu Guang was feeling bitter internally. He had been too overconfident. He did not investigate the situation more clearly. As a matter of fact, the ginseng had been moving underground. It was not easy for Wu Guang to find it and force it to come to the surface. If he had to make a thorough investigation, by the time he finished, the ginseng would have escaped into the ground already. It is too late to say anything now, to think that I, Wu Guang, would die in the hands of an ancient, desolate plant. As his immortal essence dried out, Wu Guang started to feel despair. Roar! Right at this moment, a fierce tiger attacked. The tiger was black in color and gave off a metallic luster. It was huge like a mountain and had sharp and powerful claws. It easily tore the ginseng roots to shreds. It was extraordinarily fierce. What ancient desolate beast is this? No, wait, this is a killer move. Wu Guang stared with wide eyes, feeling surprised and curious. The black tiger fought against the ginseng roots. The two were stuck in a deadlock, being evenly matched. Rumble. At the next moment, the ground shook again. The ginseng roots suddenly straightened before falling to the ground with a loud thud, no longer moving again. What? This mysterious ancient desolate plant got killed by someone in one move. Wu Guang was shocked. His internal worry became much deeper. Often, humans were much scarier than beasts or plants. Wu Guang did not need to think to know that the Gu immortal who killed the ancient desolate plant was very strong, extremely strong. Once Wu Guang escaped death, he saw a green-robed Gu immortal. Wu Guang knew this person. He immediately cupped his fists. So it was you who saved my life, Chen Cheng. Gu immortal Chen Cheng waved his hand. I was only assisting. The one who saved your life is my master. Master? Whose servant did you become? Wu Guang was shocked. At this moment, the ground cracked as a figure flew up into the sky. Wu Guang stared with wide eyes at this female immortal. She wore a half-mask that covered the lower half of her face. Her brows were sharp and her eyes shined with brilliant light. She wore a black gold armor with an aura of domination around her, intimidating her foes. The one who entered the ground to kill the mysterious ginseng was He Lulan. Roar! The black tiger roared as it returned to her, turning into a tattoo on He Lulan's skin. It was the totem killer move, Dark Capital Strength Tiger. Wu Guang had never seen this move or even heard of it. Upon seeing this sight, his shock intensified. He Lulan looked down at him at an angle. I saved you. How will you repay me? Wu Guang's body shook. He quickly expressed his gratitude. I will not forget the debt of saving my life. I wonder what I can do for you. As long as you tell me, I will do my best to complete your request. But He Lulan laughed as she looked at Chen Cheng. I see that you are acquainted with him. What use does this person have? Chen Cheng. Master, we are heading to Crescent Moon Mound to challenge Yin Wu Ke. This person has a close relationship with him. He can lead the way. Wu Guang quickly added, I am acquainted with Brother Yin. But the challenge, Chen Cheng smiled as he explained. Master succeeded in her cultivation. She came out of seclusion to challenge the experts of the world. She wants to face off against the various geniuses. I lost to her, and according to the agreement, I became her servant. Wu Guang took in a deep breath. So that's it. He was hesitant. Wu Ke was his good friend. If he had to lead this expert to his friend for a fight, regardless of result, he would feel very troubled. But He Lulan did not care about Wu Guang's feelings. She said, "Lead the way." Wu Guang shook internally. He Lulan's tone was filled with dominance that did not allow rejection. Wu Guang was sure that if he defied her, he would end up like the ginseng earlier. "Please follow me, benefactor," and Chen Cheng. Wanting to preserve his own life, Wu Guang led the way. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture, milky white sea water rose and fell with the tides. The sea was covered in thick fog. One could not see anything, including their 5 fingers. In this milky white fog, countless people seemed to be moving in it rapidly at all times. Shizong's mind was completely chaotic. He was muddled and dazed. He was submerged in the sea water at times, while floating in the white fog at other times. He could vaguely hear a voice calling him. "Shizong, since you are awake, why are you not coming out?" Thus, he followed this voice and walked out of the sea, arriving at the shore. He was bare naked with no clothing on him. After leaving human sea, he suddenly jolted awake. Looking at the dense white fog and sea around him, he checked his own body. He was in disbelief. Didn't I die already? Shizong, you have already revived in Master's secluded domain of heaven and earth, human sea. But your cultivation level has been lost. You are immortal and will need to cultivate from the start again. The Gu immortal who led him out smiled as he said. Shizong was speechlessly dazed. After a while, he fell to the ground as he knelt by the shore. "I was able to revive all thanks to Master's kindness and generosity." Shizong raised his head and shouted, tears flowing down his face in excitement. Before Fang Yuan entered Crazed Demon Cave, the secluded domain of heaven and earth human sea had already been completed. In order to construct the complete human sea, Fang Yuan ordered the slaughter of countless humans. He had unsurmountable sin and blood on his hands, but he also achieved his goal as he obtained the results that he expected at this moment. Evidently, if news that dead Gu immortals could revive through human sea spread among his subordinates, Fang Yuan's force would gain a huge boost in morale. The truth was, in the 500 years of his previous life, human sea's secluded domain was used by Eastern Sea Xia clan. In Fang Yuan's first life of 500 years, when Xia clan's Gu immortals died outside, they were not truly dead. They could revive from human sea. Although their immortal Gu and immortal aperture's accumulations would be lost, they would still retain their cultivation level and immortal aperture itself. Eastern Sea Xia clan gained a huge reputation because of this. For the following period of time, they invaded Southern Border. Southern Border's Gu immortals fought against Xia clan. Over time, they learned about Xia clan's background and foundation. Eventually, Chai clan mimicked human sea and created their own human mountain secluded domain. In the 500 years of his previous life, Fate Gu was only damaged but not entirely destroyed. Now, Fate Gu was completely gone. Thus, human sea could revive Gu immortals with much less difficulty. But Fang Yuan did not let those Gu immortals who revived become Gu immortals again immediately. Firstly, to revive a Gu immortal who retained their cultivation level, it would cause a huge expenditure to human sea. After a few uses, he would need to slaughter a massive number of humans and variant humans to replenish it. It was not that Fang Yuan could not bear to do that, but it was troublesome. Also, if these Gu immortals became mortals again and had to cultivate all over again, Fang Yuan could make use of them. Firstly, these revived Gu masters had the foundation of a Gu immortal. They had rich cultivation experience. It was probable that they would succeed in immortal ascension again. During their ascension, the natural inspiration would be a good chance for Fang Yuan to get answers he wanted. Secondly, when these Gu immortals recultivate, they would need to undergo tribulations. Fang Yuan could help them with that and gain heaven path down marks. Finally, after these Gu immortals cultivate from the start, they might gain inspiration and innovate new killer moves. In the process, they would also be more reliant on Fang Yuan. It would mean that he would gain greater control over them. But at this moment, after using the killer move Human Revival C, his heart shook as inspiration flashed in his mind. At this moment, he obtained a crucial breakthrough in refinement path. So the human body Gu refinement method is like this. Brilliance flashed in Fang Yuan's mind. A light sense of joy appeared in his heart. The so-called human sea revival method was in essence using a Gu cultivator method to refine the human body and soul. This was a human path method indeed, but it was also using Gu to refine a human. Fang Yuan lacked insight on the human body Gu refinement method earlier. When he researched on Ni clan, he found that the human body Gu refinement method was related to blood path and others. This conclusion was not wrong. Using a human to refine Gu and using Gu to refine a human, the two are interchangeable in essence. These two were like the two sides of a coin. they existed with one another. The true core was unifying human and Gu. It was like sovereign immortal fetus Gu. It was a Gu worm that could turn into a human body after activation. But it did not provide a soul. Instead, the sovereign immortal body would be created with the most compatibility with the Gu cultivator's soul. When Fang Yuan used human C to revive a Gu immortal, he was refining a human body and also a human soul. Looking at the legendary immemorial desolate beast Qing Chou, it was originally a killer move that was converted into a life form. This meant that any life form could be created with a Gu cultivation method. This was totally possible in theory. And the truth was, this was already hinted in The Legends of Renzu. In The Legends of Renzu, Chapter 3, Section 14, it was clearly stated. The myriad life forms in the world were originally secluded domains of heaven and earth, Gu worms within the blue sea of life. These Gu worms were washed ashore by the waves of the blue sea, turning into all sorts of life forms. All the countless methods converged into the same origin. Using Gu to refine human. Using human to refine Gu. Human and Gu were one to begin with. Although Fang Yuan understood this logic, he had only fully comprehended the complete details of this logic at this moment in time. This comprehension broke through the thin barrier that obstructed him. Fang Yuan could see a bright scene beyond it. He only needed to make a small deduction now to design a killer move that could unravel Ni clan's Gu immortal method. He could extract all sorts of immortal Gu from the Ni clan members' bodies. It was not easy to reach this stage. Fang Yuan had a foundation in this aspect already. After all, he used the human isolation-style Gu refinement method in the 500 years of his previous life. In this life, he had all sorts of encounters and accumulations in this aspect. Even though Ni clan was not his breakthrough point, by studying and analyzing them, Fang Yuan gained a deeper foundation. Eventually, the immense foundation led to a qualitative change. Fang Yuan unexpectedly succeeded in his breakthrough due to human C. Throughout history, refinement path had two styles. The first was the hairy man nature Gu refinement method. It used nature and Tao marks to refine Gu. The opposite was Limitless demon Venerable, using Gu worms to refine heaven and earth. The second was the human isolation style. Ni clan's Gu immortal, the refinement path quasi-supreme Ni run, used humans to refine Gu, implanting all sorts of immortal Gu deep within the bloodlines of his Ni clan descendants. The opposite was sovereign immortal fetus Gu, the human sea revival method, and the blue sea of life, which used Gu to refine human. The depth of refinement path Supreme Grandmaster should likely comprise these four aspects. Currently, I have already comprehended human and Gu refinement methods. I only lack the final, using Gu to refine heaven and earth aspect. By comprehending the arrangements of Limitless demon Venerable, I have already broken through this hurdle. I have passed the initial stage with no obstacles remaining. As long as I continue progressing, I will eventually comprehend all the profundities. Fang Yuan evaluated. Treasure, Yellow Heaven. Bai Ningbing's divine sense roamed around within it. She was selling immortal materials. Ever since she saw Fang Huan's revival by chance and killed him, Bai Ningbing obtained a large number of desolate beast and ancient desolate beast corpses. She even obtained the true inheritance from searching Fang Huan's soul. Bai Ningbing's immortal materials were already about to be sold out. Only the last portion was left. How are you selling these immortal materials? At this time, a divine sense came and asked for the price. Bai Ningbing explained the sale price. After little immortal Xing Luo heard the price, she shrank slightly and wanted a bargain. Can it be a little cheaper? Immediately after, little immortal Xing Luo stated her quote. If you sell at this price, I'll buy it directly. Bai Ningbing wanted to refine Gu herself. She created the killer move breath concealment ice pearl. If she could refine an ice pearl immortal Gu, it would supplement this killer move greatly. She had already collected most of the immortal materials now. Bai Ningbing did not excel at trading. She wanted to nod and agree to the transaction when suddenly another divine sense got closer. Oh, someone is actually selling the Mala One Duck's neck? This food path ancient desolate beast is very rare. Where did you find it from? The divine sense asked. Bai Ningbing was unwilling to expose clues about herself. She asked directly, are you buying or not? What price? Bai Ningbing expressed the price while the divine sense said, I'll buy it. I'll buy everything. Do you need immortal essence stones or immortal materials? Bai Ningbing gave the list of ice and snow path immortal materials she needed. The divine sense smiled. I have them all, just wait a moment. In Eastern Sea, Zue Xian Wang withdrew his divine sense and contacted the Righteous Qi Alliance. The Righteous Qi Alliance had abundant immortal materials in the inventory. Zue Xian Wang used his contribution points to exchange for some ice and snow path immortal materials. Next, he sent these immortal materials into Treasure Yellow Heaven, allowing Bai Ningbing and Zue Xian Wang to complete the transaction. After getting the immortal materials she wanted, Bai Ningbing turned around and left treasure Yellow Heaven. Central Continent's little immortal Xing Luo's divine sense was still lingering around. It's such a huge pity. She failed to obtain the immortal material she wanted. Little immortal Xing Luo was a lone immortal. She was a single person with only rank 6 cultivation level. She could not match Zuaxian Wang in wealth, not to mention the fact that he took out ice and snow path immortal materials that the seller requested. I'll continue looking around. Little immortal Xing Luo was very disappointed, but she did not want to give up. She continued to look around in treasure Yellow Heaven. What is this? Not long after, she was shocked to find that a huge mountain appeared in treasure Yellow Heaven. Who put an entire mountain in here? Sensing this situation, little immortal Xing Luo stared with wide eyes as this was the first time she had seen such a gigantic transaction. The appearance of the mountain caused a small commotion to occur. Many divine senses came over and many Gu immortal wills even gathered to observe the commotion. Who is so amazing to be able to sell an entire mountain? It is not easy to do this. They will need deep earth path attainment. This mountain is quite good. It contains abundant moon path down marks. But this large resource point is very valuable. Who would sell it? Selling it in treasure Yellow Heaven will also incur a huge fee of immortal essence stones. The discussions had just started when this mountain vanished instantly. Someone actually bought it. It seems that the transaction was made beforehand. The mountain earlier seems to be Southern Border's Moon Bowl. It was indeed Southern Border's Moon Bowl. Fang Yuan had left a batch of Gu immortals in Southern Border, Eastern Sea, and various areas. After negotiating with Wu Clan, Moon Bowl was sold by Wu Clan, sent into the sovereign immortal aperture through treasure Yellow Heaven. Moon Bowl has arrived. Catch it, catch it. Good, good. Move to the left, move a bit to the right. Bam! The earth shook slightly as Moon Bowl landed on the ground. Immediately, a Rockman Gu immortal came forward and used a killer move, manipulating Moon Bowl's mountain roots to stab into the ground, turning it into a node of the earth vein. The other variant human Gu immortals were free for the moment. They watched while conversing. Did you hear? Shirzong revived. Not just Shirzong. Any Gu immortals who died in the outside world were revived through human sea. Master has divine might. He is all-powerful. Reviving us Gu immortals is nothing more than a piece of cake. But we will lose all our cultivation level and need to start all over again. There is only hope for the future if we are alive. So what if we become mortals? We just need to recultivate. If only I can receive the missions for combat. Don't even think about it. Those Gu immortals who are able to take those missions have strong battle strength. Even though you have rank 7 cultivation level, you have just advanced, you still lack sufficient immortal Gu. That's right, we need to take one step at a time. Let's work hard and do these missions to elevate ourselves first. While a portion of Fang Yuan's elite subordinates fought outside, the rest helped to manage the sovereign immortal aperture. They worked hard and contributed their blood and sweat. Even though unexpected events constantly occurred in the sovereign immortal aperture, it was still orderly and well managed. One mala is the spicy and numbing flavor in Chinese cuisine, which is made from Sichuan peppercorn, chili pepper, and various spices simmered with oil. Northern Plains. A few rounds of an intense battle had just passed. In Wu Kei retreated constantly while pointing his finger, aiming at He Lu Lan. Immortal killer move, crescent moon thrust. Ching. At the next moment, there was the crisp sound of unsheathing blades as a translucent pale blue crescent moon shot out from the ground like a sword towards He Lu Lan. He Lu Lan was prepared against this. She jumped up at almost the same time, avoiding it. In Wu Kei's pupils contracted slightly. This move was very fast, and ordinary Gu immortals could not dodge it easily. But He Lu Lan succeeded in that. It showed that she had an exceptional investigative killer move. My method has only failed against Tianxia Xian and Zhou Yizi. The former is a wisdom path Gu immortal capable of deductions, while the latter cultivates time path. He had an investigative method that could peer a few breaths into the future. To think that today, it would fail against this mysterious female immortal. Even though this person cultivates strength path, she is not to be underestimated. Thoughts flashed in Wu Kei's mind as he retreated at the same time. Rumble. He Lu Lan exerted strength as her body charged forward like a meteor, pushing aside the air in front of her, arriving before Wu Kei in a few breaths of time. Wu Kei gritted his teeth. He raised both hands and used a killer move, Moonrise. Moonlight gushed out of his forehead as he started to float up, but before he got far, He Lu Lan's fist already landed. Bam! With a loud sound, Wu Kei was sent flying by He Lu Lan like a rubber ball. His thin body was sent flying far away. He landed on the ground and bounced along the surface for tens of steps, causing a gorge to form in his path. Raising his head again, Wu Kei's vision was filled with He Lu Lan's figure, as well as her fist. Wu Kei's heart jumped. The fist earlier caused considerable injuries to Envies Gu despite his defensive method. He did not want to face another punch. You fell for it. Envies Gu suddenly smiled. He stretched out 5 fingers and aimed at Hei Lulan. Clang, 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 clang. Instantly, 5 translucent light blue crescent moonblades shot out. They were created from nothing, targeting Hei Lulan, who was at the center from all directions. Hei Lulan's eyes shined with cold light. She did not dodge but attacked with her fist instead. Envies Gu's smile froze on his face. He watched as this fist got larger and larger before landing on his eye socket. Boom. Envies Gu was originally lying on the ground with his head raised. After taking this terrifying hit, his head was pushed down into the huge pit that was created below him. Ground shook as rocks were sent flying. The spectators, wooden statue Lord Wu Guang and Sincerity Immortal Qin Cheng, had twitching eyelids as they watched Envies Gu get punched. They could feel his pain from over there. Envies Gu was sent crashing underground from this punch. He was tens of feet below the ground surface. Dust clouds spread, but Hei Lulan did not chase him. She retreated rapidly instead. Clang, clang, clang. An unceasing number of moonblades were produced and shot towards Hei Lulan in a frenzied state. Hei Lulan had a calm expression as she continued to dodge. Her actions were simple and agile. Most of the moonblades were evaded while some were shattered by her fists. Envies Gu attacked desperately. He finally obtained some time to regain his footing. He flew out of the deep pit, rising towards the sky. Currently, he was covered in dust, and one of his eye sockets had cracked. The eyelid was swollen and turning purple. The vision in his eye was extremely blurred. His gaze flickered with lingering fear. The 2 punches earlier almost made me unconscious. It was so dangerous. Thankfully, the moon has already risen successfully. Envies Gu let out a breath of air. Earlier, moon chi appeared from the top of his head. It had already gathered into a waxing crescent moon hanging in the sky under broad daylight. The Moonblade Killer move was still being used continuously as Hei Lulan dodged, while diverting some attention to look at the waxing crescent moon in the sky. Earlier, the Moonblades could only be formed from the ground, but now they can appear from thin air. Is this the effect of the moon in the sky? Hei Lulan thought rapidly. As her thoughts collided, they sparked brightly. But this amplification is not worth paying such a huge price. Envies Gu endured 2 punches from me in order to activate this crescent moon. Hei Lulan was calm and composed internally. Earlier, she took the initiative to attack. Now, she focused on defense. Her actions were meticulous and allowed her to advance or retreat at will. Envies Gu was still using his Moonblade Killer move. Crescent moonblades continued to form. The attack was unceasing, but Hei Lulan managed to defend herself stably and even had the chance to attack the crescent moon in the sky with her fists. The waxing crescent moon suffered an impact from her punch, but it only shook slightly like the mirage in a desert. The crescent moon is getting larger? Bright light flashed in Hei Lulan's eyes as she found out new information at this moment. So that's it. Hei Lulan had some sort of insight in her mind. After she stopped moving back, she charged ahead instead, enduring the attacks of the crescent moon blades in order to attack Envies Quebec. Envies Gu's heart jumped. This female immortal's combat instincts are too powerful. It seems that she has seen through my combat system. Envies Gu had an immortal opportunity in his earlier days. He inherited the inheritance of a certain olden antiquity moon path, Gu immortal great expert. He thus had a complete and stable combat system. The waxing crescent moon was hanging in the sky. It amplified the various moon path killer moves of Envies Quebec. At the same time, when Envies Gu's moon path killer moves get destroyed or countered, the lingering moon path Dao marks would be absorbed by the waxing crescent moon, causing it to grow. The waxing crescent moon would grow into a half moon before becoming a full moon. Once it becomes a full moon, Envies Gu's offense and defense would be amplified to the strongest state. Because Hei Lulan had seen through this tactic, she started to use her strongest defenses. Envies Gu knew from the start that he was not Hei Lulan's match at the moment. He had to choose a delaying tactic to retreat while blocking her offenses. Hei Lulan engaged in a full frontal charge. The 2 immortals chased and escaped respectively. They fought intensely. Rocks were sent flying wherever they went. Nobody in their path was spared. Immortal killer move. 8 directional strength fight. Hei Lulan shouted as her body flickered. 8 figures flew out and encircled Envies Quebec. Envies Gu was caught unguarded and got surrounded in the middle. Oh no! Envies Gu's expression turned pale at once. Fang Yuan's divine sense expanded and spread out in the sovereign immortal aperture. The sovereign immortal aperture was simply too big. It was hard to inspect it entirely. He had to extend his divine sense for some time before he could see the entire landscape. Strange events were still occurring in various places, but with Star Collection City controlling the situation, these events were mostly dealt with by Gu immortals nearby. There was no longer any disturbance. Fang Yuan focused on observing the earth vein this time. Originally, the earth vein was already created, but it was crude and simple. More than 10 nodes formed into a line which made a circle around the 5 regions, connecting the first and the last nodes. But after this period of development, although the current earth vein was still following a singular trail, there were many branches developing away from the main trail already. It was no longer as empty as before. After some time, the nodes at the end of these branches will be interlinked to form a second ring that is even larger. By then, the earth vein will have 2 different layers of connected lines. In the current 5 regions, not only were Southern Border's super forces transacting with Fang Yuan, the Righteous Qi Alliance was also preparing for this matter under Qi Sea Ancestors' orders. 2 sea islands had already been sold to the sovereign immortal aperture through Treasure Yellow Heaven. They were used as the earth vein nodes in mini Eastern Sea. Eastern Sea's Righteous Path forces were still kept in the dark. They did not know that the buyer was Fang Yuan. There was profit to earn, a large sum at that. Thus they were very enthusiastic. Fang Yuan had abundant capital now. Even though he faced a lack of resources in his initial investment period, this problem no longer existed. Fang Yuan had a vast number of immortal materials. He used these immortal materials to pay for the sea islands and famous mountains. The immortal materials from the first 6 layers of Crazed Demon Cave were chaotic and could not be transacted. But the 7th layer's Dao marks were obtained by Fang Yuan through Thieves' Den. They became pure rank 9 immortal materials. These rank 9 immortal materials were all extraordinarily valuable. There was no way to quantitatively define the price. Thus, Fang Yuan's wealth also soared, giving him great confidence in transactions. The truth was, if he did not use them to refine Gu, these rank 9 immortal materials could only be sold to rank 8 Gu immortals or super forces. Rank 6 or 7 Gu immortals were not able to even make use of rank 9 immortal materials. These immortal materials were too high-end. Even many rank 8 Gu immortals did not have the capability to use them. Only those super forces wanted to stock up on them. After inspecting the earth vein and seeing nothing wrong, Fang Yuan retracted his divine sense after noting that the development was progressing well. As his attention returned to the main world, Fang Yuan willed as cooking luck pot shook slightly. Fang Yuan started his luck inspection. He saw that some changes had occurred to his silver light luck pillar. The silver light pillar had become more condensed. It was half the size of earlier, but the density was at least 5 times of before. Be it the earth vein construction or Fang Yuan's own refinement path comprehension, they were reasons that caused the silver light pillar to become more condensed. The 3 clouds representing star constellation, spectral soul, and giant sun were still at the top of the pillar of light, showing intentions to suppress and obstruct him. But at the bottom of the silver light pillar, the original soil dust circulating around had already turned into a mound that covered the silver light pillar. It seemed like the foundational base of the pillar. Recently, I have been comprehending Paradise Earth's tomb. I gained some insight. I can now create my own tomb Earth. Using tomb Earth, I can make Gu immortals revive. Even the immortal Gu that they had when they were alive can be produced alongside the person. Looking at the luck phenomenon, if I can comprehend Northern Plains Paradise Earth true inheritance, it will help me greatly too. Right when Fang Yuan was thinking, his luck changed again. He saw that above the silver light pillar, a dazzlingly bright star appeared between the 3 clouds. This star was shining in a silver-white light. It penetrated the cloud layer and shined directly onto the surface of the silver light pillar. They were similar silver lights. They seemed like they would benefit the silver light pillar a lot. What is going on? Fang Yuan's body shook. So that's it. I understand now. He gazed afar, through 10,000 li, looking at the central area of the intersection between the 3 great worlds. A small world revealed itself over there, emitting the intense aura of Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. It was Thieving Heaven's space. It was very likely to contain one of Thieving Heaven's true inheritances. Chapter 2170. Thieving Heaven vs. Limitless. Crash, crash, crash. A series of brutal assaults hit Enwu K, who was on the ground. Enwu K shielded his head with both arms. He was curled up into a ball, desperately activating his defensive killer move. However, after a barrage of punches and kicks, his defensive method soon broke apart. I admit defeat. I admit defeat. Enwu K shouted loudly in panic and desperation. Fairy Black Moon, it's over, spare him. Wu Guang, who was at the side, came to urge her. Hei Lulan was only wanting to spar and had no intention to kill. Immediately, she stopped using her method. She turned to Qin Sheng and asked, Enwu K has been defeated. Who is the next opponent? While she was asking, 2 Gu immortals flew over from the sky. 1 female and 1 male immortal. The male had a skinny body and a sharp face. He had bean-like eyes. He emitted rank 7 light path aura. The female immortal had the body of a young child. Her eyes were watery and bright. Her petite body was cute and delicate. She was a rank 7 wood path Gu immortal. They were Lu tribe's Lu Chong and Lu Luo. Chen Cheng and Wu Guang looked at each other. They did not speak. Lu Luo was the first to ask, "What is happening here?" As nobody answered her, Lu Luo quickly turned to Enwu Quebec. Enwu K was still lying on the ground. He received Wu Guang's treatment as he smiled bitterly. "This fairy Black Moon came to challenge me. She has outstanding methods. I am not her match." Lu Chong heard this and his eyes shined. He smiled and said, "Fairy Black Moon? May I have the honor of knowing your name?" To think that a new outstanding figure would emerge in Northern Plains Gu immortal world. Lu Luo mocked Enwu K. "Enwu K, do you know the difficulties of a lone immortal now? Our Lu tribe invited you to be our external supreme elder. It is something that would benefit you. At least, after joining our tribe. If any Gu immortal challenges you, it will incur the wrath of my Lu tribe." Enwu K smiled bitterly and shook his head. "Thank you for the repeated offer, but I am used to being alone. I have no intention of joining any super force." Lu Luo frowned. "Can you not see what's good for you? Ever since the Fate War ended, in order to prepare against the 5 regions chaotic war, Longevity Heaven had ordered the various Huang Jin tribes to unify Northern Plains Gu immortal world. Many Gu immortals were recruited into Huang Jin tribes, while many demonic immortals were killed as well. At the other side, He Lulan showed no intention of answering Lu Chang's question. She said to Chen Cheng, "Let's go." "Hold on." Lu Luo's sharp voice interrupted her. She looked at He Lulan. "You are very brazen. Do you not know that Enwu K is the target of our Lu tribe's recruitment? Now that you injured him, you want to leave so easily." "Sister," Lu Chang called out, feeling helpless internally. Lu Luo had just gone from rank 6 to 7. With the rise in strength, her temperament was also more arrogant now. If she was alone, she might not act like this, but with her brother Lu Chang here with her to rely on, Lu Luo showed a casual and carefree attitude. But because Lu Chang doted on his sister, he did not chide her. He stared at He Lulan. "Fairy, why be in a rush to leave? Are you interested in joining our Lu tribe? If you can become Lu tribe's external supreme elder, shut your dog mouth." He Lulan replied plainly. "What?" Lu Chang was stumped. Lu Luo stared with wide eyes. She was filled with rage and shock. "How dare you? Bitch!" Before she finished, He Lulan interrupted again. "Two dogs that block my way. Bark once more, and I will kill you." Seeing that the situation was going out of control, Chen Cheng quickly came in to mediate the situation. Lu Luo called out in a shrill voice, "Today's matter will not end like this. I want to see if..." Boom! He Lulan attacked. Fiercely, a strength path phantom appeared before Lu Luo abruptly, punching the latter's face and sending her flying. "Sister." Lu Chang was enraged. He was about to attack. Boom! He was also sent flying by He Lulan. Lu Chang was a famous rank 7 expert of Northern Plains. His strength far exceeded Lu Luo. He quickly stabilized his footing and said, "You dare to attack us Gu immortals of Lu tribe?" Boom boom boom. 8 strength path phantoms appeared around He Lulan. The dark capital strength tiger totem was also summoned, beating the Lu tribe's siblings to a pulp. This. Chen Cheng watched with a dumbfounded expression. It cannot be resolved amicably now. Wu Guang was tongue-tied. He smiled bitterly towards Enwu K. "So Fairy Black Moon's temperament is like this, Brother En. It was really lucky that you managed to survive at her hands." Enwu K snorted. "If Fairy Black Moon really kills the Lu tribe siblings, do you think Lu tribe or Longevity Heaven will let us off?" Wu Guang was dazed. He showed an unsightly expression. "Are we going to take action to help the Lu tribe siblings?" Wu Guang asked helplessly. Enwu K gritted his teeth. "Do you want to hug Longevity Heaven's smelly feet?" Ever since Giant Sun Immortal Venerable created the Imperial Court Contest, the entirety of Northern Plains became his kingdom. For the last 300,000 years, have we, the lone cultivators of Northern Plains, not suffered enough? Most of the immortals knew about the truth behind the Imperial Court Contest. Northern Plains lone immortals and demonic cultivators had a poor impression of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Back then, 5 Elements Grandmaster, who was still a lone cultivator, invaded Longevity Heaven. He was the proof of this mindset. Longevity Heaven desired to rule Northern Plains Gu immortal world, but the difficulty was too high. Many Gu immortal experts did not want to submit to the Huang Jin tribes. They did not want to obey the words of these people they detested. With the exception of 2 cases. One was during the 5 regions chaotic war, when Northern Plains Gu immortal world faced great external pressure. These Gu immortals would have no choice but to band together as one. The second was if Giant Sun Immortal Venerable revived successfully. His invincible might would force all these demonic immortals and lone cultivators to submit to him. The truth was, even in the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life, Longevity Heaven managed to unify Northern Plains Gu immortal world because of Ma Hong Yun. Fang Yuan had the power of fortune rivaling heaven. He seemed to be someone who started from a humble origin. He was able to unite many lone and demonic immortals as a result. But he was in fact longevity heaven's chess piece, an arrangement of giant sun and mortal venerable. By relying on this, longevity heaven was able to unify Northern Plains Gu immortal world after the Five Regions chaotic war started. But now, the Five Regions chaotic war had yet to start while Fang Yuan was killed by Fang Yuan. The difficulty for longevity heaven to unite Northern Plains was simply much harder. Fairy Black Moon, I will definitely find you in the future to repay the shame of today's defeat. Lu Chong brought Lu Luo away. They escaped in anger. He was very strong, but he could not display his strength. He Lulan targeted Lu Luo constantly. It made Lu Chong hold many reservations. He could only take hits passively. It was a terrible feeling. They finally escaped. Chun Chung let out a breath of air. He had been holding his breath in anxiety earlier. They cannot escape. After I defeat the lone and demonic immortal experts, I will challenge these Huang Jin tribes. I will let the whole of Northern Plains know of my might. He Lulan smiled coldly. Chun Chung was feeling a headache. He did not expect his master to have such grand ambitions. Not only did she want to defeat the lone and demonic immortals, she even wanted to challenge Northern Plains overlords, the Huang Jin super tribes. Fairy, if you have such an ambition, I, Wu Ke, am willing to travel alongside you as your entourage. Wu Ke was standing with Wu Guang's help. He walked towards He Lulan. Oh, He Lulan raised her brows. Wu Ke smiled bitterly. The truth is, if I do not travel with you, when Lu Tribe's Gu immortals come to find me, they will not let me off. I do not want to be a member of the Huang Jin tribe. All right. He Lulan nodded. Back then, Chu Du also wanted to challenge the Huang Jin tribes. We both cultivate strength path. How can I be inferior to him? Let's go together. I will come along too, Wu Guang said. This is an interesting matter. I want to watch it with my own eyes. Thus, He Lulan's group grew larger again. Crazed Demon Cave, 8th layer. 300,000 years ago. In the void, worlds were created and destroyed like bubbles. Suddenly, chains appeared, making loud clanking sounds as they formed into a chain domain that intertwined in the surrounding area. I was actually discovered. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable was slightly surprised, having been forced to reveal himself. Limitless Demon Venerables will appeared. Do stop. New Venerable. The space door that you seek is not here. As he spoke, countless chains shot out towards Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable from all directions. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable moved like lightning. Traversing between the chains, he was agile like a fish in water. Limitless Demon Venerables will. Excitement shined in his eyes. How do you know I am looking for space door? Are you saying that because you do not want me to destroy your arrangements in Crazed Demon Cave? You hid the 9th layer too deeply. I actually could not decipher it immediately. Why don't you let me in and take a look? As long as space door is not there, I will take my leave. Limitless Demon Venerables will said, Thieving Heaven. Even though I do not leave Crazed Demon Cave, I know many things about the current world. The current you cannot even control yourself. How can I allow you to enter the 9th layer? Cannot control myself? Why can't I control myself? Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable raised a brow. I just want to go home. I just want to go back and see my friends and family. But all of you want to obstruct me. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable spoke with increasing agitation. Limitless Demon Venerable was silent. The chains attacked even more fiercely now. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable snorted coldly. He stopped moving far away, no longer dodging. A blinding blue jewel-like light burst out with radiance. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable activated his killer move. The blue light faded, forming into a huge suit of armor around his body, turning him into a metallic giant. The metallic giant was covered in electric sparks. It moved rapidly towards Limitless Demon Venerable's will. The endless chains came to obstruct him, but they were all pushed aside by the metallic giant. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable rode in the metallic giant and charged his way forward, forcing his way to the central area of the chain domain, grabbing onto Limitless Demon Venerable's will. But at the next moment, Limitless Demon Venerables will dissipated. At almost the same time, another lump of Limitless will appeared, saying calmly, This is Crazed Demon Cave. My will can regenerate endlessly in here. There is a limitless supply of it. Is that so? Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable smiled coldly. Then have a taste of my methods. Bam bam bam. A shocking battle erupted at once. Within the void, countless worlds were implicated. They were all destroyed in the process. Limitless Demon Venerables will have the territorial advantage. He was able to fight evenly with Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable initially. But as time went by, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable was superior after all. He started to gain the upper hand. Limitless Demon Venerable had died long ago. This was only his will controlling Crazed Demon Cave after all. Chapter 2171. For Venerables repair the world the lightning giant attacked. Each action carried unparalleled lights. Countless chains swayed and targeted Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable as they sealed and slashed. The damage caused by the two Venerables continued to spread out. The entire void was shaking intensely. It seemed to be unable to sustain the pressure. One by one, small worlds were implicated. They were rapidly destroyed and unable to last a few breaths of time. Within the lightning giant, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's expression became increasingly twisted. Blood surged in his eyes as his aura became more vicious and wild. Take this move. Thieving Heaven shouted as the lightning giant's mountain-like body stopped on the spot. The surface of its body started to transform rapidly. With the crisp sound of clanking metal, cannons started to extend out of its body in all directions. Boom! Thousands of cannons fired at once. Countless rays of light pierced the void. A rainbow color of red, orange, yellow, green, blue, purple, and others dazzled the entire heaven and earth. As light rays shot out and crossed a vast distance, they destroyed everything in their path. Many chains that Limitless Demon Venerables will controlled were easily decimated. This move actually comprises metal, wood, water, fire, earth, and other paths. Each color of the cannons represent a different path. Oh no! Limitless Demon Venerables was shaken. The defensive line that he had established was penetrated, exposing the two great worlds that he was protecting. One world had rampaging wild beasts, the other was covered in lush greenery. They were Savage Wilderness Great World and Green Lotus Great World. Most of the cannons were blocked successfully, but 100 of them still shot towards the two great worlds mercilessly. What? These two worlds contain life. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable was internally shocked. He could see clearly. His twisted expression froze on his face. Clarity returned to his eyes that had turned blood red. Earlier when he explored the void, he saw that the small worlds were devoid of life. They were deathly silent. Thus, he did not care about the destruction of these small worlds. But Savage Wilderness Great World and Green Lotus Great World contained living beings. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable did not want to be a mass murderer. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable gritted his teeth. He used all his strength to control the lightning giant and turn the cannon in another direction. All of the cannons narrowly avoided the two great worlds. Guh! Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable spat out a mouthful of blood. By forcefully changing his attack direction, he had to endure the backlash of the killer move. The lightning giant that had been powerful and unstoppable was no longer shining. It dimmed by a lot. The battle of the two Venerables came to a halt at this moment. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable breathed roughly, while Limitless Demon Venerables was protected by countless chains. He fell into deep thought. At the crucial moment, he saw the former's true nature. I can open the pathway and let you enter to take a look. A moment later, Limitless Demon Venerables said. What? Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable was surprised. But he immediately understood the reason. Blood traces were still lingering on Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's lips. With his relatively severe injuries, he could not heal them in the short period. He chuckled. Then what are we waiting for? Limitless Demon Venerables opened a path as he led Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable into the 9th layer of Crazed Demon Cave. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable first saw a large mountain that was black and white in color. This is the book mountain recorded in The Legends of Ren Zhu. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable dispelled his lightning giant killer move. He expressed his surprise. Limitless smiled. Book Mountain is one of the cores. With it, this crazed Demon 9th Void formation can continue to grow. Each time a new genius Gu cultivator appears in the world, they would help with the progress of their respective path. Book Mountain will absorb the new knowledge and develop the crazed Demon 9th Void formation to continuously improve and develop. Initially, the 8th layer's void was very small. There were no worlds at all. But afterwards, as Rule Path, Phantom Path, and Refinement Path developed in the 5 regions, this place also continued to expand and grow. Small worlds first appeared, before they quickly increased in number. Reckless Savage Demon Venerable left behind Savage Wilderness Great World. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable created his Green Lotus Dao field, greatly promoting the growth of the crazed Demon 9th Void formation. In time, living beings will be created and destroyed alongside the small worlds, no longer limited to the current 2 great worlds. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable went deeper. He started to see blocks of floating ice. They had various sizes and all sorts of strange shapes. This is the truthful floating ice? No wonder I did not find them when exploring the River of Time. So it was you who found and kept them here. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable realized. And finally, he arrived at the deepest part of Crazed Demon Cave. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable showed a downcast expression. He felt very disappointed. Space Door is not here after all. Limitless will did not lie to him. Limitless will said, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable, if you do not believe me, you can continue to look. Space Door is not here. How can I find Space Door? That is my only hope of returning home. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable inquired. Limitless will shook his head. If I knew about it, why would I need to fight you earlier? Oh, Thieving Heaven, please go back. What you seek is not here. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable was in a daze. He did not speak for some time. No, maybe, this is what I am looking for. Suddenly, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable emitted a peculiar laugh. His expression was twisted, his eyes were blood red, his tone and mannerism of speech had changed completely. His voice was hoarse as if this was another person speaking. Oh no, Limitless will had a change of expression too. The thing he was worried about the most had still happened in the end. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable continued to speak in a hoarse voice. If I am not wrong, this is the place where the world boundary of the Gu cultivation world is at its thinnest. Oh, Limitless Demon Venerable, your crazed demon ninth void formation is using this place to pierce through the world boundary and bring those things that are beyond the world to act as the raw materials. That is how the 8th layer developed these great and small worlds, right? Say, if I were to break this boundary and leave the Gu cultivation world entirely, will I be able to find a way back? Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable said that as his eyes widened, the aura of excitement and insanity grew more intensely on his body. Limitless will replied solemnly, Impossible. You are a Gu Venerable yourself. Do you not know the power of those things beyond the world? You have already experienced their strength, haven't you? How long do you think you can last outside? The Venerable is the strongest person in the world, but even if you can last a long time, you will reach your limit eventually. Can you be sure that you will coincidentally find your original world before you reach your limit? You need to know, you are not the only otherworldly demon. The worlds outside of the Gu cultivation world are more than just your original world. But, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable raised his hands as he shouted, But do you know? Do you know how much I want to return? Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable then lowered his head, his fingers stabbing into his hair as his eyes were hollow. He muttered, Do you know how tough it has been for me? When I was a mortal, I told myself that if I became a Gu master, I will be able to find a way home. When I became a Gu master, I told myself that after becoming a Gu immortal, I will be able to find a way home. After becoming a Gu immortal, I consoled myself again, if I become venerable, I will be able to go home. But now, I am already a venerable. And yet, I cannot find Space Door. Where is Space Door? Even if I find Space Door, can it really let me return home? Gu Venerables are the strongest. There is no road ahead of me anymore. Sometimes, I will dream of Space Door. I dreamed that I found Space Door, but realized it was completely useless. Whenever I wake up from such a nightmare, I will be covered in cold sweat. I admit that I am afraid. I am afraid that I cannot find Space Door. I am afraid that the truth behind it will send me into utter despair. Can you understand my feelings? Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's breathing became rougher. He looked at the deepest part of Crazed Demon Cave, the thinnest part of the world boundary. He suddenly laughed. His eyes lit up as he said in a hoarse voice, So let me take a risk now. I will pierce this world. Stop it, Limitless will shouted. He was already prepared. He used his full strength to stop him. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable was instantly trapped by the surrounding chains. But at the next moment, another Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable appeared in front of him. He raised his arms high and slammed down fiercely. Boom! With a loud sound, the world boundary was broken. The most terrifying tribulation in the world descended. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable went out of the broken hole immediately. But Limitless will no longer had the time to pursue him. He tried his best to seal the broken boundary. But terrifying tribulations were spewing out of the hole. Limitless chains could not resist them. They could not even get close. After a few breaths of time, the hole expanded to twice of its original size. The situation is critical. If we do not mend this hole now, the entire world will be destroyed. Please lend me a hand. Limitless will shouted loudly. Reckless savages will flew out of savage wilderness great world, bringing with him countless fierce beasts. Genesis Lotus will flew out of green lotus great world, bringing along countless trees and grasses. The power of 3 Venerables could only maintain the situation. They could not fix this hole. The hole did not expand, but the 3 Venerables were already dead. Just the power left behind by their main body could not salvage the situation. As the 3 Venerables' power weakened, their expressions turned unsightly. To think that the world is going to be destroyed. Genesis Lotus will smile bitterly. Limitless will sighed. I should not have taken the risk to let him in. No, reckless savages will said grimly. In that situation, even if all 3 of us took action, we could not stop Thieving Heaven. After all, we cannot take his life. Even if we force him away several times, he can still come back and challenge us until our strength is depleted. This is all my fault. Limitless, release me. I can help you. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable said regretfully. One Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable had left through the broken boundary, while another Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable was still trapped by Limitless Demon Venerable's chains. You? Genesis Lotus was surprised. Who was the one who left earlier? Reckless Savages will asked. That is Sha Xiao. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable smiled bitterly. He is my Tao Guardian. He is also. The situation was urgent. Limitless will interrupted him, asking, What plan do you have? Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable said. Do you know why Fate Gu's control over otherworldly demons is limited? That is because every otherworldly demon who comes into this world will carry their original world's insignia. Those are otherworldly Tao marks. Next, I will use the otherworldly space path Tao marks on my body to create a subspace and block this hole. Using the opportunity, I want you all to use your full strength and quickly mend it. Without hesitation, Limitless will retracted his chains. Go ahead. Chapter 2172. Demonization Crazed Demon Cave, 8th Layer. Large and small worlds were rapidly fusing together. All sorts of calamities and tribulations were rampaging in the worlds. The fighting between Gu immortals was also extremely heated. Weaklings would lose their lives from the shockwaves of clashes between experts. Strong individuals were also unable to defend themselves in this huge chaotic battle. They were like small boats facing a tsunami. With slight carelessness, they would be overturned and face death. Weak, too weak. Who else can stop me? Die. Ha. Bu Tiankong continued to provoke its enemies. It charged unhindered. Nobody on the battlefield could stop it. It was favored by the innate luck of Crazed Demon Cave to begin with. Under the effect of endless learning, its attainment level rose sharply. Afterwards, it received Heavenly Court's help and gained Immortal Gu and killer moves. Its strength rose explosively. Nie Kuang Feng and Duan who were also like it. At this moment, the three of them were the strongest Gu immortals shining in this battlefield. Val Beast, don't think you can act so arrogantly. Fang Yuan's 4 rank 8 subordinates surrounded Rock Monkey Bu Tiankong. Bu Tiankong instantly felt pressure as it stretched out its tongue, licking its lips with excitement and cruelty shining in its eyes. Very good. You have nice numbers. Who are you guys? Lightning Lion. Lightning Lion Warrior said as he activated a transformation path killer move, turning into the Lightning Lion Warrior that had a lion head and human body. Remember me? I am Dharma. Dharma Lion Warrior also activated his transformation method, turning into a lion head and human body warrior. Steel Rush. Steel Rush Warrior turned into a rhino person. Frost Butterfly. Frost Butterfly Warrior shrank in size, becoming the size of an adult's fist. It had a human shape with butterfly wings and could let out powerful frost energy. In Gu Immortal combat, individuals often fought alone. But these 4 Gu Immortals cultivated transformation path. They did not have conflicting Tao marks. Furthermore, they were familiar with each other. They had all originated from Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. They originally had rank 7 cultivation level, but with Fang Yuan's help, they all became rank 8. Immediately, the 4 warriors surrounded Bu Tiankong. They fought intensely. Their battle went on until the sky turned dark, as if they could go on until the sun and moon lost their luster. Bu Tiankong was encircled, and its injuries intensified, but it was getting more ferocious in combat. Fists, legs, head, body, knees, elbows, all of these body parts were Bu Tiankong's weapons. Fist shadows flashed as collisions occurred. Bu Tiankong would send one person flying each time. But the 4 were transformation path experts. Their bodies were tough and sturdy. Even though they were sent flying, they would quickly return and maintain the encirclement, giving Bu Tiankong huge pressure. The battle of the 5 went from the sky to the ground, before going back to the sky again. Everywhere they went, other Gu Immortals dodged with all their might. Awesome. Again. Bu Tiankong got more and more excited. It felt its mind becoming clearer as all sorts of inspiration of killer moves surged internally. The barriers that it felt before were starting to loosen. It was one of the 3 luck children of Crazed Demon Cave's 8th layer. Its talent and aptitude were superb and unmatched. The strong external pressure were an opportunity to squeeze out even more of its potential in this situation. The Rock Monkey got fiercer and fiercer. It was originally not proficient with Heavenly Court's killer moves, but now, it had already mastered them. It even fused the moves into its own combat style. This Rock Monkey is terrifying. Even with the 4 of us working together, we cannot kill it. Lightning Lion and the rest were feeling worried. Even though they were still encircling the Rock Monkey, they felt that they were trying to suppress a volcano. The volcano was storing up strength at the moment, turning external pressure into its own driving force. Once it reached its limit, the volcano would erupt, the commotion would shock the world, it would retaliate with a fatal attack. Quick, kill him. Make use of Master's method. Let the tribulations wear it down. The four immortals communicated in secret. Their cooperation also got smoother. All along, Fang Yuan's Heaven Envies heroic genius's killer move had been exerting its effect. The tribulations were used by him to target Butian Kong, Nyequang Feng, and the rest. Of course, most of the tribulations were a form of refinement path method to refine the various small worlds and the conflicting Tao marks between the great worlds, especially with the eruption of tribulations within and outside small worlds. These explosions caused small worlds to be destroyed and completely fuse with the three great worlds. During this process, Savage Wilderness Great World had the greatest gains. However, there was a small world that acted independently. It was outstanding among the small worlds. No matter how the tribulations attacked it, it remained unmoved. It was Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space. Ordinary small worlds were spherical bubbles, while Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space was cubic with sharp edges. No matter what the tribulations did, it remained in its original shape. Within Lux Suppression Heavenly Palace, immortal zombie giant Sun's gaze was already on this true inheritance space of Thieving Heaven. Otherworldly demon. He snorted, memories surfacing in his mind as his expression turned unpleasant. Back then, Giant Sun became an immortal venerable. He went into Crazed Demon Cave's 8th layer and learned of the true details regarding the four venerables repairing the world. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable had disregarded the entire Gu cultivation world for his selfish desire. He almost caused the world to be destroyed. Even though he extracted his own otherworldly space path Tao marks at the crucial moment to seal the gaping hole by creating a subspace, the crack was already created. It could not be mended fully. The other three venerable wills gave it their all and paid a huge price. Other than Limitless Will, Genesis Lotus and Reckless Savage's wills had to fall into deep slumber afterwards. Using the opportunity, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable got rid of Reckless Savage's will and took over the control of Savage Wilderness Great World. When Thieving Heaven left behind this true inheritance, other than to seal the hole he made, he had a deeper motive. That was to leave it for the crucial person 300,000 years later, Gu Fang Yuan. However, I made my move in advance to dismantle a portion of the true inheritance. I obtained the killer move Perfect Pair and Imitation Gu. Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space paid a huge price to block the hole back then. It became flawed and was not intact anymore. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun thought about the situation. Since Thieving Heaven's true inheritance has appeared, with Fang Yuan's possession of self-luck true inheritance, he can use luck inspection to find out that this is his fortuitous encounter. He will definitely go there, and Heavenly Court will send troops to stop him. The greatest enemy is still Heavenly Court. Heavenly Court had the initiative. They were maintaining their advantage. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun was a luck path cultivator. He could not match true experts of wisdom path and deductions. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun decided to watch Fang Yuan's conflict with Heavenly Court and try to reap the gains of their fight. The main thing was to deal a heavy blow to Heavenly Court. Peak of Book Mountain, Fairy Yuxiu, Qin Ding Ling, and the rest were also looking at Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space. Thieving Heaven's space has appeared. Since it could block the hole back then, it would not be destroyed by the tribulations within this void. We need to deal with it quickly. It is becoming our obstruction. Fairy Yuxiu said. Qin Ding Ling suddenly received important information. She quickly said, our informant in Yellow Earth Great World said that Fang Yuan has already gone to Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space. But Longevity Heaven is very quiet. They are not doing anything. Fairy Yuxiu was not surprised. Of course he would go. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable left behind this true inheritance for him after all. As for Immortal Zombie Giant Sun who is in Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace, he will go there as well. Saying so, Fairy Yuxiu smiled. Qin Ding Ling. Yes. Qin Ding Ling replied solemnly. Let's go. We will go find Fang Yuan and Immortal Zombie Giant Sunday. Fairy Yuxiu stood up gradually. Excitement flashed in Qin Ding Ling's eyes. She said hesitantly, don't we have to mind Limitless Demon Venerable's retaliative method anymore? Don't worry. Thieving Heaven's space is not part of Limitless Demon Venerable's arrangements. He needs us to destroy it or have Fang Yuan inherit it so that it will disappear. This space is an obstruction to Limitless derivation. He will be more than happy to see us destroy it. Fairy Yuxiu answered. Heavenly Court's troops moved out. Divine Emperor City brought Fairy Yuxiu, Qin Ding Ling, and others along as they departed from Book Mountain. At the same time, Demon Judgment Board moved with Fairy Ming Hao and Gu Yufang Zheng inside. They also left the front lines. Even though Green Lotus Great World was facing the attack of Longevity Heaven and Fang Yuan, because of Fairy Yuxiu's earlier actions, Heavenly Court had many mutant Gu immortals joining them like Butian Kong, Nyequang Feng, and Duan Hu. These Gu immortals forced Yellow Earth Great World and Savage Wilderness Great World into a disadvantage. Immortal Killer Move, Spiraling Green Leaf Blade. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Countless flying leaves moved like blades as they spiraled towards Niaquang Feng from all directions. Niaquang Feng laughed wildly, its body moving agilely between the flying leaves, dodging while also directly charging past the blades that it could not avoid. It turned into a tornado at times. The wind blades around it were very sharp and thin. Xiao Hejian gritted his teeth. He watched as Niaquang Feng approached rapidly, feeling intense pressure in his mind. He had already fought Niaquang Feng for several minutes now. Even though Heaven Envy's heroic geniuses could restrain Niaquang Feng, it could not kill him. Niaquang Feng had Heavenly Court's help and managed to recover quickly. It was now treating Xiao Hejian as its own prey. Die! Niaquang Feng shouted. You fell for it. At the crucial moment, two figures appeared beside Xiao Hejian. One was a Mini-Man Gu immortal, Green Forest Great Sage. The other was Black Locust, the owner of Giant Locust Grotto Heaven, who was also another Wood Path cultivator. Xiao Hejian's killer move changed at once as the three immortals cooperated. Their strength grew explosively. Flying leaf blades turned into seeds that were planted on Niaquang Feng's body. Countless vines started to grow from them, tying Niaquang Feng up tightly. Niaquang Feng was a tornado to begin with, but these vines were still capable of binding it, interrupting its immortal essence usage. Thus, Niaquang Feng's killer moves could not be sustained for long. The immortal essence flow became unsteady and the power of the moves fell to rock bottom. More and more vines appeared, growing longer and longer. They almost covered Niaquang Feng completely, leaving no gaps at all. Don't force me. Niaquang Feng struggled, but it was getting weaker. We finally caught this guy. Black Locust was overjoyed. The three Wood Path Gu immortals looked at each other, showing expressions of joy. Xiao Hejian was very happy now. Because Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch lost to Niaquang Feng earlier, while he defeated the latter. Comparing the two, it allowed Xiao Hejian to suppress Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. But at this moment, Niaquang Feng's aura started to become quite peculiar and strange. The vines had already turned into a huge ball, but Niaquang Feng's voice could still be heard from within. I am going to demonize. Every time I fall into a desperate predicament, I will demonize. I don't want to undergo demonization, because once I demonize, I will lose my consciousness until I destroy and kill everyone and everything in the world that I am in. But you guys forced me. You forced my hand. Ah. Chapter 2173. Perish with the wind. Ah! Niaquang Feng shouted loudly. The louder its voice, the stronger its aura. It soon reached a shocking and unprecedented level. Boom! With a loud sound, the vines were torn into countless pieces. Niaquang Feng regained its freedom. But currently, it was not a deep green tornado. It had turned into a reddish-brown demonic wind. Intense winds blew. It instantly crossed several thousand steps of distance, arriving before Green Forest Great Sage. Green Forest Great Sage had already used his defensive killer move, but after the reddish-brown demonic wind devoured him, his aura quickly weakened before completely dying after a few breaths of time. The demonic wind stopped for a moment. It was like a shark that could smell blood as it charged towards Black Locust, who was nearby. Be careful. Xiao Hejian quickly moved to help. But after a few rounds, the demonic wind still managed to kill Black Locust. The demonic wind finally targeted Xiao Hejian. Xiao Hejian could not match Niaquang Feng. He had to retreat as he fought. After a few rounds of combat, his tiny face showed a grim expression. His forehead was covered in sweat. The aura of defeat and death was getting denser. Rumble. Lightning tribulations continued to strike, but Niaquang Feng did not care about them. It was terrifyingly strong. Elsewhere. Stop! Lu Weiyin shouted. But Butian Kong's fist still landed, smashing Steel Rush Warrior's skull into mush. Thereafter, Butian Kong growled. Steel Rush Warrior's soul was shattered. Steel Rush Warrior could not be more dead. His headless corpse fell from the sky like a broken rag doll. Be it his body or immortal aperture, they were absorbed by the great world as nutrients. Who else? Butian Kong raised its head and roared. It was overflowing with fighting spirit, rivaling the 9 heavens and resounding in the world. At this point, the 4 rank 8 Gu immortals attacking it were all dead. They were mercilessly killed in a horrific manner. Lu Weiyin sighed as he flew towards the rock monkey. The rock monkey stared at him fiercely. Are you the next one? Very good. I will kill you, even if you are Yellow Earth Great World Sage. Lu Weiyin shook his head. I am no sage. Butian Kong, your killing intent is too overbearing. Lu Weiyin had to take action against Butian Kong personally. Butian Kong killed 2 mini Gu immortals. If it was not stopped, the overall situation of this Gu immortal battle would be affected. Boom, boom, boom. Lu Weiyin and Butian Kong exchanged blows. This time, Kong was finally suppressed. Even though it was strong and could kill many rank 8 Gu immortals, it was still not pseudo-venerable level. In contrast, even though Lu Weiyin lacked offense, his defense was firmly in the realm of pseudo-venerable level. Lu Weiyin endured Kong's fierce attacks with much energy to spare. You are not a sage, yet you are so strong already. Good, very good. Come and attack me. Try and kill me. I have not sensed any fatal killing intent against me for some time already. Why are you not attacking? Why do you only defend yourself? Are your attacks so weak and useless? You are too disappointing. The rock monkey continued to shout as it moved rapidly like lightning in the sky. Its attacks were like furious lightning bolts from heaven. Its power was rising endlessly. But Lu Weiyin got distracted. Because he heard that Fang Yuan had already left for Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space at the center. Oh no, Lord Fang Yuan, please stop. Even though that small world might contain Thieving Heaven's true inheritance, it will be targeted by Heavenly Court and Longevity Heaven together. Heavenly Court has already sent their main troops. There are many immortal Gu houses and Gu immortals. Longevity Heaven has also sent Calamity Luck Altar. Now is not the time for a climactic battle. If Star Constellation Immortal Venerable attacks Paradise Earth's tomb while you are away, what will we do? Lu Weiyin transmitted time and again, but Fang Yuan did not even respond to it. Lu Weiyin gritted his teeth, his expression turning unsightly. No matter how strong Fang Yuan is, he is still just a pseudo-venerable. He is not a true venerable. I need to help him. If Star Constellation Immortal Venerable shows up and kills him, who will protect Paradise Earth's tomb? Who will stall for the crucial time? While thinking of this, Lu Weiyin's vision suddenly turned dark. Bam! At the next moment, Rock Monkey Kong's fist landed squarely on Lu Weiyin's face. You dare to be distracted? You are looking down on me. You will pay a terrible price. Kong shouted. Kong flew towards Lu Weiyin as they got closer again. Lu Weiyin was forced to retreat. He quickly used his killer move. It started to rain. Tribulation rain fell on Kong's body, greatly slowing it down while also corroding its defenses. At the same time, Lu Weiyin's killer move showed effect. Yellowish-brown dust started to appear below Kong. They moved around and gradually sealed it. Get lost, get lost. Kong shouted, using killer moves in a frenzy, trying to sweep away all of the rain and dust surrounding it. But the rain and dust gathered together increasingly, eventually sealing it entirely. A lump of soil that trapped Kong fell from the sky. After landing on the ground, it turned into a huge soil mountain. Just stay put here. Lu Weiyin immediately flew towards Thieving Heaven's space. No, I won't give in. These things cannot hold me down. Roar! Kong shouted, its voice resounding like thunder as it reverberated in the battlefield. With a loud sound, the mountain was shattered, dust clouds emerged. From within the broken rocks, it flew out again. What? Lu Weiyin was stunned. Kong's performance was out of his expectation. How could it escape so quickly? Kong resisted the tribulations while flying to catch up to Lu Weiyin. Boom. The two exchanged killer moves again, while Lu Weiyin was held back this time. This monkey's killer moves are getting stronger, so that's it. Lu Weiyin understood at this moment. The tribulations were aiding Kong all along. As long as it was not killed, it would continue to undergo tribulations and gain more down marks. That was why Kong got increasingly stronger as it fought. I want this heaven to no longer shroud my vision. Kong shouted as it used a move that shot out a rainbow, sweeping away the dark clouds of the surrounding 500 li. I want this earth to no longer bury my heart. Kong shouted as it stomped on the ground. Mountains collapsed as Lu Weiyin, who had his defensive method broken through, watched in surprise. Kong was already in a state of insanity. It found Fang Yuan, who was not far away. It abandoned Lu Weiyin and went for Fang Yuan instead. Be careful, Lu Weiyin quickly advised. This monkey is not simple. Fang Yuan did not turn around. It was as if he heard nothing. He only looked at the subspace in front of him. Kong moved rapidly and seemingly teleported behind Fang Yuan. I want all life to understand my intention. I want this sage to perish with the wind. Kong shouted, activating the strongest killer move it had used in its life. Winds, clouds, and thunder roared. The world changed colors at this moment. Fang Yuan turned around slightly, waving his hand lightly towards the back. At the next moment, Kong fell like a comet, crossing the entire battlefield and slamming into several mountains. After a chain of loud explosions, it created a huge gorge of several kilometers on the ground. Finally, it lay on the ground. Its eyes were wide open, but it did not move at all. It was dead. The unceasing chaotic battles and heated battlefields turned silent at this moment. Kuang Feng, who was unstoppable and killing everything in its path, froze in its reddish-brown demonic wind state. Fang Yuan cast his glance upon it. Kuang Feng shuddered immediately. At the next moment, endless fear filled its mind and body. I will die, I will die, I am going to die. It went out of its demonized state, immediately gaining clarity. Escape. It quickly flew away, ignoring its opponent, Xiao Hejian. Xiao Hejian was heavily injured and was on the verge of death. He had no way to fight back. With just one attack, he would die. He stared with a dumbfounded look as Kuang Feng escaped from the battlefield in a crazed state. Fang Yuan turned around again, looking at Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space with a calm expression. He turned to look at Heavenly Court's army. Divine Emperor City and Demon Judgment Board were arriving soon. He looked at the other side. Longevity Heaven's Calamity Luck altar shined with a golden aurora. It was arriving too. A cold and ruthless light flashed in Fang Yuan's eyes for a moment. He turned into a white ray of light as he entered Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space. Charge, we will fight inside. Fairy Yushio immediately ordered. Once Heavenly Court's immortal Gu houses arrived, they also entered Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space. They could not use their full strength outside. If they went past the limit, they would face Limitless Demon Venerables' retaliative method. At the same time, it was easier to destroy Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space from the inside. Fang Yuan's vision changed rapidly. When he regained his sight, he was already in this true inheritance space. Every true inheritance space that Thieving Heaven left behind could be considered an artificial secluded domain. This was a strange space. It had warm lights but no mountains, rivers, wind, or land. It was completely empty. But there were some peculiarities in here. There were black lines that extended everywhere, covering every inch of the space. These lines were either thick or thin. They all gave off a terrifying aura that Fang Yuan felt fearful towards. At the same time, he felt familiarity in this aura. He quickly thought of the mysterious black fire in the Blue Dragon Whale's Grotto Heaven. Even though Fang Yuan did not know what happened 300,000 years ago, after seeing this, he realized immediately. It seems that this true inheritance space is going to collapse soon. I need to quickly comprehend the mysteries here and decipher where the true inheritance really is. The last time he entered a true inheritance space of Thieving Heaven, he obtained ghostly concealment. That time, Fang Yuan went in through open door Gu and closed door Gu. At that time, the true inheritance space was very stable. It had many winds of assimilation tornadoes inside. Only an otherworldly demon could dispel the wind by touching them. Because of that, Fang Yuan accidentally saved Feng Jiuge. After all the tornadoes had vanished, Fang Yuan successfully obtained ghostly concealment. It was a smooth process. But this space was different. There were no tornadoes at all. If Thieving Heaven's true inheritance really existed here, it would be hidden deeply and would require deductions. But Fang Yuan was not rushing to make deductions. He took out a formation from his immortal aperture and placed it within this space. It was the 5 regional limit formation. The 5 regional limit formation activated, 5 colored smoke spewed out. In a few breaths of time, 5 colored smoke spread out in the surrounding 10 li. It was so dense that one could not see their own fingers. After Heavenly Court's troops entered Thieving Heaven's space, they went inside the 5 colored smoke and immediately felt suppressed. These are the 5 regions' regional walls. Chapter 2174. I became handsome. I became stronger. Why are the 5 regional walls mixed together in here? Is this an arrangement of Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space? No, this is Fang Yuan's 5 restriction profound light chi. He had modified it. It is as if the 5 regional walls are replicated. Fairy Yushio quickly deduced. Fang Yuan's 5 restriction profound light chi and 5 regional limit formation were exposed during the Fate War. With these clues, it was not an issue for a wisdom path great expert like Fairy Yushio to deduce. Boom. Fang Yuan suddenly appeared, his killer move landing on Demon Judgment Board. Demon Judgment Board was instantly swept away deep into the dense fog. We cannot fight here. Fang Yuan has the sovereign immortal body. He is unrestricted. Gu Yufangjing shouted. Originally, the 5 regional walls had disappeared completely. To think that Fang Yuan would reproduce them, it seems that he has been preparing for this battle for a long time. Fairy Ming Hao gritted her teeth before ordering. Find the 5 regional limit formation and destroy it. Southern restriction purple-black miasma light chi, central restriction white-gold saint light chi, northern restriction jade licorice light chi, western restriction red raging flame light chi, and eastern restriction blue water light chi. They were all different now, having been elevated to a whole new level. They were already on par with the 5 regional walls that existed in the past. Back then when Tao Zhu researched on the 5 regional walls, he created the methods of 5 regional limit formation and 5 restriction profound light chi. Fang Yuan used the foundation of his life's research and made a breakthrough. He reached a height that Tao Zhu had never seen in his life. Fang Yuan had the sovereign immortal body. He was completely unaffected in the 5 regional walls. Other Gu immortals, however, were restricted by the regional walls. No matter what Gu worms they used, they would have to face a backlash. With this difference, Fang Yuan's advantage was too huge. Heavenly Court did not want to see this situation. In the past, they would not be affected by central restriction white gold saint light Qi, but now was different. With the merging of the 5 regions and the rampage of Qi tides, the entire world's aura has been unified. Gu immortals were no longer differentiated by regions. And this new combined aura of the 5 regions was not any of the previous 5 regional Qi. Thus, no matter which region the Gu immortal came from, they would be suppressed within this 5 restriction profound light Qi. Boom boom boom. Fang Yuan dealt a heavy blow to Divine Emperor City, causing this huge city's green surface layer of light to shake and tremble. But Divine Emperor City was too huge. Even Fang Yuan could not destroy it for now. From Divine Emperor City, a female immortal flew out. She was a young lady with a beautiful appearance. It was Fairy Yuxiao. She surged with battle intent as she went to Fang Yuan. Gu Fang Yuan, do you dare to fight me? At this time, another immortal Gu house arrived in Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space. It was Longevity Heaven's Calamity Luck altar. Bing Sichuan's voice resounded from within. Fang Yuan, why don't we join hands and dismantle this Divine Emperor City first? Fang Yuan smiled lightly and replied, no. Currently, Demon Judgment Board has been thrown into the 5 regional walls, while Divine Emperor City is too big and hard to send flying. Your side will stall Divine Emperor City while I will go and destroy Demon Judgment Board. Fang Yuan, Bing Sichuan wanted to urge him, but Fang Yuan turned around and went into the 5-colored smoke without hesitation. Ignore him. Our target is Divine Emperor City. Within Calamity Luck Altar, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun sat at the main seat as he ordered. Yes, Master. Bing Sichuan immediately moved Calamity Luck Altar, which crashed towards Divine Emperor City like a comet. Fairy Yuxiao gritted her teeth. She had to defend it. Lu Weiyin also arrived at this moment. Lord Fang Yuan. He only managed to see Fang Yuan's figure disappearing into the 5-colored smoke. Sigh. Lu Weiyin sighed deeply. He did not dare to enter the 5-colored smoke deeply. He had to communicate with Bing Sichuan and attack Divine Emperor City instead. The 5 regional limit formation continued to function as 5-colored smoke poured out endlessly. Within the dense smoke, Demon Judgment Board charged everywhere, trying to find the location of the formation. Outside the dense smoke, Divine Emperor City and Calamity Luck Altar fought intensely. Found it. Inside Demon Judgment Board, Fairy Ming Hao's eyes suddenly opened. She was a pseudo-venerable level wisdom path great expert. Her full strength was nothing short of extraordinary. But this deduction also dealt heavy damage to her. After all, she was using wisdom path killer moves in the 5 regional walls. Good. If we destroy this formation, we will be ruining one of Fang Yuan's trump cards. Gu Fangzheng flew with great morale, charging with Demon Judgment Board. The 5-colored smoke became denser as Demon Judgment Board's luster became dimmer. Gu Fangzheng was sustaining a huge backlash. His face soon turned pale as blood oozed out of his mouth. Boom boom boom. Fang Yuan found them and used killer moves continuously with terrifying strength. Demon Judgment Board was facing greater difficulty in defending itself. It moved precariously ahead. Ignore him. Destroy the formation. Fairy Ming Hao's childlike appearance was filled with boldness and determination. Demon Judgment Board paused for a moment before shooting out a blood-red beam of light. The blood-red light was thick and powerful. It landed on the formation with an extremely fast speed. The surface of the 5 regional limit formation radiated with 5-colored lights. It shook slightly, but did not collapse. How can this be? Within Demon Judgment Board, Fang Zheng was very shocked. He was clear of this move's power. Even within the 5 regional walls, it should not be this weak. Fairy Ming Hao understood the reason immediately. Her pupils shrank slightly. Fang Yuan invested a lot into this formation. It has at least 8 rank 8 Immortal Gu and the defense is high. We cannot destroy it in a short period of time. The 5 regional limit formation used region and limit as the cores originally, as well as a vast number of Mortal Gu. Afterwards, Fang Yuan added Earth Vein Immortal Gu, followed by Formation Spirit and Formation Flag. During the Fate War, these Immortal Gu were mostly rank 7. But the current Fang Yuan was different. While recuperating, he did not just modify the 5 regional limit formation again by raising its defense. He even raised all of the Immortal Gu in this formation to rank 8. His wealth was simply unimaginable. The full-powered attack of Demon Judgment Board could not even remove one layer of the 5 regional limit formation's defense. In fact, Because they activated a powerful killer move, the backlash was even greater. This famous rank 8 Immortal Gu house was now covered in cracks. It was near the point of breaking apart. What should we do now? Fang Zheng could not help but be flustered internally. Fang Yuan was attacking outside and giving him huge pressure. Their goal of trying to destroy the 5 regional limit formation was also impossible now. I advise that we retreat. Fang Zheng gritted his teeth, suggesting to Fairy Ming Hao. Fairy Ming Hao nodded. Fighting here is too unfavorable. But it is fine. Destroying this formation was only one attempt. Even if we fail, there is no consequence on the eventual outcome. Let's go. Fairy Ming Hao left Demon Judgment Board and opened her Immortal Aperture's entrance, storing this Immortal Gu house. Next, in front of Fang Yuan's surprised gaze, she vanished on the spot. Soon, Lu Weiyin, who was fighting outside, transmitted to Fang Yuan that Fairy Ming Hao had suddenly appeared beside Fairy Yuxiu. He also asked about the situation on Fang Yuan's end. The 2 pseudo-venerables Ming Hao and Yuxiu are able to teleport to each other instantly. Fang Yuan guessed. Fairy Ming Hao did not succeed in destroying his 5 regional limit formation, while Fang Yuan also failed to destroy Demon Judgment Board. In essence, this was a draw. Fang Yuan might have a slight upper hand, but the situation was still stuck in a deadlock. As long as the 5 regional limit formation is still functioning, 5-colored smoke will continue to spread and fill the entire true inheritance space. But this will take too long. Neither Heavenly Court nor Longevity Heaven will want to stay in here until then. Fang Yuan pondered rapidly. The 5 regional limit formation was not a battlefield killer move. It could not restrain people. They could enter and exit freely. It would take too long for the 5-colored smoke to fill Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space. During this period of time, Thieving Heaven's true inheritance might be discovered by someone, or the space might collapse because of the intense fights. Fang Yuan flew out rapidly, leaving the 5-colored smoke. He went to the battlefield of Divine Emperor City and Calamity Luck Altar. On one hand, he was wary of Heavenly Court's deduction ability. Similar to his refinement path attainment, Heavenly Court's wisdom path attainment was a huge advantage for them. Fang Yuan had to restrain them from having the time to deduce the true inheritance's location. On the other hand, Fang Yuan had to join the battle and make deductions in his mind as well. Divine Emperor City floated in the sky while spreading green light. It was grand and imposing, remaining unmovable. Calamity Luck Altar was like a golden comet. Bing Sai Chuan manipulated it to its limit. It flew around Divine Emperor City continuously, launching all sorts of attacks. Between the 2 Immortal Gu houses, for pseudo-venerables, Fang Yuan, Lu Weiyin, Ming Hao, and Yuxiu were fighting. The 2 sides were first evenly matched, but soon, Fang Yuan and Lu Weiyin fell into a disadvantage. Fairy Ming Hao and Fairy Yuxiu were very powerful. They each had a mature combat system. Fairy Ming Hao's flying stars seemed like a singular move, but they were all consecutive moves. By repeatedly hitting the same target, Fang Yuan would have to endure increasing damage each time. Fairy Yuxiu's methods were also very profound. She used her attainment level to suppress others. It was hard for ordinary Gu immortals to find a countermeasure. Lu Weiyin fell into a tough battle due to Fairy Yuxiu's focus on him, while Fang Yuan also had a taste of the power of Fairy Ming Hao's Pride Gu. Thoughts collided in Fang Yuan's mind with great issues. Many powerful and complex killer moves could not be used. The risks were too great. And most importantly, Ming Hao and Yuxiu had incredibly well-coordinated cooperation. Their coordination was extraordinary. Fang Yuan had never seen anything like it before. Because of this, while Fang Yuan and Lu Weiyin worked together, they were suppressed by the 2 fairies. The cooperation of Yuxiu and Ming Hao has produced a qualitative change. If I fought alone, I would have lost already. Lu Weiyin had a solemn mood. The opponents were working together impeccably. Their cooperation was simply not humanly possible. They gave off a natural feeling, as if it was only reasonable for them to work together this perfectly. While Ming Hao and Yuxiu fought against Fang Yuan and Lu Weiyin, they even had time to help Divine Emperor City resist Calamity Luck Altar. Fang Yuan, you want Thieving Heaven's true inheritance? Fairy Yuxiu smiled. Then you need to know that Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had once been here and damaged Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space. He took out a portion of the true inheritance by force. Thankfully, you are allies. You can ask for it. Fairy Yuxiu easily tried to sow discord. Fang Yuan snorted coldly as he said to Lu Weiyin, "Go deal with Divine Emperor City. I will handle these 2. Lord Fang Yuan, without me, if you fight alone." Lu Weiyin was hesitant. Fang Yuan looked at him coldly. "Leave. You are hindering me." Lu Weiyin gritted his teeth as he flew away from Fang Yuan. Seeing this change, Fairy Ming Hao and Yuxiu saw the weakness in their enemies. They looked at each other before launching rapid attacks at Fang Yuan together. Fang Yuan opened his immortal aperture's entrance and let out a young Gu immortal. Rank 8 Transformation Path, Gu Immortal Zhanbu Du. Immortal Killer Move. Incomplete Freedom Transformation. The young man shouted as a blood-red cape appeared on his back, fluttering with the wind. I became handsome. I became stronger. Zhanbu Du clenched his fist, staring at the two female immortals with a shining gaze filled with surging fighting spirit. Chapter 2175. Giant Sun takes action in Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space. The battle between two immortal Gu houses had been ongoing for some time. It was very intense. Come fight, Zhanbu Du shouted as he descended like a ferocious dragon, charging towards the two heavenly court pseudo-venerables, Yu Xiu and Ming Hao. Yu Xiu and Ming Hao split up at once, retreating at the same time as they created a long distance. Zhanbu Du missed his target again. He snorted coldly with some anger internally. He was one of Fang Yuan's clones. He cultivated Transformation Path and rose to rank 8. He had his own totem killer moves. But his own battle strength was still far from the peak of rank 8. He was not the match of experts like Qin Ding Ling or Wu Yong. But once he used the killer move Incomplete Freedom Transformation, he would instantly reach pseudo-venerable battle strength. Incomplete Freedom Transformation was not simple at all. It was extraordinary. This transformation was made up of 3 moves. Internal Breathing Green Fish Transformation, Devouring Blue Leopard Transformation, and Thunder Rush Yellow Bird Transformation. After Zhanbu Du used Incomplete Freedom Transformation, he gained the advantages of all 3 killer moves without any of their drawbacks. He could move like lightning, shoot out lightning bolts, possess immense recovery and regeneration, and also the ability to devour all attacks. Even though he was human, each action held divine strength that could intimidate demons or deities. He could directly suppress all immemorial desolate beasts or plants. He was basically a moving calamity that could fight heaven and earth, dominating all that were in his way. Even Ming Hao and Yu Xiu did not dare to fight Zhanbu Du head-on. They engaged with him from a distance. However, when their various killer moves got close to Zhanbu Du, they would either be devoured or endured forcefully before his regeneration took place and healed his body completely. After a few rounds of combat, Ming Hao and Yu Xiu lost their enthusiasm to fight against Zhanbu Du. The enemy was too resilient, but also very fast. Thankfully, he lacked in the wisdom path aspect, while Yu Xiu and Ming Hao were experts in this. Thus, they started to use wisdom path killer moves to weaken Zhanbu Du, while deducing and preempting many of his attacks to dodge them. It was very wise that Fang Yuan gave Incomplete Freedom Transformation to Zhanbu Du. He was a pseudo-venerable in the first place. Using Incomplete Freedom Transformation was quite wasteful. Giving it to Zhanbu Du would produce another pseudo-venerable instantly. Once Zhanbu Du took action, the situation changed. Fang Yuan and Zhanbu Du worked together to deal with Ming Hao and Yu Xiu. They regained their footing as Heavenly Court lost the initiative. They went into a deadlock again. Zhanbu Du frowned deeply. These two are extremely slippery and utilize their advantages well. I am unable to use my expertise against them. And their cooperation is simply too fluid. Even though the main body and I have the closest of relationships, we are still not as well coordinated as them. It is likely because they are both Wisdom Path great experts. Rumble. While moving around, both sides launched killer moves again, causing a beautiful display of fireworks to occur. The firepower was getting more intense. Fang Yuan's main body was still showing a cold expression. Ming Hao and Yu Xiu were also secretly scheming. From the start, Fang Yuan has not been using his full strength. He is making deductions while fighting. He wants to deduce the location of Thieving Heaven's true inheritance. Fairy Yu Xiu was very clear of her enemy's actions. Fairy Ming Hao gritted her teeth. He also has the Qi Si clone. That is another pseudo-venerable battle strength. If he is let out, this will get more troublesome. If we work together, we can resist the 3 of them for now. But this crafty Fang Yuan will definitely use the numbers to his advantage. He will ignore us and focus on Divine Emperor City. Heavenly Court actually knew about Qi Si ancestors' true identity. As it turned out, Qin Dingling knew this secret some time ago, but she did not expose him at that time. During the pursuit battle against Fang Yuan, Heavenly Court did not know. But afterwards, Qin Dingling learned about the truth from Heavenly Court Grotto Heaven. After all, the Qi Si clone was created in Heavenly Court. Heavenly Court's Qi harvest fruit was used in the process. Heavenly Court had existed for millions of years. It naturally had ways to find out. Precisely because of that, when the Qi Si clone used the name of the Righteous Qi Alliance and invited Heavenly Court to send Gu immortals against Fang Yuan, Qin Dingling did not give an affirmative response. Fairy Yu Xiu transmitted. Qin Dingling is a passable leader of Heavenly Court. When Heavenly Court lacked a pseudo-venerable battle strength, she controlled herself and caused Fang Yuan to be misled into thinking that the Qi Si clone was not be exposed, thus not using him now. Right now, we are benefiting from that. Fairy Ming Hao nodded secretly. We can't kill Fang Yuan here, but we cannot let him obtain the thieving heaven true inheritance here. We need to try and destroy this true inheritance space from the inside. The battle intensified, but the strange thing was that neither side truly treated the opponent as their opponent. Fang Yuan was doing his best to make deductions. He was not using his full strength in battle. Zhan Budu was sent out to restrain the two Heavenly Court pseudo-venerables as well. After all, he could cooperate better with his clone compared to Lu Weiyin. Meanwhile, Heavenly Court focused on destroying Thieving Heaven's true inheritance. As for Longevity Heaven, Calamity Luck Altar had been finding trouble with Divine Emperor City. All sorts of killer moves were unleashed without restraint, not caring about this true inheritance space. Evidently, regardless of what Immortal Zombie Giant Sun was after, he still had the intention to destroy this space, so Fang Yuan could not gain anything. Even though Longevity Heaven was allied with Fang Yuan, they were only doing so out of pressure from Heavenly Court. They did not want to see Fang Yuan get any more help, especially when this help came from Thieving Heaven. Divine Emperor City's green light continued to shine densely, defending it from any attacks no matter how fierce or intense they were. Divine Emperor City was not only defending itself, it also had offenses. Immortal Killer Move, Divine Bean Soldier. Yellow Bean Soldiers charged ahead, Green Bean Soldiers shot out arrows like rain, Red Bean Soldiers self-detonated, Black Bean Soldiers defended at the center. There were also Blue and White Bean Soldiers mixed among them, having their own tasks. Each time Lu Weiyin attacked Divine Emperor City, he would face the encirclement of these Divine Bean Soldiers. Lu Weiyin used his offensive killer moves and caused great losses to these Divine Bean Soldiers. Less than 10% of them survived. This result shocked Lu Weiyin. Despite him being specialized in defense, his offensive methods were also at the peak of rank 8. To think that he could not completely eliminate these Divine Bean Soldiers. The reason was because of Divine Emperor City's other move, Graft Wood. This move could allow the Divine Bean Soldiers to be connected together and share the damage they suffered. The bulk of the damage went to Divine Emperor City, while the Divine Bean Soldiers bore the rest of the burden. Thus, these Divine Bean Soldiers were very hard to kill in battle. After Lu Weiyin spent a long time to break out of the encirclement, when he approached Divine Emperor City, countless lightning bolts shot towards him. It was a mortal killer move, Myriad Life Spring Lightning. Countless sparks that resembled dragons or snakes, as well as jade green lightning balls that exploded. After they exploded, the remaining wood path Dao marks would remain in the area and modify this battlefield gradually. Thankfully, this was Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space and not the 5 regions. Thus this move's power could not be fully displayed. After Lu Weiyin endured the lightning bolts and got closer, the jade lights around Divine Emperor City started to turn into spirals as they shot out painting path killer moves. These painting figures had countless forms, like flowers, birds, fishes, or insects. They were extremely varied and gave Lu Weiyin a huge problem. Painting path is very unique. My attacks cannot get rid of them. I can't conceal myself with my defensive methods either. This is a problem. Painting path was kept as a secret by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. This was Lu Weiyin's first encounter with it. There was no helping it. He felt he was without options. Lu Weiyin was unable to break Divine Emperor City's defense. Calamity Luck Altar was similar. Calamity Luck Altar was a rank 8 luck path Immortal Gu house. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable created it personally. It displayed great might during the Fate War, but right now, it could not do anything to Divine Emperor City. The reason was that Divine Emperor City shot out rays of white light from time to time. Calamity Luck Altar had to dodge them each time without being careless. This was Human Path Killer move, Broken Homes, and Dead Family. This move countered Immortal Gu houses. During the Fate War, Immortal Gu House Chicken Dog Coop was only grazed by it, and the entire Immortal Gu House broke apart, without a single Gu Immortal inside surviving. This was the Human Path Offensive Killer move that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable created. Calamity Luck Altar was restrained by it. At once, Calamity Luck Altar could only guard the surroundings. This structure with 3 floors of round altars and multiple pillars holding it up, having white jade railings and shining aurora, was acting like an irritating fly that was moving around a person. However, it was also not strange. Calamity Luck Altar displayed great might earlier when fighting against Gu Immortals. The truth was, its most valuable method was the killer move Calamity Luck Revolution. This move could turn all sorts of calamities and tribulations into becoming harmless to the immortal aperture, instead nourishing it accordingly. Longevity Heaven relied on Calamity Luck Altar to survive countless tribulations and grow over time. That was the use of Calamity Luck Altar. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable left it in Longevity Heaven before dying for this reason as well. Divine Emperor City, Painting World. Fang Dichang and Xinshang work together to comprehend the mysteries within. There is a huge disturbance in the outside world. It is likely a huge battle. Divine Emperor City possesses the methods of Divine Being Palace and Emperor City. Now that these methods are used so frequently, it shows that the ones attacking Divine Emperor City are not weaklings. Xinshang said, this was a good thing for them. The more these methods were used, the more they could observe and comprehend the wood path, painting path, and human path profundities within. Is it my main body attacking Divine Emperor City now? Fang Dichang guessed. Or maybe someone is trying to save the existences within Growling Beast Painting World and Qi Howling Painting World. Right at this time, Xinshang's and Fang Dichang's expressions changed. They stood up in shock as their gazes pierced through the room, towards the painting world sky. In the sky, golden aurora gathered into two giant hands. These two hands shrouded heaven and earth. They were unimaginably big. The left hand grabbed Qi Howling Painting World, while the right hand grabbed Growling Beast Painting World. Genesis Lotus will growled loudly. The power of Painting Path burst out to suppress the two giant hands. Within Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space, the battle was at the final critical moment. The entirety of Thieving Heaven's space was covered in black lines, at the brink of destruction. Jean Boudu gritted his teeth. He felt anxious internally. The main body has not deduced the true location yet. He might not make it in time. The time is now. Within Calamity Luck Altar, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun took a look at Fang Yuan before taking a step out. At the next moment, he appeared on the battlefield.